In a world shattered by a great cataclysm, where survival belongs only to the ruthless, Qiu Tu wakes up in the body of a mid-level investigator, a lackey to one of Xinjia City's most dangerous men, Bureau Chief Yin Chun. His job? Do dirty work, silence enemies, and even protect Yin Chen's mistress all the way to her bed. But Qiu Tu isn't the same man anymore. In his past life, he was betrayed, sold into hell, and clawed his way up through blood and scams before blowing himself up to take down the syndicate that ruined him. Now reborn in this chaotic city, he carries those memories and something more. When suspicion falls on him, his golden finger awakens, crisis intuition. A countdown appears in his vision, warning him, if he can't regain Yin Chen's trust in 2 minutes, he'll be dead by dawn. What follows is a deadly game of lies, survival, and manipulation. Qiu Tu twists suspicion back onto others, fakes loyalty, and plays his enemies like pawns. But this is no safe world. The shadows of the cataclysm hide supernatural powers, dangerous factions, and conspiracies that even the mighty shelters keep secret. Armed with only his cunning, his golden finger, and dual hardened by 2 lifetimes, Qiu Tu walks a razor's edge between life and death. One wrong move, and he's finished. But if he plays it right, he might just turn loyalty into his greatest weapon.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The curtains were yellowed with age, the walls damp and spotted with mold. In the cramped, airless room, the faint fragrance of heather mixed with the lingering scent of a woman's body. Asterisk tick-tock. Tick-tock, asterisk. The slow drip of a leaky faucet echoed as Qiu Tu stirred awake. His head throbbed, his vision swam. Blinking the dizziness away, he took in his surroundings. A 7-square-meter shack, clutter everywhere, a battered wooden bed. On it lay a snow-pale woman, sound asleep, completely naked. Qiu Tu's mind immediately supplied her identity. The mistress of Yin Chen, director of the Xinjia City Investigation Bureau. And himself, he was her assigned protector. No, her assigned man. Qiu Tu bolted upright, staring at his own bare body in shock. Asterisk, what the hell? Wasn't I blown up in that explosion? How am I an investigator now? Did I travel through time? Asterisk. Half an hour later, he stood at the cracked sink of a filthy toilet, water dripping down his face as he stared at his reflection in a shattered mirror. Yes, he had crossed into another world. A brutal world. Decades ago, a cataclysm had shattered human civilization. Species mutated, cities collapsed, nations died. Out of the ruins rose the 8 great shelters, humanity's last bastions of order. Everywhere else was chaos, lawless planning areas, where only strength mattered and local tyrants reigned unchecked. Xinjia City was one such place. Yin Chen, bureau chief, was one of the city's 3 giants. Qiu Tu, now his trusted investigator, handled all the dirtiest work: extortion, killing, protecting mistresses. And that protection extended all the way into the bed. From his predecessor's fading memories, Qiu Tu pieced the story together. After a heated night with Yin Chen's mistress, the man had died suddenly in his sleep, his body collapsing just as Qiu Tu's soul arrived. Asterisk, heart failure? Poison? Or just bad luck? Asterisk, it didn't matter. With Yin Chen's suspicious nature, touching his woman was already a death sentence. But compared to his past life, this was still better. Betrayed by friends, sold to Myanmar, beaten, broken, forced into scams and murder until he rose high enough to blow up the syndicate that ruined him. His old path had been nothing but death. At least here he had a chance. As long as he didn't give himself away, Yin Chen still trusted this Qiu Tuesday. Maybe he could survive. Asterisk buzz. Buzz, asterisk. The communicator on the sink lit up. 3 characters glowed faintly on its battered screen. Director Yin. Qiu Tu's heartbeat spiked. He forced a breath, calmed himself. Asterisk, relax. He doesn't know. Just act normal. Asterisk. But before he could answer, his vision suddenly flickered. Lines of text appeared before his eyes. /crisis intuition activated. Generating crisis report. Asterisk your direct superior, Yin Chun, is contacting you. Asterisk suspicious and ruthless by nature. Asterisk he already knows you and Qin Schumann dismissed the others and spent 4.5 hours alone. Asterisk her maid secretly reported your recent intimacy. Asterisk he is furious. He suspects your loyalty. Asterisk. Asterisk he will not strike immediately. He intends to test you. Asterisk. Asterisk you have 2 minutes. Fail to regain his trust, and by tomorrow your corpse will rot in Xinjie City's sewers. Asterisk. A blood-red countdown appeared in the corner of his vision. /2 o'clock. Qiu Tu. The glowing countdown ticked away. Each red second a drumbeat in Qiu Tu's chest. Rows of text still lingered in his vision, and he could only stare in disbelief. This is the golden finger? Hints of danger, warnings of death. It felt weak, yet undeniable. Without this crisis intuition, he would have answered Yin Chen's call carelessly and been dead in the sewers by morning. Whatever its limits, it had already saved his life. Asterisk no point in questioning it. What matters now is how to survive this test. Asterisk. The communicator buzzed relentlessly in his palm. The crimson timer pulsed like a heart. /156, /152, /148. At /145, Qiu Tu's gaze hardened. He tapped receive, his voice calm, respectful, almost ingratiating. Bureau Chief, were you looking for me? I was delayed handling something, which is why I answered late. It slipped out so smoothly that even Qiu Tu startled himself. Years of deception, scams, and bloodshed in his past life had honed this instinct. /142, /141. On the other end, Yinshin responded with a deep, unreadable hum. Qiu Tu, I have a task. A pharmacist was arrested on Xiaofeng Street. Bring him to me. I'll need him. /127, /126. Yes, Bureau Chief. Qiu Tu replied quickly, then hesitated. His tone shifted, deliberately troubled. But there's something I've been meaning to report, though I had no proof before and didn't dare to say it outright. Yin Chen's voice turned sharp, dangerous. What is it? The pressure alone was enough to suffocate a weaker man, but Qiu Tu kept his tone steady. Bureau Chief, I believe Miss Qin Schumann isn't what she appears. I suspect she's a spy sent by the municipal committee to monitor you. The atmosphere froze. The countdown halted at /103. Seconds passed like hours. Then, the sand began to fall again. Explain, Yinshin growled. The timer turned blood red. /1 o'clock, flashing urgent. Unhurried, Qiu Tu laid out his fabricated evidence. Her uncanny familiarity with Xinjie City. Her flawless skin, unmarred by scars of hardship. Her constant probing for details about Yin Shun. The unlikely coincidence of such a beauty falling so neatly into his hands. Every word dripped with suspicion, yet carried the tone of a loyal subordinate risking much to report. He concluded softly, that's why I pretended to curry favor with her, gaining her trust, following her today when she asked to go out alone. I've been observing her, Bureau Chief. And what did I find? Nothing. Nothing at all. He let the silence hang before adding. But isn't that the most suspicious thing of all? Yin Chen's silence stretched, heavy. Finally, he asked, then why point to the municipal committee? Speculation, Qiu Tu said calmly. The whole city knows the committee and the bureau are at odds. Who else would dare? Another long pause. Then Yin Chen's tone softened slightly. Where are you now? At my place. Miss Schumann wanted to come here. She's playing games outside, while I answered your call in secret. Yinshin gave a low, then said, leave Xiaofeng Street to others. For now, stay close to her. I want you to confirm her identity. Yes, Bureau Chief. I will not fail your trust. The line went dead. Only then did Qiu Tu exhale slowly, his expression shifting from respectful obedience to a blank, cold mask. He had survived for now. He knew Yin Chen's weakness well, suspicion. Once doubt took root, it never truly faded. That was why Qiu Tu had steered his superior's anger toward a larger threat, the municipal committee. Against such a powerful third party, Yin Chen would hesitate to act rashly, buying Qiu Tu precious time. It was a dangerous gamble, planting one lie to smother another. But it worked, at least for now. As the crimson timer in the corner, and with the shift of the hourglass, several new prompts did indeed pop up in front of Qiu Tu. Congratulations on successfully overcoming the recent crisis. You have gained Yin Chen's initial trust, it read. However, his naturally suspicious nature was not completely convinced by the lies you fabricated. After all, there were some holes in your story that couldn't withstand scrutiny. Therefore, he plans to go to Qin Shuman's residence tonight to question you in person. You will have 5 hours to prepare. Try to spin all your lies thoroughly and prepare suitable evidence to vie for a chance at survival. You wouldn't want to know the consequences of failure. As all the prompts ended, the original countdown hourglass slowly became a small, shaking treasure chest, and another countdown hourglass emerged, jumping next to the chest, side by side with it. 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. Staring at the new countdown, Qiu Tu was silent for a few seconds, then slowly smiled. He had known that with Yin Chen's suspicion, it wouldn't be so easy to fool him. This was always a high-stakes game of walking on a tightrope. It wasn't so simple to just get through it. But 5 hours, that was a lot better than the 2 minutes he had earlier. At least it gave him time to do something else. Like thoroughly examining his golden finger. Thinking this, Qiu Tu's gaze fell on the treasure chest icon that had just appeared. Try and click on it. The next second, the chest opened and disappeared, replaced by a piece of sea blue, semi-transparent stone. At the same time, 2 small prompts refreshed in front of Qiu Tu. Survive the crisis. Obtain treasure chest reward. Aurora Stone. Aurora Stone, one of the important cataclysm materials. Just gather the other materials, and you can make a variety of cataclysm potions, cataclysm props. For example, cataclysmic potion, skull talisman, old seal, shining prescriptive octahedron, etc. Staring at the 2 prompts that popped up before him, Qiu Tu fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly furrowed his brows. Cataclysm materials? Cataclysmic potion? Skull talisman? Shining prescriptive octahedron? This world was not an ordinary world after all, but one where supernatural power exists. This was obviously somewhat unexpected for Qiu Tu. With this thought, he quickly went through his memories again, but he couldn't find any information related to supernatural powers. Neither the official news from the sanctuary nor the rumors circulating in the planning area had ever mentioned the existence of supernatural powers in this world. In this world, the armed forces still relied mainly on firearms, with agriculture and industry as the core industries. Even the major sanctuaries, it was said, were built on the site of military factories, large farms, or industrial bases abandoned before the cataclysm. What's going on here? Could it be that the supernatural powers of this world are not widely known? Then, do the major sanctuaries know about this? With these thoughts, Qiu Tu quickly sorted through his memories again. This time, he quickly noticed some clues. The first clue came from something a colleague who had been transferred to the city hall let slip. He said that while the city hall was accepting refugees from the disaster zone for free, they always had an odd request for the refugees. They were asked to mark out dense areas of animals and plants they encountered along the way from the disaster zone. The second clue came from a black market merchant, while Qiu Tu was scrounging around the market. The merchant whispered to him that the military, one of the 3 major forces in Xinjia City, had been secretly collecting certain materials in the nearby disaster zone, but no one knew what exactly they were collecting. The third clue was something Yin Shun let slip when he'd had a little too much to drink. Once, seemingly out of the blue, Yin Shun received an unexpected commendation from above and held a small celebration banquet. At the banquet, after drinking a bit too much, he slapped the shoulders of those next to him and said, "The cataclysm may have destroyed human civilization, but it also presented humanity with new opportunities." When someone asked what he meant, Yin Shun just smiled without answering, and the next day, he vehemently denied ever saying such a thing. Because these three things were very scattered, and all the mid to high-level managers coming down from the sanctuary were so secretive, Qiu Tu didn't think much of them before. But now, as he connected all the dots, Qiu Tu felt something was off. Could it be that this world, because of the great cataclysm, really gave birth to supernatural powers? And that all the sanctuaries already possess these powers? So, the reason they established various planning areas might be to collect all sorts of cataclysm materials and precious resources, right? The more he analyzed, the more Qiu Tu felt that his speculation might be correct. Moreover, through this clue, he thought of even more possibilities. If the sanctuary really had a way to make humans evolve and gain supernatural powers, then the municipal committee's Commissioner Jiang, the big shot from the military, and Yin Shun, could they all possess supernatural powers? After all, they were the key figures entrusted with important missions, coming to the planning area, a dangerous region, to execute official duties. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu suddenly felt even more pressure. After all, no one knew what kind of supernatural powers existed in this world, what direction they took, or what kind of powerful, bizarre, or magical effects they had. And this could make his situation even more dangerous. After pondering in silence for a while, Qiu Tu took a deep breath and exhaled the heavy pressure. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Better to continue researching the golden finger. Thinking this, he stopped dwelling on those troubles and once again turned his gaze to the upper left corner of his field of vision. He had casually clicked on the treasure chest earlier, which had triggered a reward, giving Qiu Tu encouragement. So he stretched out his hand to continue randomly clicking on the prompts and icons on the upper left corner. After about 5 or 6 clicks, a prompt actually popped up in front of him. Golden finger name. Crisis intuition, unfixed, refreshable. Golden finger type, trigger type. Golden finger effect. When facing a major crisis, crisis intuition will be triggered, giving a corresponding crisis warning. If the crisis is successfully overcome, a reward corresponding to the crisis can be obtained. Current number of refreshes, 0. Qiu Tu. This is truly a pleasant surprise everywhere. Qiu Tu swore that his random clicking was really just to not miss any possibility, but he didn't hold much hope in his heart. As a result, he really did click on something incredible. For a while, Qiu Tu broadly understood what it was. If he wasn't wrong, he was not like the ordinary transmigrators. Most transmigrators only had one fixed golden finger, and the golden fingers they got were random. It might be useful, or it might not. But his golden finger could be both fixed and refreshed. Hold on to a golden finger you like, get rid of one you don't. This was simply the most powerful golden finger. The only pity was the condition for refreshing was unknown. Looks like I need to continue my research. Thinking like this, Qiu Tu once again started the click endeavor. But perhaps his luck had indeed run out, and this time, no matter how much he clicked, there was no response in front of him. It must be the wrong conditions for triggering it, right? With that thought, Qiu Tu stopped researching the golden finger. Having been given a second chance at life, his current mindset was very good. After all, he had already been a dead man. So transmigrating to this new world and living an extra second meant he was already making a profit. So, use the golden finger if you have it. And if not, forge your own path. Without discontent or giving oneself pressure, fully enjoy this brand new life. Thinking so, Qiu Tu smiled as he straightened his clothes, then opened the door and left the bathroom, ready to meet the ally, who was still sleeping on his bed. 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 3 seconds. When he entered the bedroom, Qin Schumann was still asleep, her seductive figure sprawled luxuriously across the bed. She lay on her side, her beautiful hair randomly strewn by the pillow like black velvet. The soft, thin quilt wrapped around her jade-like body, faintly revealing the graceful lines of her back and a waist that one could seemingly grasp with a hand. With each breath, her lovely body contoured a bewitching and enchanting silhouette, igniting endless fantasies. She was an incredibly beautiful woman, the likes of which Qiu Tu had seldom seen, even in his past life. and she exuded an even stranger sense of being out of place in this world. Standing by the bed, he silently admired this creature for a while. Looking at the origin of all these troubles, Qiu Tu tugged at his collar and, without any hesitation, pounced. Startled by Qiu Tu's sudden weight, Chiou, who was in deep sleep, was taken aback. While struggling, she whispered softly, wait a moment. Be good, I can't wait." 20 minutes later, Qiu Tu leaned against the headboard, holding the sultry Chiou and contentedly lit a cigarette. The mistress of a big shot is indeed different, very smooth. This was not a loss. Even if someday he stumbled while walking the tightrope and was killed by Yin Shan, at least he had had the experience, so he wouldn't be considered a fall guy. At that moment, perhaps sensing a change in Qiu Tu, Chiou leaned on his shoulder and asked curiously, tilting her head, You seem a little different." "Really?" Qiu Tu held her shoulder, took one final drag of his cigarette, crushed the butt on the table, and said indifferently, "Maybe it's because I've died once." What? Chiou was a little stunned and turned her head in surprise to look at him upon hearing Qiu Tu's words. Qiu Tu smiled and patted Chiou's pale, smooth back. "Just kidding." With a sigh of relief, Chiou rolled her eyes at Qiu Tu. "You scared me to death." Qiu Tu said, "What I mean is we might be about to die. Yin Shan already knows about us." Chiou. Perhaps because the news was too shocking, Chiou, with a clutch of the thin quilt to her chest, sat up abruptly, looking at Qiu Tu in utter amazement. Qiu Tu appeared unconcerned, but the corners of his eyes were surreptitiously observing Chiou, trying to determine whether her surprise was genuine or feigned. But whether because her acting was too good or some other reason, after observing her closely for a full 2 seconds, he couldn't detect any flaw in Chiou's reaction. So he patted Chiou's slender arm. Then, feigning confusion, he asked, "Didn't you think we might get caught when you came out with me?" Chiou was clearly bewildered, her face a picture of cluelessness. "No. You just said you wanted to take me out to have fun. I never thought that we would." As she spoke, she looked down at their naked bodies and began to panic, hurriedly picking up their clothes to put them on. Qiu Tu raised his hand to stop her. "If I were you, I'd take a shower first to clean up the traces. Otherwise, you might get stains on your clothes." Chiou halted in her actions. Qiu Tu's hand gently glided over her smooth back. "But don't wet your hair, and don't use any toilet articles so as not to leave a scent. Try to make yourself as clean as possible. Yin Shan has a very sensitive nose." Chiou. After a brief 2-second pause, Chiou glared fiercely at Qiu Tu and then, clutching her clothes, jumped out of bed and ran pitter-patter towards the bathroom. Watching Chiou's bewitching back, Qiu Tu touched his chin with a puzzled expression on his face. Something was off, still off. Perhaps owing to his time in the past life, swindling day in and day out in a fraud syndicate. Since crossing into this world, Qiu Tu couldn't help but doubt everything. He felt that Chiou's behavior seemed too naive and lacking in cunning. If he were to make a comparison, the planning area of this world was like the Mexico and Laos from his previous life. Chaos, bloody, lawless. How could such a place give rise to someone as innocuous and clueless, yet beautiful, as a white lotus? Could this be too much of fantasy? His predecessor, having grown up in the planning area, had not seen a beautiful girl and was blinded by love, lust, failing to notice anything odd. But he, from his previous life, had seen too many beautiful ladies. The shrewd, the foolish, the innocent, all would be forced into degeneration, into numbness in that environment. So Qiu Tu really did not believe that Chiou could be such a pure flower, a shrewd woman who was good at disguising herself. Qiu Tu tried to come to a verdict about Chiou, but then he stumbled upon a new question. Why would such a clever woman take such a big risk to have an affair with him? Himself, or rather, his predecessor, what did he have that was worth her making such a large investment? If Qiu Tu had just now, in order to save their lives, fabricated some half-true, half-false intelligence about Chiou to deceive Yin Shan, then now, he really started to doubt Chiou. 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 13 seconds. 10 minutes later, Qiu, neatly dressed, walked out of the bathroom. As she stepped out of the door, she took a deep breath, raised her head, and was about to call Qiu Tu out for a chat. Just then, a pistol was slowly pressed against her temple. The metal barrel felt ice cold. In that moment, Qiu completely stiffened, not daring to move an inch. They were at a standoff for a good 10 seconds. Seeing that the other party did not proceed with further action, Qiu stiffly turned her head bit by bit, following the direction of the pistol. Then she saw Qiu Tu leaning against the door, with the gun pressed against her temple, while his gaze was deep, watching her intently. And as Qiu looked over, Qiu Tu slowly spoke up. "Miss Schumann, who do you belong to? The municipal committee? Commissioner Wang? Or a military?" Seeing that it was Qiu Tu holding the gun at her, disbelief etched on her face, Qiu said, "What are you going crazy about? What municipal committee? What military? I don't know what you're talking about." Qiu Tu still did not see any flaws, so he retracted the gun without a change in expression. Pretending to be satisfied, he nodded. "Good. You'll need to keep up this act when we go back." He said, "I told Yanxun that you might be a spy planted by the military at his side." Seeing Qiu's surprised attempt to argue, Qiu Tu raised his hand to stop her. "This is the only way to ensure we stay alive. Yanxun is inherently distrustful. Unless he completely figures out your identity and fully assesses the gains and losses, he won't lay a finger on you. And if you want to live, we'll have to work closely together. There's no choice." Scenarios like the one just now, you might face quite often in the coming days. You must remain calm and not reveal any flaws. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, fear was apparent on Qiu's face. Shaking, she said, "I'm scared. I dare not. I'm afraid he'll find out. If he finds out, he won't spare us. Is that right?" Qiu Tu thought for a while, then reached behind to pull out a police dagger and handed it to Qiu. Looking at the dagger in her hand, Qiu looked up at Qiu Tu and asked with a trembling voice, "You want me to use this to kill him if things are exposed?" Qiu Tu shook his head. He reached out and patted Qiu's heavy chest, saying, "If you find out that things have been exposed, pull it out and stab yourself here, stir around. You'll feel nothing in 2 seconds. Trust me, being dead is better than living a life worse than death." Qiu. Her face shifted through several expressions before her eyes reddened, and she heavily pounded Qiu Tu a few times with her hand. "You are such an asshole." Her voice was laced with sobs. "You tricked me into bed, and now you want me to do something so dangerous. I shouldn't have come out today. I just shouldn't have." Qiu Tu stared intently at the emotions on her face, seeing that she seemed truly frightened and regretful. So he showed her his tender side. He gently embraced the girl before him, patting her back, tried to comfort her. But behind her back, where the girl could not see, his gaze turned notably deep, filled with a darkness so thick it could not be dispersed. Women are indeed made of water. Qiu's tears were abundant, as was the water in other areas. Qiu Tu spent over 10 minutes pacifying her before Qiu gradually stopped crying. After soothing Qiu Tu pulled her over to sit on the battered sofa, ran through their story again, and briefly explained the next steps he needed her to cooperate with. He made sure she memorized it well before pulling her out of his home. At that moment, there were 4 hours and 10 minutes left until the life and death trial of that night. Stepping out of his home, Qiu Tu sniffed the decaying smell of the corridor and looked up at the sky. The sky of this world was overcast, as if perpetually shrouded by a thick miasma, heavy and dark. According to the memory of his predecessor, the sky had been like this ever since the cataclysm, with sunshine becoming rare and precious. The cataclysm that occurred decades ago had destroyed the world's order, demolished human civilization, and completely changed this world. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing Qiu Tu in a daze, Qiu, standing beside him, cautiously glanced over at him. Perhaps because she had recently had a gun pointed at her, Qiu showed a bit of fear towards Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu came back to his senses, gave her a glance, and shook his head. It's nothing. After speaking, Qiu Tu lightly reminded her, "Don't show that kind of expression. You'll just get the both of us killed." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Shuman gave him a pitiful look, took a few deep breaths, and adjusted her demeanor. Then she slapped her face, nodded at Qiu Tu, and carefully led the way down, holding onto the rust-streaked stair railing. Qiu Tu followed behind discreetly, keeping a moderate distance from Qin Shuman, close enough to ensure her safety without appearing too intimate. Qiu Tu's home was located in a tube-shaped building on Old Alley Street. Even though this was already considered a nicer area in Xinjia City, it was still dilapidated. Stairs covered with cracks and gaps, corridors littered with discarded books, broken glass, and dirty plastic bags. It looked like a slum. The planning area was built upon the ruins of a city. Descending the worn staircase, Qiu Tu keenly sensed several covert gazes sweeping over them. It must be Yin Chen's people. As soon as he had reported the matter to Yin Chen, Qiu Tu, moreover, he had guessed that, given the sensitivity of the matter, Yin Chen would definitely have to call trustworthy confidants from his direct department. That's why he dared to steal a moment from his busy schedule to manipulate Qin Shuman. Sure enough, as Qiu Tu was thinking this, an undercover detective stepped out from the shadows. He had a stern face, unsmiling and seemingly difficult to get along with. After taking big strides to Qiu Tu, he first gave Qiu Tu a penetrating look, then took out a black ID and flashed it, saying, "Agent Qiu, I am Fong Ming, a first-level detective from the Special Service Department. By the Bureau Chief's orders, I am here to escort you and Miss Shuman to a villa in the city for a temporary rest. The Bureau Chief will speak with you tonight." Special Service Department? Qiu Tu looked deeply at the detective in front of him and felt a bit sentimental. Yinshin really holds me in high regard. As one of the three major power institutions in Xinjia City, the structure of the Investigation Bureau was complex and strict. In addition to the directly subordinate 11 departments, there were also 7 branches and 79 public security offices under its jurisdiction. Among these dozens of departments, the one with the least power was the Grassroots Public Security Office, while the ones with the most power were the Political Department and the Special Service Department among the 11 directly subordinate departments. As the 2 strongest departments of the Investigation Bureau, the Political Department was in charge of intelligence, espionage, counter-espionage, internal supervision, and various other affairs, holding a high and heavy authority. The Special Service Department, on the other hand, was responsible for countering anti-government armed forces, preventing riots, armed patrols during specific periods and in key areas, making it the Bureau's most powerful force. Such a division of labor not only gave the Special Service Department an establishment independent of the Investigation Bureau, but also allowed it to possess luxuriously equipped forces that could rival the military in power. This was an armed force that belonged solely to Yin Chen's lineage, and it was also the key trump card that allowed him to secure his position as one of the 3 giants of Xinjia City. Therefore, even as Yin Chen's lackey, Qiu Tu could only obediently follow the orders of the Special Service Department. It looks like Yin Chen is planning to lock down my and Qin Shuman's movements, and then proceed to direct interrogation, Qiu Tu thought. Luckily, I have arranged a safety net. With this in mind, Qiu Tu, although expressionless, turned to Qin Shuman at his side and said, "Miss Shuman, you have heard the Bureau Chief's order. From now on, your safety will be in the hands of Agent Fong." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Shuman blinked her eyes. She cooperated by showing a look of disappointment, glanced at Fong Ming with her beautiful, peach-like eyes, and then turned to Qiu Tu with a grievance, saying, "But I was hoping you would accompany me to Street Crossing for a stroll." After she spoke, she looked pitifully at Fong Ming, Agent Fong. As a confidant of Yin Chen, Fong Ming certainly recognized Qin Shuman and also knew about the relationship between Qin Shuman and Yin Chen. Since Qiu Tu and Qin Shuman's affair had not been exposed, and Yin Chen would not tell a subordinate about being cuckolded, this immediately led Fong Ming to a misjudgment. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at the time, and, after a moment of thought, said to Qin Shuman, "Miss Shuman, the Bureau Chief will return to the villa in the city center before 1800 hours. I can only get you 1.5 hours of time. Qiu obediently nodded her head and agreed. Qiu Tu stood by with his hands in his pockets, watching coldly, like an outsider throughout the process. After reaching a consensus, Qiu's security was promptly handed over. The detective from the Special Service Department took over Qiu Tu's position and began guarding next to Qiu, while Qiu Tu and Fong Ming patrolled the periphery, with the group moving grandiosely towards the street corner. Perhaps because such a group of neatly dressed people were too conspicuous on the street, the bottom-level citizens hiding in the dilapidated buildings did not dare to move, their gazes filled with fear, numbness, or dullness as they watched them walk past on the sewage-filled road, afraid to provoke these clearly prominent individuals. For most ordinary people in the city, whether it was Qiu Tu or Fong Ming, they were big shots who could easily decide their fate. What they didn't know was that in front of the real big shots, Qiu Tu and Fong Ming were just like ants. This was the cruel reality, a cannibalistic world born from the cataclysm. The detectives on the scene were already immune to these various gazes, so their expressions remained unchanged as they quietly escorted Qiu through rows of low, run-down buildings to an old-fashioned sedan. This was a car specially prepared by Yin Chun for Qiu. Seeing the old-fashioned sedan, Fong Ming quickly walked over, then reached out to open the rear car door and offered a standard salute to Qiu. "Miss Schumann, please." Qiu turned her head to look back at Qiu Tu, and without receiving any response from him, she bit her lip with a look of resentful longing and lifted her skirt to walk over. Just as she reached the car door and bent her head to get in, suddenly from above her came a man's teasing voice. "Heh, how embarrassing." Upon hearing that voice, everyone looked around in confusion only to see a blur before them. And then with a bang, a body slammed heavily onto the roof of the old-fashioned sedan. In that instant, the roof of the car was smashed into a deep dent, and the broken body, with blood splattering and limbs flying, created chaos. The piercing screams and the wild laughter echoed throughout Old Alley Street. Such a major incident happening so suddenly left everyone with their heads buzzing. Only Qiu Tu maintained his composure at this moment, quickly stepping forward to protect the screaming Qiu as they ran to the side. At the same time, the detectives from the Special Service Department also came to their senses. Like arrows shot out, they surrounded the two, raising their guns without hesitation and opening fire towards the rooftop. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew chaotically, kicking up dust from the decrepit rooftops. The street was filled with the piercing screams of passers-by and the sound of footsteps running in all directions. Qiu Tu shielded a trembling Qiu as they ran to a fragmented low wall by the roadside, pressing her head down to hide her while cautiously peering out to assess the situation. The enemies were few, only 7 or 8 in number. They wore uniform black knit balaclava hats and patched-up tactical vests, with a large red cross spray-painted on their chests. That conspicuous attire allowed Qiu Tu to recognize them at a glance. Is this the Innovative United Front? The Innovative United Front, also known as the United Front, was an extremist anti-government armed force opposing the rule of the 8 great shelters of this world. Their objective was to liberate the planning area from the rule of the 8 great shelters, employing violent activities such as assassinations, kidnappings, and attacks as their main methods. Qiu Tu had heard Yin Chun mention this organization before. At that time, Yin Chun was so angry that his eyes nearly split apart as he cursed the organization as vermin. He hadn't expected to actually see them today. If Qiu Tu could recognize the members of this organization, then Fong Ming and the other Special Service detectives certainly could as well. Therefore, the detective's shouts immediately filled the area. "It's the vermin from the United Front. Take cover." On the rooftop, direction 30 to 70 degrees, 16 people, all armed. At this moment, Fong Ming, the highest-ranking detective on site, fully took over the command of the scene. While frantically gesturing to his subordinates to disperse, he also shouted towards Qiu Tu's side, "Ensure Miss Schumann's safety. Wait for us to eliminate the enemy." Hearing Fong Ming's arrangement, Qiu Tu glanced at Qiu out of the corner of his eye. At the moment, Qin Schumann was still in a state of shock. Cowering beneath him, she dared not move. Without any movement or unusual signs, but Qiu Tu felt something was amiss. Old Alley Street was just the most unremarkable out of Xinjia City's 79 streets. There were no military facilities, no government agencies, no United Banks, nothing. Why would it be attacked by the United Front without any reason? Were they drawn here by those detectives from the Special Service Department? But wasn't that too coincidental? Qiu Tu couldn't understand it and decided to observe a little longer. He peered cautiously to take in the scene. With one look, he was a bit startled. The Special Service Department was the most powerful force of the Investigation Bureau, and the United Front was known as a ferocious extremist organization. Qiu Tu originally thought there would be exchanges of fire and fierce combat between the two sides. But the reality was that over 30 people from both sides, armed with over 30 guns, opened fire with a bang, bang, bang. Though it was noisy, at best only some were injured, yet not a single person dropped out of the fight. Witnessing this scene of novices pecking at each other, Qiu Tu was shocked. What was this? An act? Thinking this, Qiu Tu quickly rifled through his memory, trying to understand what was really happening. Soon, he found the reason. It turned out that in a world after a cataclysm, resources were scarce. Gunpowder and firearms were rare resources. Hence, the members of the extremist organizations had little training and were mediocre in skills. While the Special Service Department was indeed a powerful branch of the Investigation Bureau, with many perks and bullet quotas, the fact was that Xinjia City had only been established for less than a year, and the lower-ranking detectives were mostly newly recruited novices without much training, which also made their skills quite average. This resulted in incapacitating the other party effectively when both sides engaged in combat. This unexpected discovery shocked Qiu Tu, but it also gave him a bold idea. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to break the deadlock? Keep in mind, although those two groups were incompetent, Qiu Tu was not. In his past life, to protect himself, he had played with guns every day, practiced shooting, and even had the opportunity to receive semi-militarized training. With his not-so-poor innate talent, his level was way above these rookies. He had even participated in a few small-scale squabbles and shootouts between gangs, acquiring some actual combat experience. If he could showcase his shooting skills in this gunfight, then operate a bit, perhaps tonight's difficulty could be easily overcome, and he might not even need to head to street crossing. Slowly outlining a blueprint in his mind, before long, a plan gradually took shape in Qiu Tu's head. A moment later, Qiu Tu's gaze became resolute. He took another look at the two parties in the midst of battle, then took out his old model communicator from his pocket, pressed a few buttons, and sent a message. After the message was successfully sent, Qiu Tu reached toward his lower back and took the handgun that had once been pointed at Qin Schumann. This was the standard equipment given to the regular detectives by the Investigation Bureau, used to ensure absolute suppression over civilians in the planning area. He deftly ejected the magazine and checked the number of bullets, 12. Then he recalled the memories of the previous owner using this handgun. It had an effective range of about 40 meters, but since the guns of ordinary detectives were all old goods discarded by the sanctuary, their precision might be somewhat off. However, for the current distance of just over 20 meters between the two sides, it was already enough. Thinking this, Qiu Tu adeptly reinserted the magazine, racked the slide, and with high alert posture, observed the battlefield, patiently waiting for an opportunity. It was only a few seconds before Qiu Tu's peripheral vision caught an enemy expose a large part of their body from cover on the opposite rooftop. In that instance, he didn't hesitate for a second, suddenly leaning out and adopting the Weaver's stance, aligning the sight in a straight line, and aimed at the enemy with a pop, 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 firing 3 shots. Gun smoke lingered, bullet shells flew, and 3 bullets like thunder tore through the air, striking towards that enemy with lightning speed. The timing Qiu Tu chose was so impeccable that the enemy had no chance to dodge. Thus, with a crack, bang, bang, 3 sounds, a bullet whizzed past his body, and 2 bullets accurately penetrated his left abdomen and left leg. In that instant, the enemy, as if struck by a hammer, staggered uncontrollably. The next second, two blooms of blood blossomed, quickly staining his clothes red. Thud! He crumpled onto the rooftop, moaning and out of the fight. This was the first casualty since the start of the battle, so the entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a second at that moment. The detectives from the Special Service Department reflexively shifted their gaze towards Qiu Tu, as if seeing him for the first time. Meanwhile, the thugs from the extremist organization were taken aback, scrambling for cover and counterattacking in Qiu Tu's direction. But by that time, Qiu Tu had already withdrawn back to cover well in advance, stray bullets whizzing past, hitting the wall he was hiding behind with a bang-bang. But they couldn't harm him in the slightest. And so, under the sudden surprise of Qiu Tu's intervention, the battlefield entered a brief period of calm. Neither side dared to shoot carelessly like before, becoming much more cautious instead. But novices are novices, and even with extreme caution, they could still easily reveal flaws. Thus, it wasn't long before Qiu Tu spotted another enemy leaving their cover, and he decisively moved his gun muzzle, firing 3 shots once again. Pop, pop, pop. Bang! This time, luck was average, and only one of the 3 bullets hit the enemy's right chest, but still succeeded in eliminating the opponent's combat capability. But that was enough. If wounding an enemy badly the first time could be coincidence, doing so again crisply and efficiently the second time was hardly likely to be another coincidence. So, retreat. Retreat. The opponents, who were just a bunch of disorganized soldiers, now saw that Qiu Tu was a sharpshooter and lost their will to fight, quickly carrying their wounded away in a frantic retreat. The low slanted rooftops of the abandoned city provided perfect cover for retreating, so the detectives from the Special Service Department bluffed with a few more shots before letting the enemy flee without pursuing. And as the anti-government army retreated, the detectives from the Special Service Department finally began to emerge from their various covers slowly. They looked at Qiu Tu with complicated expressions, opening their mouths several times as if to speak, but not knowing quite what to say. As the Investigation Bureau's ace department, the Special Service Department enjoyed abundant training resources, handsome remuneration, and always looked down on other departments from their lofty perch. Faced with ordinary agents like Qiu Tu, the detectives of the Special Service Department felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, believing that their abilities far exceeded Qiu Tu's. That's why they told Qiu Tu to hide at the first sign of an ambush, waiting for them to eliminate the enemy. However, the situation didn't unfold as they had envisioned. Their routine training was of little use in real combat. After dozens of shots, only 2 or 3 mobsters were hit. Instead, it was this ordinary agent they had underestimated who stepped up in such a time, effortlessly neutralizing 2 enemies with 2 shots and repelling the enemy attack, all by himself. This caused them to question their life choices, and their gazes at Qiu Tu began to change. Qiu Tu keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere, but he didn't allow himself to become complacent. Instead, he coolly engaged the safety on his weapon, tucked the gun back into his waistband, and warned, "Let's not drop our guard, guys. Be careful of a second enemy attack." After speaking, he turned to Fong Ming. "Agent Fong, should you perhaps report to the bureau chief about the situation here? See if the political department or security section needs to get involved." Upon Qiu Tu's reminder, the other detectives remembered that the danger wasn't fully resolved yet. They quickly began to divide the tasks, some standing guard around, others moving to Qin Shuman's side for protection, and some started to climb onto rooftops to search for clues. As for Fong Ming, he readily pulled out a communicator and began to report to Yinshun. While the Special Service detectives were busy, a clamor of footsteps and shouts suddenly erupted at the entrance of the street. Brother two, hurry, hurry, here, here." About a dozen uniformed detectives, though somewhat disheveled, grasped worn police batons and rushed in haste from the corner of the Western Street. Leading them was an exceptionally burly detective. Standing at 1.90 meters, with a physique like a bear and a back like a tiger, his arms were as thick as the average person's thighs, which unavoidably made one's heart tighten at the sight of him. Unlike the other detectives who carried police batons, He wielded a sledgehammer the size of a fist, his eyes fierce and murderous. If not for the tight-fitting detective uniform that seemed ready to burst, he resembled more a blood-stained mobster than an officer. Special service handling a case. Which department are you from? Seeing the group of unfamiliar, aggressively approaching detectives, the special service detectives standing guard to the west stepped forward vigilantly and sharply halted them. Perhaps intimidated by the newcomer's numbers, his hand even moved toward the pistol at his back, looking as though he would draw it at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu, hearing the noise, also looked over and instantly focused on the muscular leading detective. Atai. Hearing Qiu Tu's call, the strong detective became even more agitated, waving his small sledgehammer and preparing to rush forward. Seeing this, Qiu Tu hurriedly addressed the detaining special service detective. They're temporary investigators from Old Alley Street. I called them to assist with the case. Let them through. Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, the special service detective hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded and stepped aside to let them pass. With the special service no longer obstructing them, the group of temporary detectives hastily came through and surrounded Qiu Tu. After stealthily excluding the views of the others, the burly Atai closed in on Qiu Tu and said in a low voice, "Brother Tu, as soon as we received your message, we rushed over. Did something happen?" Then, with fierce eyes, he glanced at the detective who had initially stopped him and quietly asked, "Did that guy give you trouble?" "Don't worry. Just say the word, and I'll squat by his door tonight, catch him off guard, and give his skull a couple of whacks with a hammer, guaranteeing he won't see tomorrow's sun." Hearing Atai's menacing words, Qiu Tu's gaze fell upon him as he recalled the identity of the group before him. Although his predecessor had been Yin Chen's lackey, his position within the investigation bureau wasn't high, merely a second-class investigator, and his role was in the weak administrative office. So, upon leaving Yin Chen, he had virtually no influence in the entire investigation bureau. Fortunately, the predecessor was a loyal person. After ingratiating himself with Yin Chen, he did not forget the brothers who had struggled with him at the bottom. Therefore, after being promoted to a second-class investigator and gaining a bit of power, the predecessor, using Yin Chen's name, secretly arranged jobs for his dozen or so brothers. Although they were only temporary investigators at the grassroots public security office without ranks or guns, they at least had a regular ration and hope for a permanent position. These brothers did not let down Qiu Tu's loyalty either. After becoming temporary investigators, they still looked up to Qiu Tu as the leading figure. They were always ready to take action. Many of the things Qiu Tu couldn't do personally were handled by them. One could say they were in the same boat with Qiu Tu, sharing both honor and loss. They were Qiu Tu's true direct force in this world. That's why, on receiving a single message from Qiu Tu, they hurried over, armed with police gear. With this in mind, Qiu Tu didn't treat them as outsiders. Instead, he naturally spoke in a low voice. "Did you bring the things I asked you to?" Upon hearing Qiu Tu's question, Atai nodded, then turned to look at a detective with a hooked nose beside him, Eagle. The detective with the hooked nose reached into his coat and pulled out a weighty little cloth bag, handing it to Qiu Tuesday. As it passed from hand to hand, the clang of dully clashing metal came from inside the small cloth bag. Qiu Tu took it, opened it to check, and confirmed it was what he wanted before tucking it into his jacket. Then, he clapped Atai on the shoulder and whispered a few instructions. Atai frowned as he nodded and listened. Their exchange appeared lengthy, but in reality, it lasted only a few brief seconds. So, by the time the detectives from the Special Service Department looked their way, Qiu Tu had already taken the initiative to lead the temporary investigators in search of Fong Ming. No one knew the extent of the arrangements Qiu Tu had secretly made in those short seconds. When they found Fong Ming, he had just ended a communication. Seeing Qiu Tu approach, he took the initiative to say, "Agent Qiu, you've arrived at the right time. I was about to come find you." He said, "I've just finished talking with the bureau chief. Learning about the attack from the Lianjin mobsters, he's extremely furious. He demands that the political department intervene and collaborate with the Special Service Department to jointly investigate and cleanse Xinjia City of the Lianjin mobsters. Due to the current chaos in the city, he has ordered you and Miss Schumann to return to your city villa as soon as possible and not to linger outside. Hearing Fong Ming's words, Qiu Tu covertly glanced at the countdown timer at the top left corner of his vision. 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 12 seconds. The countdown hadn't changed, indicating that Yin Shun likely didn't plan to interrogate him and Qin Schumann ahead of time, but simply wanted to prevent them from going to street crossing. If this were Qiu Tu before the shootout, such a change might have been troubling. But now, all right, no problem. Qiu Tu responded nonchalantly. He even remembered his own plan. With Atai behind him, he said to Fong Ming, "Agent Fong, this is my cousin Atai. He's currently a temporary investigator on Old Alley Street." Hearing about the shootout here, he immediately brought his colleague. Earlier when Qiu Tu came by, Fong Ming had already noticed Atai. After all, in a world where the average height following the catastrophe was around 5'3" to 5'7", the 6'3" Atai stood out like a crane among chickens. Plus, with his broad shoulders and muscular build, it was hard not to draw attention. So, hearing what Qiu Tu said, Fong Ming sized up Atai and showed a look of interest on his face. But he didn't say much, simply nodding his head. "Okay, then leave 3 or 4 to help maintain order here." Hearing Fong Ming's words, Qiu Tu looked at the group of temporary detectives and, after a moment of thought, called out, "Akuin, Monkey, Ashue, you 3 stay with Atai to maintain order here. The rest of you head back to the public security office." After speaking, Qiu Tu made a covert gesture towards the man with the aquiline nose standing next to Atai. The man with the aquiline nose nodded subtly without a word, then led the other temporary detectives away from the scene. After arranging for Atai, Qiu Tu and Fong Ming escorted Qin Schumann back to her townhouse in the city center, while the other special service detectives remained on standby at the scene, maintaining order and waiting for the political department personnel to arrive. On the way back, Qin Schumann sat in the back seat of the old sedan, Fong Ming in the passenger seat, while Qiu Tu drove. The predecessor managed to suck up to Yin Shun and become a detective chiefly because of the rare driving skills in the planning area. The modern-day Qiu Tu, having come from the contemporary era, naturally had no issues with his driving skills either. So, watching Qiu Tu drive steadily, Fong Ming asked curiously, "Agent Qiu, your driving is quite good. Do all from the administrative office have this skill?" Hearing Fong Ming's question, Qiu Tu glanced at the rearview mirror and responded with a smile. The administrative office is there to provide logistical support for various departments after all. We need to have a mix of random talents. Unlike you guys in the Special Service Department, with good treatment, better equipment, and greater power, you just need to train peacefully without worrying about anything else. As he spoke, he feigned a sense of envy. All departments envy you guys and would want to transfer there. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Fong Ming just grunted in assent, not bothering with pleasantries. Although Qiu Tu was somewhat flattering, what he said was true. As one of the 2 ace departments of the Investigation Bureau, the Special Service Department indeed was the division all detectives wished to join. However, the entry threshold for the Special Service Department was high. Even in its early stages, it required physical capabilities far above the ordinary people of this post-cataclysm world. Ordinary detectives simply could not join. With that thought, the image of Atai's muscular and robust stature suddenly popped into Fong Ming's mind, and he was involuntarily intrigued. Then, probing, he asked Agent Qiu that Atai. Seeing Fong Ming taking the bait, a subtle smile crept across Qiu Tu's lips. However, he remained composed and, sticking to the plan, began to introduce Atai with a mix of truth and fiction. "Oh, Atai. He's a distant cousin of mine. He's been daring and combative since childhood, with a hearty temperament, but, well, he's not the brightest bulb in the chandelier. Back when Xinjia City was still the disaster zone, he had joined a gang and got his hands bloodied. Later, when Xinjia City was about to be established, the military came in early to clear out the underground forces. Their gang was eradicated, and he was marked for resisting the military, and had a hideout even after Xinjia City was established. So later, when the bureau chief was recruiting detectives to establish the investigation bureau, he didn't participate in the selection. I received help from his parents when I was young. After I became a detective, he came to rely on me, and I couldn't very well refuse. So I pulled some strings to clean his record and introduced him as a temporary detective on Old Alley Street. Though he's a bit rough and simple-minded, he knows to repay a debt of gratitude. That's why when he heard I was attacked today, he didn't hesitate to bring his colleagues over to help. In just a few sentences, Qiu Tu had laid out Tai's history and character, giving Fong Ming a general impression. Yet he didn't say anything more, as if he was just asking casually. As Qiu Tu drove, he kept stealing glances at Fong Ming from the corner of his eye. Seeing Fong Ming deep in thought, Qiu Tu felt assured that things were likely settled. He had steered the topic towards the Special Service Department precisely to tempt Fong Ming. Being a first-level detective in the Special Service Department, Fong Ming had the power to recommend regular detectives into the Special Service Department. These recommended detectives naturally carried the label of their sponsors and became the direct subordinates of the latter. Therefore, in a situation where the Special Service Department is not yet fully staffed, every team leader will do their utmost to scout for talent and claim it for their own use. That's why Qiu Tu deliberately showed off Tai in front of Fong Ming and casually steered the conversation towards joining the Special Service Department. He was tempting Fong Ming. Once Fong Ming was interested and recommended Tai to the Special Service Department, it would be as though Qiu Tu had planted a spy in the strongest department of the Investigation Bureau, which would make many operations much more convenient. His past life experiences in a fraud syndicate taught Qiu Tu that greed is humanity's greatest original sin, and that wisely exploiting the enemy's greed is the most powerful weapon in the world. This was the case with Fong Ming, as it was with Yin Chen tonight. Xinjia City was designated a planning area just a short year ago. Therefore, many parts were still in disarray and ruin. However, this did not include the districts of the privileged. As the military had come in advance to clean up the underground forces in Xinjia City, the future mid to high-level managers had already sent people to construct their residences in Xinjia City early on. Thus, when Qiu Tu drove to Yin Chen's townhouse in the city, a vast garden greeted his eyes. In the garden, a plethora of precious flowers were meticulously planted. Mutated Dendrobium nobile, mutated allium, and mutated chrysanthemum all vied for bloom, their fragrance overwhelming, like a vibrant oil painting. Along the winding paths, the shrubs were trimmed to perfection. The last rays of the setting sun cast a dreamy glow upon the path, stunningly beautiful. Through the rearview mirror, Qiu Tu glanced back at the dilapidated, old residential buildings and the potholed streets behind him, as if he was looking at two different worlds. Driving through the garden gate and under the scrutinous gaze of the security section agents of the gatehouse, Qiu Tu drove up to the villa's entrance. Upon arriving, Fong Ming got out of the car, first to open the door for Qin Shuman. However, Qin Shuman hesitated, seemingly reluctant to disembark. Seeing her like this, Qiu Tu fell silent for a moment before persuasively hinting, "Miss Shuman, rest assured, the bureau chief won't be angry just because you sneaked out to have fun. I'll explain it to him properly tonight." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Shuman paused for a moment before sighing in relief, as if she had understood, and then gingerly stepped out of the car, holding her dress and bowing her head. As he watched Qin Shuman and Fong Ming step by step enter the dark villa, Qiu Tu's gaze became profound, his eyes unflustered. Then he drove to the backyard, handed over the car to a servant, and also stepped into the villa. 2 hours, 53 minutes, and 51 seconds. 3 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. At 18:15 in the evening, the door to the guest room, where Qiu Tu was temporarily resting, was gently knocked. When Qiu Tu opened the door, standing outside was a maid in her 30s, barrel-waisted and dark-skinned. At the sight of the maid, Qiu Tu's eyes flickered. She was Qin Shuman's personal maid and the key witness who had testified to Qiu Tu's affair with Qin Shuman, Cui Lan. "Agent Qiu, the bureau chief requests your presence," Cui Lan said. Upon hearing Cui Lan's words, Qiu Tu's face remained as calm as a lake surface. He glanced at the countdown timer in the upper left corner of his vision. 0:18. There's no denying it. The golden finger is indeed precise. When it says 5 hours, it means exactly 5 hours. Thinking thus, he took a deep, silent breath, then straightened the collar of his uniform slightly before speaking in a low voice. Thank you. Cui Lan nodded respectfully, but couldn't suppress the schadenfreude smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she turned away to lead the way. Qiu Tu sharply captured the change in her expression, but said nothing. His gaze, however, grew ever more intense. Upon leaving the room, Qiu Tu followed behind Cui Lan. He walked at a measured pace, his demeanor composed. The flickering lights in the hallway cast his tall shadow, like a painting in motion. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of an elegantly decorated study. At the entrance of the study waited a middle-aged man with rimmed glasses and a scholarly demeanor. He was dressed in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, with a duplicitous smile hanging on his face, resembling a sly fox. Qiu Tu recognized him. He was the director of the political department at the Xinjie City Investigation Bureau, Yin Chen's right-hand man, his chief strategist, Jiu. Despite his genteel and courteous appearance, only those who had truly dealt with him knew how cruel and bloody his methods could be. The political department's reputation for instilling fear throughout Xinjie City was largely due to him. Each midnight, the blurred corpses carried out from the political department could be attributed to this sly fox more often than not. He was like a shadow cast by the Investigation Bureau's vast reach, silently penetrating every corner of the city, unfathomable and omnipresent. Thus, upon seeing Jiu, Qiu Tu immediately became alert. He quickly stopped and saluted Jiu. Sir. It seemed that Jiu had been waiting specifically for Qiu Tu's day. Upon seeing him, Jiu sized him up and then asked with a smile, Qiu Tu? After seeing Qiu Tu nod, Jiu's smile grew wider. The bureau chief is waiting for you. Please. Having said that, he turned and opened the study's grand door, gesturing for Qiu Tu to enter. The light within the study was dim. Qiu Tu couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but the open door felt like the gaping maw of a beast, ready to devour anyone at any moment. Today, however, he was prepared for a walk in the tiger's den. So without revealing any emotion, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Yin Chen's study was spacious, but dimly lit. The large windows were draped with two thick curtains that blocked all outside light, casting large shadows. The only light in the study came from a desk lamp, which was dimmed to illuminate only a small area of the large rosewood desk. Yin Chen sat behind that desk in the shadows, where only his silhouette was faintly visible. Good day, Bureau Chief. Upon seeing the overlord of Xinjie City, Qiu Tu quickly straightened up and gave a respectful salute. But there was no response. Keeping his salute, Qiu Tu tried to discern Yin Chen's expression, but the room was too dark to see anything clearly. He just felt that Yin Chen was observing him, a chilling gaze that made one's scalp tingle and shudder in fear. After about a dozen seconds, a dull hum came from the shadows. At ease. Qiu Tu let out a sigh of relief, lowered his hand, and then used his peripheral vision to scan the study. There was more than just Yin Chen in the study. Apart from Jiu, who had led Qiu Tu in and now stood beside Yin Chen, Fang Ming was also present, standing not far from Qiu Tu. Upon seeing Fang Ming, Qiu Tu's heart stirred, and he had a rough guess. It looked like his arrangements from the afternoon might have had an effect. Indeed, accompanying this thought, Jiu, who stood by Yin Chen's side, slowly began to speak. With a mocking smile, he looked at Qiu Tu and praised. I hear. Agent Chiou has excellent marksmanship. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu replied earnestly, Sir, my subordinate's marksmanship is quite ordinary. Oh, is that so? Jiu said with an exaggerated expression of surprise, but that's not what I heard. His gaze swept over Fang Ming, who stood to the side, and he said with a sly grin, Did you know that in just a few short hours, the news of a sharpshooter from the administrative office, repelling the United Front with 6 shots, has spread throughout the entire investigation bureau? Even some staff members at the city hall have heard of it. On my way here, I received at least 3 communications, all concerning you. Qiu Tu didn't directly answer Jia Shu's question. He turned to look at Yin Shun and then sincerely said, Bureau Chief, you personally chose me to join the Investigation Bureau. You are aware of my abilities. I'm all right with driving and handling matters, but my marksmanship is truly lacking. Yin Shun, seated in the shadows, sat upright in his chair, his gaze deep and tiger-like as he watched Qiu Tu without a word. Jia Shu adjusted the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile, Agent Qiu, are you implying that this matter is a fabrication? Qiu Tu shook his head. No, it's not fabricated, but there's more to the story. Speaking, he glanced at Fong Ming beside him and earnestly said, Agent Fong was at the scene at the time. He saw how formidable the United Front was. The Special Service Department attacked with full firepower for over a minute and failed to injure a single member of the United Front. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Fong Ming's face suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. But in front of Yin Shun, he dared not hide anything and could only nod slightly, speaking in a grave voice, yes. Having said that, he also took the initiative to admit his mistake. It's our lack of sufficient training and lack of real combat experience that led to disarray in our ranks. But Bureau Chief, believe me, as long as... He was only halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by Qiu Tu. Agent Fong, don't underestimate yourself. Fong Ming frowned and looked at Qiu Tu, not understanding what Qiu Tu was really trying to say. But Qiu Tu didn't even look at him, gazing directly at Yin Shun as he said, Bureau Chief, the agents of the Special Service Department are actually very capable. It's just that, today the United Front was intentionally avoiding their attacks. Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Jia Shu's smile did not reach his eyes, as he said, Agent Qiu must be joking. In battle, isn't avoiding enemy attacks the very intention, rather than intentionally getting hit by the enemy? After speaking, Jia Shu seemed to have thought of something, suddenly paused, and narrowed his eyes at Qiu Tu. At this moment, Qiu Tu finally revealed the first smile since entering the room. He nodded and said, Correct. Those few shots of mine were intentionally allowed by them to hit. Perhaps because Qiu Tu's words seemed too preposterous, the study fell silent for a moment. After a while, Fong Ming looked at Qiu Tu, completely perplexed, and said, Qiu Tu, what are you talking about? They let you hit them on purpose. But before he could finish, the normally reticent Yin Shun suddenly spoke up, Fong Ming, get out. Fong Ming looked at Yin Shun in the shadows with a face full of surprise, not understanding why he was suddenly being ordered to leave. But Yin Shun offered no explanation, only staring at him with that deep gaze. The heavy pressure swept over him, causing beads of sweat to form on Fong Ming's forehead. After a moment, he lowered his head. Yes, Bureau Chief. Having said that, he saluted and walked quickly out of the study. As the study door closed behind him, Yin Shun slowly straightened up, his tiger-like eyes ominously fixed on Qiu Tu. Tell me what exactly happened. Qiu Tu responded and then slowly began, Bureau Chief, it's a long story, starting from when we hung up the communication. He said, After I hung up your call, I returned to Miss Schumann's side and took the initiative to tell her about the communication with you. She was startled, then asked me how I dealt with it. I told her that I brushed you off with an excuse that wouldn't arouse your suspicion, and once again expressed my affections for her. Perhaps she saw that as my letter of challenge, so she finally stopped acting and hinted to me in a veiled manner that her identity was extraordinary. As long as I remained loyal to her, she could guarantee my prosperity and riches. And to prove her power to me, she said she would also send me a welcoming gift. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yin Shun asked deeply, A welcome gift? Qiu Tu nodded, yes. Then he gestured towards Jia Shu and confirmed, It's exactly what Chief Jia mentioned earlier, repelling the United Front with 6 shots. Back when I was at my home, Miss Schumann had already told me that she would arrange for the United Front to attack. She told me to be on my guard and not to get accidentally injured. She also told me that this attack was designed to make me famous. During the incident, members of the United Front would deliberately expose their weaknesses for me to shoot and even deliberately walk into my bullets. Afterwards, I will be celebrated for repelling them all by myself. To ensure that the Special Service Department wouldn't steal my thunder, the members of the United Front would do everything possible to avoid getting hit by the agents of the Special Service Department. So, even if there were some good opportunities for a counterattack on the scene, they would pretend not to see them. After listening to Qiu Tu's exaggerated yet somewhat reasonable explanation, Yin Chen's gaze was deep, his inner thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Jiashu squinted his eyes, the gaze behind his glasses flickering nonstop, as if he was constantly contemplating. The pace on the scene was now in Qiu Tu's hands, so seeing that the two men were silent, Qiu Tu also shut his mouth, saying nothing. For a time, the room fell into an eerie silence. As time ticked away second by second, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Just when the tension was about to reach its peak, Jiashu snapped back to reality. He looked at Yin Chen and, seeing no objection from him, he forced a smile and took the initiative to break the deadlock. Qiu Tu, all you've said is just your side of the story. Do you have any additional details or evidence? Qiu Tu had prepared thoroughly when he planned everything, so he declared confidently, of course, 1. Since I knew in advance about the United Front's attack, I was mentally prepared early on. This allowed me to react first and rush to protect Miss Schumann when the attack occurred, while the trained agents of the Special Service Department were still unresponsive, thus continuing the plan. 2. Knowing that the target of the United Front's attack was neither Miss Schumann nor myself, when Agent Fong Ming arranged for me to retreat first while protecting Miss Schumann, I did not retreat. Instead, I waited on the side for an opportunity. 3. Because I was aware of the intended outcome of this play, and at Miss Schumann's request, I sent a message to the old Alley Street Public Security Office in advance, asking backup agents to come and assist, actually to increase the number of eyewitnesses and magnify the impact of the incident. The heads can verify these points by inquiring with Agent Fong Ming or agents from the Special Service Department and the old Alley Street Public Security Office. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yinshin gestured indifferently towards Jiashu. Jiashu bowed slightly in acknowledgement, then left the study to verify the information. After Jiashu had left, only Qiu Tu and Yinshin remained in the room. Yinshin stared at Qiu Tu for a while, then picked up a cigarette case from the mahogany desk and pulled out a cigarette. He put the cigarette in his mouth and then fished out a matchbox. Scratch. Accompanied by the sound of the match striking, a flame burst forth in the dim study. Yin Shun brought the flame close, lit the cigarette, then shook out the matchstick and tossed it into the ashtray. Qiu Tu watched silently the entire time, not speaking. Having lit his cigarette, Yin Shun smoked and played with the matchbox, clack clack, shaking it quietly. After doing this for a while, he exhaled twin dragons of smoke from his nose and began to speak distantly. Qin Schumann could not possibly be an informant. You have been looking for the wrong excuse from the very beginning. Perhaps because of the certainty in Yin Chen's words. For a moment, Qiu Tu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he felt an ominous premonition. Yin Chen didn't look at Qiu Tuesday. He silently smoked his cigarette and said slowly, "In your communication, you said she had several suspicious points. For example, she just arrived in Xinjia City, yet she seems to know Xinjia City very well. For instance, she clearly comes from the lower class, yet her skin is smooth, fair, and without a single scar or callus. Another thing is, with Xinjia City being so large and chaotic, why such a beauty just happened to be found by me." As he spoke, Yinshin looked profoundly at Qiu Tu. "The doubts you found do seem very reasonable. But you've overlooked the most important point. That is, the origin story of Qin Schumann I told you is fake." Hearing Yin Chen's words, Qiu Tu's pupils slightly contracted, a bolt of shock flashing through his mind. Yin Chen lowered his head and took a drag of his cigarette, continuing, "Qin Schumann was not a disaster zone refugee I found while on patrol. She was a cloned female body presented to me by the Qin family. This technology predates the cataclysm." Surrounded by swirling smoke, His voice seemed even more ethereal. Humans are a very resilient species. The great cataclysm of 40 years ago nearly wiped out humanity, but still, some people stubbornly survived. Among these people, the majority are ordinary folks, but a small portion are national leaders, wealthy businessmen with control over various means of production, and scientists with core technologies. In the first few years of the cataclysm, they laid low to conserve their strength. But after the cataclysm ended, they burst forth from the soil, using their core competitive advantages to grow and multiply through blood and interest in the various cataclysm-affected cities, eventually forming clans and interest groups of various sizes. And the Qiu family is one of them. The technology they possess is cloned female bodies. At this point, Qiu paused, looking at Qiu Tu dispassionately. Over the years, the sanctuary has been expanding into the disaster zones, establishing a number of planning areas, which inevitably leads to conflicts with the existing powers in those disaster zones. Faced with these established powers, the sanctuary typically uses two methods to resolve issues. One is cooperation. Collaborate with clans and interest groups willing to side with the sanctuary by conceding some positions in the governing hall and the investigation bureau, absorbing them to jointly govern the planning areas. Like Feng Ming, he became a first-level detective in a crucial department at such a young age with no remarkable accomplishments, simply because his family elders hold high positions in the investigation bureau. The other is suppression. Resolutely suppress, without mercy, the underground organizations, dark forces, and some clans and interest groups that are unwilling to cooperate. The United Front, those disgusting vermin, are merely the remnants who luckily escaped our crackdown. As for how to distinguish which clans and interest groups are willing to cooperate and which are not, as he spoke, Qiu exhaled his last puff of smoke, snuffing out the glowing cigarette, but in the ashtray that is determined by the investigation bureau chiefs of each planning area. After finishing, he looked deeply at Qiu Tu and summed up, "So, the Qiu family dare not offend me. Not just offend, they have even been secretly pledging allegiance to me since 4 years ago." And Qiu Shuman was a cloned female body specifically found and cultivated to my taste by them. Because the technology isn't perfect, so her lifespan isn't long, just a few short years. You mean such a woman with that identity was a spy planted beside me by City Hall? And today, she even helped you make a name for yourself. In the end, Qiu crossed his hands and rested his chin on them, looking at Qiu Tu with interest. At this moment, watching Qiu's cat-and-mouse game expression and listening to his explanations that were detailed to the point of mockery, Qiu Tu felt like cursing. He finally understood why crisis intuition in its second hint reminded him. Your lies still have some loopholes that won't hold up to scrutiny. This wasn't some loopholes, this was nothing but holes. Who could have imagined that everyone treated Qiu as a brother, yet he played mind games with his brothers, going so far as to fabricate the background of his own mistress. However, he also knew that now was not the time for regret or frustration. After all, regret and frustration wouldn't help the situation at all and might even cut off his last avenue of escape. So he had to calm down and find a way to break the game. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu slowly composed his emotions, and his mind began to operate at high speed. At this time, his work experience for many years in a fraud group finally came into play. During those years working in a fraud group, Qiu Tu received comprehensive scam training, which included not only how to see through a person's weaknesses, but also how to continue the scam after being exposed. Therefore, he quickly assembled the clues he knew and adjusted his plan. Soon, he had a plan in mind. Possibly because he had a plan, he no longer panicked. So the next second, Qiu Tu naturally began his second performance. He didn't make any defense, but instead showed a timely expression of confusion and then asked Qiu, Bureau Chief, "Are you sure that everything you just said is true? There's something wrong with this matter. The Qiu Shuman you're talking about and the Qiu Shuman I've been in contact with don't match up at all. The one who lies will explain when someone points out the loopholes. The one who tells the truth will first suspect that there is something wrong with the other party. Then, Qiu Tu accurately pointed out the flaws in Yin Chen's previous statements. He said, "Additionally, Bureau Chief, even if everything you say is true, it doesn't clear Qin Shuman of suspicion. After all, Qin Shuman was cloned and raised by the Qin family the entire time. No one knows what they taught her during her upbringing. The Qin family might have taught her to be forever loyal to you, or they might have instructed her to gather secrets around you." Hearing Qiu Tu's rebuttal, Yin Chen's smile slowly faded, and his face became expressionless. Seeing this, Qiu Tu's heart settled a bit, and he continued to point out the problems in Yin Chen's logic chain. "Furthermore, you said the Qin family doesn't dare to offend you because you hold the life and death of the Qin family. Allow your subordinate to make a bold assumption. If you truly can control the life and death of the Qin family, wouldn't you also be able to easily handle the other clans and organizations of Xinjia City? As the investigation bureau chief of Xinjia City, you can easily handle the various clans and organizations of the entire city. So can the bureau chiefs of other cities also easily handle their city's clans and organizations?" At this point, Qiu Tu paused and then quietly asked, "Then, what's the point of sanctuaries establishing city halls in various cities? Why not just let the investigation bureau be in charge of all the city's big and small matters?" Upon hearing Qiu's words, Yin-Chen did not speak for a moment, and the atmosphere in the study room suddenly became silent. Seeing this, Qiu Tu knew he had made the right bet. He didn't show it on his face, but inwardly he was already unceasingly cursing Yin-Chen's ancestors. This old bastard was indeed trying to deceive him. No wonder he felt something was off when he was listening. If the investigation bureaus of each city were really that powerful, wouldn't that render the municipal committees powerless? How could the sanctuaries and municipal committees possibly allow such a powerful department to exist? This simply didn't make sense. Of course, Qiu Tu didn't think that Yin Shan would lie about such a matter. He surmised that Yin Shan was most likely concealing part of the truth. For instance, the bureau chief of the investigation bureau might indeed be able to determine whether a clan or organization was suitable for cooperation, but only had the right to investigate, not the decision-making power. Such a significant affair is likely to be reported to City Hall, where the municipal committee would discuss and decide. Therefore, even if the investigation bureau chief concludes through investigation that a certain clan is not suitable for cooperation, City Hall could disregard this investigation, send it back, and ask the investigation bureau to reinvestigate. This is in line with Qiu Tu's understanding of the power structure in the planning area. Just now, Yin-Chen obviously played a game of words, deceiving Qiu Tu momentarily. Realizing this, Qiu Tu felt even more confident. He was just about to press his advantage when suddenly, at that moment, the study door was flung open from the outside. Qiu Tu looked toward the door and saw Jiu walk in. Upon entering the study, he closed the door behind him, then walked slowly over to Yin-Chen, bent down, and whispered a few sentences in Yin-Chen's ear. The study was very quiet, so even though Jiu's voice was soft, Qiu Tu still vaguely heard parts of the key conversation, such as, "At the time of the attack, Qiu Tu was indeed the first to react. Fang Ming did indeed command Qiu Tu to protect Qin Shuman and evacuate, but Qiu Tu didn't evacuate. The old alley street public security office did indeed receive a distress call from Qiu Tu right at the start of the shootout." Qiu Tu looked calmly at Yin-Chen and Jiu, feeling even more settled, and then he timely presented the most heavyweight piece of evidence. "Bureau Chief, perhaps you think that everything I've said is just empty talk, which is why you don't trust me. But, in fact, I have evidence." As he spoke, Qiu Tu took out the cloth bag that Atai had brought from within his coat. He stepped forward, placed the cloth bag on the mahogany desk, and then respectfully retreated to his original place. Jiu glanced at Yin-Chen, and upon receiving an affirmative look, he walked to the desk, reached out to pick up the cloth bag, and opened it to take a look. At the first glance at the items inside, he was unconcerned, but the second, his pupils contracted sharply, and with a bit of disbelief, he reached in and fiddled in the bag. After a moment, he quickly walked to Yin-Chen's side and said in a low but rapid voice, "Bureau Chief, take a look." Upon hearing Jiashu's words, Yinshin looked up at the cloth bag. At that instant, Qiu Tu clearly saw Yinshin's figure pause for a moment. The next second, Yinshin looked at Qiu Tu with a grave expression and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know what this is?" Qiu Tu first nodded, then shook his head. "I only know a little. Miss Schumann only told me this thing could change my fate, could give me incredible power. But she didn't elaborate. She only said that as long as I continued to work for her, she would give me even more." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yinshin took the cloth bag, tilted it towards the mahogany desk. Clang, clang. The first things to fall out were several silver yuan, followed by a few little goldfish. It wasn't until the very end that a half-translucent, sea-blue stone, twinkling with faint light, fell onto the desk with a clang. It was, unmistakably, cataclysmic material, Aurora stone. Seeing this precious material obtained from golden finger fall onto the table, Qiu Tu felt no regret. On the contrary, he watched with composure as a flash of greed passed through Yinshin's eyes and recalled that phrase once more. Greed is the most powerful weapon in the world. Yinshin was about to fall for it. The performance during the new book period is very important, so I kindly ask everyone to follow along every day, cast recommendation, and monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Updates of 2 to 3 chapters daily, 600 to 700 words. Updated at 12, noon, and midnight. In fact, from the moment he obtained the Aurora Stone, Qiu Tu had considered how to handle this cataclysm material. Despite just reading the introduction, he knew it was very valuable. But, no matter how valuable, Qiu Tu could not use it now. Looking at the introduction of the Aurora Stone, with phrases like one of the cataclysm materials used in potion formulations for creating cataclysmic items, were these things that Qiu Tu could currently achieve? It simply wasn't realistic. For someone with Qiu Tu's carefree character, something that wasn't immediately useful was just waste. And coincidentally, this waste was also of high value, so naturally, Qiu Tu considered using it as bait. The person he intended to fish for, of course, was Yinshin, who was now in control of Qiu Tu's fate. Offering the Aurora Stone to Yinshin would make it easier to gain his trust. After all, with Qiu Tu's current status, it was utterly impossible for him to have obtained an Aurora Stone. Where could it have come from then? Looking into the people he could have come into contact with these past few days, the only suspect could be the unidentified Qin Schumann. This way, Qin Schumann would completely cement the identity that Qiu Tu had concocted for her, and Qiu Tu's crisis would be neatly resolved. Secondly, one must be willing to sacrifice something small to gain something greater. During his previous life, working within a fraud syndicate, Qiu Tu had seen plenty of such phishing tactics. First, throw out some sweeteners, arouse the target's greed, then step-by-step lure the person deeper into the abyss. Now, the same strategy worked on Yinshin. As long as he coveted the Aurora Stone, desiring more of them or wanting to unearth the channels where they could be obtained, he would need to maintain Qiu Tu as a connection. When that time came, Qiu Tu would slowly reel him in, allowing him to taste the sweetness but never letting him be fully satisfied, leading him step by step into the trap. And during this process, Qiu Tu would also continue to grow until he completely turned the tables. While Qiu Tu was pondering over this, Yinshin, who had finished examining the Aurora Stone, also spoke up. His expression had clearly softened a lot, and he wasn't so stern anymore. He fondled the Aurora Stone in his hand, his voice hoarse as he said, "Qiu Tuesday, don't blame me for not trusting you enough before. After all, Schumann is my closest confidant. It's hard for me to believe that she would betray me without seeing irrefutable evidence." Qiu Tu nodded, expressing understanding, his expression open and honest. Yinshin fell silent for a while upon seeing this. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Qiu Tu, slightly puzzled, and asked, "However, even though I now believe what you have told me, there's still something I don't quite understand." "Qiu Tu, please speak, Bureau Chief." Yinshin neatly aligned the silver yuan, little goldfish, and the Aurora Stone on the table, then gestured with his hand. "The conditions offered by Qin Schumann were quite generous. Why didn't you accept them, and instead chose to report to me? Moreover, From where did you get the courage to suspect and investigate my closest confidant? Were you not afraid I would secretly execute you to keep it quiet?" Before his words fell, a trace of invisible killing intent quietly spread out. But Qiu Tu was not frightened in the least. Intimidate someone else. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Keeping me now means he's interested. Thinking this, he looked straight at Yin Shun, his face serious as he replied, "Bureau Chief, because I desperately want to make progress. Even though I am already a second-class investigator, I am not satisfied. I want to be a first-level detective, an investigator chief, an office head, or even a deputy director. Also, I don't want to be confined to departments like the administrative office anymore. I want to transfer to the special service department, the political department, the security section, or even I'd be willing to work at a grassroots public security office. So, I had to take a gamble. Otherwise, I would be filled with regret." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Jiaxu beside, Yinshin adjusted the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and responded with a half-smile. "Agent Chiou is quite frank indeed. I thought you were going to say it was all because of your loyalty to the bureau chief." Qiu Tu followed with a laugh. That would have been too hypocritical. Listening to their conversation, Yinshin quietly contemplated while fiddling with the Aurora stone. After a moment, he raised his eyes to look at Qiu Tu and said expressionlessly, "Since you have such ambition, I am willing to give you an opportunity. Do you not want to advance? Then I will let you advance. Starting today, you will be transferred to work in the political department, promoted to the position of first-level detective." Hearing Yin Chen's words, Qiu Tu's pupils contracted slightly. While he had anticipated that Yin Shun would offer him something sweet, he had not expected it to be so substantial. It seemed that his rank was only raised by one level, but being transferred from the weaker administrative office to the most powerful political department meant his actual power had increased by more than tenfold. Moreover, don't think that there's only a small difference between a first-level detective and a second-class investigator. A first-level detective is already qualified to lead a team, to be a team captain, the captain of the political department. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Yin Shun seemed to have given a bit too much. How did it feel like he was the one being hooked? Thinking this way, he couldn't help but glance at Jiaxu, the head of the political department. But at that moment, Jiaxu's expression remained unchanged, his smile even brighter than before. Seeing Jiaxu's reaction, Qiu Tu had an ominous premonition. His past life experience with the fraud group taught him. Pies don't just fall from the sky for no reason. If a pie does fall, it's likely laced with a potion. When you're coveting someone else's pie, they may well be coveting your behind. Indeed, after handing Qiu Tu such a big pie, Yinshin spoke up. He looked at Qiu Tu with an unfazed demeanor and slowly said, "But this position is not given to you for nothing. You have to do something for me." Qiu Tu thought to himself, Here it comes, it's happening." He rallied his full attention, eager to know what Yinshin intended to have him do. Then he heard Yinshin say, "Since Qin Schumann is a thorn planted by the city hall by my side, it seems the Qin family must have already betrayed me. So go and pluck it out for me. Within 7 days, I want to see evidence sufficient to destroy the Qin family laid out on my desk." Qiu Tu. At that moment, upon hearing Yin Chen's words, the only thought in Qiu Tu's mind was, "What? Me?" He felt like the flabbergasted bumbler in Journey to the West. Was the Qin family one of the top 3 major clans in Xinjia City? Their family business spans across numerous domains, from illegal medical practices to underground brothels, from casinos to usury, all in the gray area. Well before Xinjia City was designated as a planning area, the Qin family was already one of the dominant forces, not only nurturing over 1,000 underlings, but also armed to the teeth with gunmen and well-trained private soldiers. What kind of evidence could possibly bring down such high-level forces in the nascent, stabilizing Xinjia City? Murder? Arson? Stop kidding. In this cataclysm-ridden chaos, which clan hasn't killed some people? Which hasn't lit a few fires for entertainment? How could they possibly be brought down? Thinking this, Qiu Tu felt utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiaxu, who had been standing beside Yin Shun, adjusted his gold-framed glasses and began to speak. He looked at Qiu Tu with a smile that was not quite a smile and said, "Qiu Tu, don't worry too much about this mission. You are now a part of our political department, and we will certainly not let you fight this battle alone. We will try our best to create some conditions for you and offer some support." Hearing Jia Shu's words, Qiu Tu also came back to reality. Right. With such a powerful force as the Qin family, how could one possibly bring them down alone? Then, he heard Jia Shu say, with a chuckle, "When the time comes, I will have the bureau chief arrange for Miss Schumann to return home for a visit. As the head of her security team, you will accompany her to stay with the Qin family, and then start your investigation. With Miss Schumann's trust and high regard for you, I believe you can dig out the secrets of the Qin family smoothly and then complete the mission." Hearing Jia Shu's words, a jolt went through Qiu Tu's heart. At this moment, Jia Shu continued, "Moreover, I can point out a direction for your investigation. You reported to the bureau chief earlier that you suspected Miss Schumann was one of the city hall's people, but this suspicion has no evidence. However, Miss Schumann's connection with the United Front is something you've witnessed yourself. So you might have guessed Miss Schumann's camp wrong. Perhaps she and the Qin family are not City Hall people, but supporters of an anti-government organization." By the end, Jia Shu's gaunt face revealed a cruel smile, the transparent lenses of his glasses flashing cold light. "Investigate in this direction, and you won't go wrong." At that moment, Qiu Tu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him thoroughly chilled. Cruel. Too cruel. This move of going with the flow had blocked all his retreats and excuses. He had personally witnessed Qin Schumann bribing him and had personally witnessed Qin Schumann commanding the United Front to help him gain fame and fortune. Whether Qin Schumann and the Qin family were City Hall people was debatable, but they definitely had ties with the United Front. And since Qin Schumann did not avoid him when colluding with the United Front, he should be able to easily find the evidence of collusion between the Qin family and the United Front upon investigation. While murder and arson might not bring down the Qin family, collusion with the anti-government armed forces, a grave crime, would surely suffice. So, he either had to produce irrefutable evidence of the Qin family's collusion with the United Front, withstand the Qin family's retaliation, destroy the entire Qin family, and completely prove himself. Or, the lies would fall apart by themselves. This was a pincer tactic that left no way out. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu's emotions rapidly withdrew, and he forced himself to calm down. Perhaps his mindset had shifted, but he felt that the previously bright study seemed much darker again. Darkness closed in from all directions, and only the circle of pale yellow light cast by the lamp on the mahogany desk held its ground, struggling against the gloom. Yin Shun and Jia Shu, either seated or standing, watched him from within the darkness, one expressionless, the other with a smile that was not quite a smile, making his scalp tingle. While suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Qiu Tu's mind raced, swiftly considering his options. Time ticked by second. After a moment, he finally came to a decision. He intentionally furrowed his brows and said, "Officer, I think the investigative direction you've pointed out is absolutely correct. But isn't it too hasty? Miss Schumann just bought me off today, and immediately after that, the bureau chief is arranging her to go back to the Qin family for a visit. I've also been promoted and am accompanying her back to the Qin family. Such an obvious arrangement, practically writing conspiracy on our faces. The Qin family will surely see through it." Jia Shu looked at Qiu Tu with interest. "So your suggestion is?" Qiu Tu spoke seriously. "I think we shouldn't have the bureau chief arrange her to visit home, but rather she should take the initiative to ask for it." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, the eyes behind Jia Shu's glasses flickered slightly, as if he were pondering. But Qiu Tu didn't give him time to think and directly voiced his own thoughts. He pointed at the Aurora stone on the table and said, "Although I don't know the purpose of this stone, seeing how Miss Schumann, the bureau chief, and you, sir, treat it with such solemnity, it must be a treasure that interests everyone. I hope the department can provide me with more treasures like this and inform me of the relevant intelligence." Afterwards, I will take these treasures and intelligence to meet Miss Schumann, telling her I have made significant gains and want to report to her and have her arrange my next move. But it's impossible to discuss such secretive matters in the bureau chief's villa, so I will suggest that she take the initiative to ask the bureau chief to return home to visit relatives. The reason will be that she was frightened in this attack. That way, everything will be completely logical and will not only not arouse Miss Schumann's and the Qiu family suspicions, but Miss Schumann and the Qiu family will even trust me more because I brought so many letters of challenge. I can also investigate the evidence of the Qiu family's collusion with the United Front more quickly. As Qiu Tu finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Yin Shun and Jia Shu both fell silent. Did Qiu Tu's words make sense? They did. Was the plan more refined? Indeed it was. But both of them just felt that something wasn't quite right. Why should the cataclysm materials that were just acquired and not yet warmed up be returned, and even more be given to the other party? Why does it feel like a scam? Could it be that Qiu Tu is planning to abscond with the treasure? After quietly contemplating for a while, Yin Shin spoke. He gazed deeply at Qiu Tu before saying hoarsely, "Qiu Tu, this treasure is called the Aurora Stone, and although it is not particularly valuable, it is a controlled item. Even I cannot simply take it out of the department. So while your plan is good, but I still need to think it over carefully." After saying that, he paused, waved his hand. "For tonight, you should go back and rest. Tomorrow, I will have someone send you a response." Upon hearing Yin Chen's words, Qiu Tu's gaze flickered slightly, somewhat surprised. He wasn't wrong. Qiu Tu's plan was actually a checkmate, intending to trap him deeply and completely disorder the situation, then to look for a new way to break the game. He even considered, if unable to find a solution, to flee far away with the spoils of cataclysm materials and a beauty. Yet, to his surprise, he didn't agree. This instantly deepened Qiu Tu's understanding of the value of the Aurora Stone. If the Aurora Stone is truly that valuable, then Yin Shun would never be willing to give up on this lead, right? So, can I play an even bigger game? As these thoughts flowed through his mind, Qiu Tu seemed to have found the key to breaking the game. In this way, with the three of them each harboring their own schemes, Qiu Tu was escorted out of the study by Jia Shu. Once out of the study, Qiu Tu took the initiative to salute and bid farewell to Jia Shu. Jia Shu didn't say much, only patting Qiu Tu on the shoulder with a smile that was not quite a smile, saying, "Not bad, very good indeed." And as Qiu Tu left, he consistently felt as though there was a gaze following him, like a haunting presence behind him. That sensation persisted until Qiu Tu turned a corner and it finally disappeared. When that sensation had completely vanished, Qiu Tu slowly let out a breath of relief, and it was at this moment he noticed the crisis countdown in the upper left corner of his vision had also begun to change slowly. Qiu Tu's steps faltered slightly, but the next second they resumed their normal pace. While continuing to walk without any outward change, he glanced toward the upper left corner of his vision. Similar to last time, several new prompts popped up in front of Qiu Tu. "Congratulations on successfully navigating the recent crisis, but you have also drawn Yin Chen's attention. He has developed a certain curiosity about your changes, secrets, and the lies you've concocted. Fortunately, he is in the midst of a massive storm vortex and does not wish to invest too much energy in someone as weak as you for the time being. Cherish the calm before the storm, for you have only 24 hours of rest time." As the prompts ended, the hourglass slowly transformed into a treasure chest. Unlike the treasure chest that opened directly last time, this chest turned gray and had a 24-hour countdown timer on it. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Qiu Tu. The good news. There was no new countdown, meaning he was at least safe for the night. The bad news. The reward would have to wait 24 hours, and this time, he made it through not because Yin Shin trusted him, but because he had caught Yin Shin's interest. Plainly speaking, his lies did not fool Yin Shin, but the Aurora Stone had successfully piqued Yin Shin's greed, preventing him from making a move against him. Although he had anticipated this possibility during the last gamble, Qiu Tu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, Having such a clever boss takes away the sense of achievement, doesn't it? He still preferred the simple mode and didn't enjoy walking a tightrope like this. If only he could draw a difficulty reduction golden finger next time. While envisioning such future possibilities in his heart, Qiu Tu walked outside. Stepping out of the villa, the moonlight was like water, draping the tranquil night in a mysterious and enchanting blue veil. After the cataclysm, the moon turned azure blue because the Earth's atmosphere was filled with tiny particles slightly larger than 0.7 micrometers, the size of red waves. These fine particles scatter the red light, hence the blue moon seen by those below the surface. What a severely polluted world. Qiu Tu sighed internally as he strode through the garden. In the garden, various flowers were faintly visible under the blue moon, emitting a light fragrance as they swayed gently in the evening breeze, like whispering sprites. However, Qiu Tu, preoccupied with his thoughts, had no interest in admiring them. Leaving the garden and reaching the guard post, Qiu Tu saw two familiar figures crouching by the road, Atai and Eagle. Shoulder to shoulder, they both had their hands crossed, squatting like oversized penguins by the roadside. Atai had a wild grass in his mouth, chewing it as he looked up, while Eagle was vigilantly scanning the surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Perhaps because the postures and actions of both were so bizarre, the detective from the security section at the guard post was staring at them intently. They probably would have been driven away if not for their detective uniforms. Eagle was the first to notice Qiu Tu's emergence. He gently nudged Atai and hurriedly stood up to greet him, Brother Tuesday. Atai, on the other hand, was much more upbeat. Seeing Qiu Tu, he spat the wild grass from his mouth with a tue and shouted as he ran over, "Bro, you're out." Watching the two figures, one tall, one short, charging towards him, Qiu Tu was initially taken aback, then a warm surge filled his heart. Meanwhile, in Yin Chen's study, the lighting was as dim as ever, and Yin Chen was still obscure in the darkness. "Have you checked all the people around him?" Sitting opposite him, Chiou smiled and said, "Checked. They're all nothing but riffraff and hooligans. They couldn't possibly have had access to cataclysm materials. He used your name to place these people as temporary detectives in the grassroots public security office, so it wasn't hard to check, and the accuracy of the information is quite reliable." Yin Chen gave a sardonic laugh, his voice hoarse as he said, "He sure has a sense of loyalty." Having made this remark, Yin Chen fell silent, and the room slowly quieted down. After a while, Yin Chen spoke again. "So, the only way he could have come into contact with an Aurora Stone is through the Qin family?" Chiou nodded. "In theory, that's how it should be. But my intuition tells me it's not." Yin Chen also shook his head. "I also feel it's not." He toyed with the Aurora Stone in his hand. "That kid thinks he can easily fool everyone with a story as bizarre as a fantasy. He's deluding himself. He definitely has a secret, a big one at that. But I don't have time to pay attention to such a minor character right now." Hearing Yin Chen's words, Chiou tentatively asked, "Then should I just take him into custody?" "You should know my methods. No one can last a night, can they?" He made a gesture of torture. Yin Chen hesitated for a second, but ultimately shook his head. "No need. If he was able to obtain an Aurora Stone, there must be someone behind him. Lately, City Hall has been keeping a close eye on me. I don't want to stir up unnecessary trouble." As he spoke, he paused, then continued, "Let him and the Qin family dog eat dog. He wants to bring the letter of challenge to the Qin family, doesn't he? Then give it to him. Cataclysm materials are controlled resources. We can't give those to him." "But didn't we arrest a pharmacist selling contraband potions on Xiaofeng Street today?" As he spoke, Yinshin put the Aurora Stone, the gold bars, and silver yuan back into the cloth bag and tossed it to Chiou. "Arrange for someone to bring out that pharmacist tomorrow and send him over with these things. A pharmacist capable of making cataclysmic potions is worth far more than some cataclysm resources. I want to see how he's going to play this act." 12 hours, 9 minutes, and 57 seconds. Treasure chest. Early the next morning, Qiu Tu was awoken by a thud, thud, thud of knocking at his door. He yawned as he climbed out of bed, then kicked aside Atai and Eagle, who were sprawled beside him haphazardly. As someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, Qiu Tu hadn't had close friends for a long while. Plus, having just gotten through a crisis the day before, he needed an outlet. So he had pulled the two of them into a night of drinking until late. All three of them drank too much, so they simply decided to sleep over at Qiu Tu's place. After shoving the two aside, Qiu Tu yawned and went to open the door. As the door opened, there stood a detective in uniform. Seeing Qiu Tu, he snapped to attention with a thwack and saluted. "Good morning, sir." Qiu Tu reflexively returned the salute, then belatedly asked, "You are?" The detective at the door answered formally, "Sir, I am Liku, a third-level detective from the administrative office, sent by our superior to deliver your new uniform and epaulets." With that, he waved his hand behind him, and suddenly a temporary detective appeared beside him, holding a set of black detectives' uniforms. Black was the exclusive color of the political department, representing the official status of a secret police. On the uniform lay a pair of epaulets, studded with 3 gold stars, signifying the rank of a first-level detective. Though Qiu Tu had already received Yan Chen's promise the previous night, when all of it was laid out before him, his heartbeat still unavoidably quickened. And just then, "Brother Tu, what's going on?" came Atai's inquiring voice from behind him. "Who's here?" But in the next second, the inquiry turned into an exclamation. "Holy shit." A first-level detective from the political department. Turning around, Qiu Tu saw Atai and Eagle standing agape at the doorway. Both of them were obviously awakened by the noise at the door, so at the moment, their hair was a mess like an uncombed chicken's nest, and they were only wearing big underwear, completely disheveled. But the detective outside the door was not at all surprised. In this world, survival itself is a difficult task, and aside from the very few powerful elites, how many people pay attention to the quality of life? So he reached out to take the temporary detective's uniform and epaulets and handed them to Qiu Tu with both hands. "Commander." Once Qiu Tu had taken a uniform, the detective did not leave. He took out a slip of paper from his pocket and once again offered it respectfully to Qiu Tu with both hands. "Commander, this is my contact information. If there's any way you can make use of me, please feel free to command, and I will be at your disposal at any time." Then, he repeated his own name. "My name is Liku." After speaking, he gave Qiu Tu a standard salute and then left promptly without any hesitation. Watching Liku's retreating figure, Qiu Tu's eyes flickered slightly, and then a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, intelligent people are everywhere. Yesterday, in order for Atai to fall into the Special Service Department, he had continuously tried to gain favor in Fong Ming's presence, scheming. And today, having been promoted to a first-level detective in the political department, someone immediately started to offer their allegiance actively. Indeed, a first-level detective, particularly from a powerful department, is very much sought after. Thinking this, Qiu Tu tucked Liku's note into his pocket. In the future, if a suitable opportunity arose, he would not mind giving this smart detective a chance. Turning back, Atai had already come over, looking around dumbfounded, hardly believing as he said, "Bro, did you really become a first-level detective?" and entered the political department. While closing the door, Qiu Tu nodded with a smile. "Yes." Atai yelled excitedly, "Damn, I was worried about you getting into trouble last night. That's why I dragged Eagle to squat at the garden entrance, planning to rush in and save you if you didn't come out. And now, not only did you have no trouble, but you also got promoted?" Hearing Atai's words, Qiu Tu laughed. "Rushing to save me? With that little hammer of yours. Do you know how many detectives are inside? How many guns? I bet you would have been shot dead by random gunfire before you could even reach me." Atai scratched his head naively upon hearing this. "But I don't care. Anyway, I was going to save you. From the moment you picked me up when I was little, my life has been yours." Hearing Atai's words, Qiu Tu's eyes flickered, inevitably remembering the past with Atai. That day, what Qiu Tu said to Fong Ming was indeed half true, half false. It was true that Atai had been involved with gangs and was blacklisted for resisting the military. But what was false was not that Qiu Tu had been looked after by Atai's parents, but rather that the two of them, or perhaps their group of more than a dozen people, had always depended on each other for survival. Qiu Tu was an orphan of chaotic times, surviving on scavenging as a child. At 6, he found the dying Atai in a pile of garbage. At 8, found Eagle. At 10, found Akuan. In the chaos of the cataclysm, unsure of the next day's survival, the children banded together for warmth. Gradually, their group grew in number and eventually expanded to more than 20 people. Later, as they grew older, they were discovered and absorbed by local gangs, but their bonds didn't weaken, and they still helped each other. Afterward, the sanctuary listed Xinjia City as a planning area, and the military came in early to clear out the gangs. The underground organizations were eradicated like bubbles popped. Some of the youths from their small group were killed, some were blacklisted, and some ran away. In the end, with the establishment of Xinjia City, Qiu Tu, because of his decent looks, healthy body with no criminal record, and having learned to drive in the gang, successfully became a detective and gradually brought back his brothers one by one, finding them proper arrangements. That's why he and Atai shared a life-and-death friendship. That's why Atai could so sincerely say, "Even if I get killed by stray bullets, I must save Qiu Tu." Thinking of this, Qiu Tu looked deeply at Atai, then patted his shoulder heavily. Subordinates like Li Ku, who cozied up for personal gain, were needed by Qiu Tu. Brothers like Atai were even more necessary. Just as the great man had said, if you want to achieve something, you should have as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. Only by uniting all possible forces can you grow stronger and create glory. After changing into his uniform and donning his new epaulets, Qiu Tu received a communication from Jiu. In the communication, Jiu asked him to visit the garden villa for a task assignment. Qiu Tu guessed that it must be that Yin Chun had made up her mind. So he explained briefly to Atai and Eagle, then went downstairs, casually bought a bun, and while eating, he boarded a city bus powered by horses heading toward Yin Chen's villa. As for Atai and Eagle, the two weren't idle either. They got ready and strutted off to their jobs at the old Alley Street Public Security Office with a bit of swagger. They could become temporary detectives, all because Qiu Tu once pulled Yin Chen's rank. At first, the office valued them highly and entrusted them with important tasks. But later, when they found that Yin Chen apparently didn't care about them at all and never mentioned them, the office gradually came to understand the situation. Thus, they were gradually marginalized and became the lowest rung in the office. But now it was different. Qiu Tu had been promoted to a first-level detective in the political department, and his brothers would rise with the tide, strutting with renewed spirit. That's why they were eager to announce this good news at the office. Glory in the evening, gone by morning? No such thing. In a post-apocalyptic world, if you don't show your strength, everyone will feel bold enough to crap on you. You have to become stronger and tell everyone you're strong. Then others will not dare to bully you. 11 hours, 27 minutes, and 3 seconds, treasure chest. After transferring buses twice and walking for more than 10 minutes, Qiu Tu finally arrived at the city center garden again. After such a long journey, Qiu Tu had only one thought: I really need to get a car. Otherwise, it's just too time-consuming. Thinking this, Qiu Tu confirmed his identity with the sentry, then stepped into the garden. Yinshin indeed had a taste for living. The garden was beautiful at night, but even more so during the day. Neatly pruned shrubs, trimmed greenery, and sparkling fountains under the sunlight could make one temporarily forget this was a world after the cataclysm. Indeed, no matter the world or era, the lives of the elite are always incomparably superior. Qiu Tu. As Qiu Tu was secretly reflecting, he suddenly heard Fong Ming's voice. Looking up, Qiu Tu saw Fong Ming leading a team escorting a young girl out. The girl looked young, no more than 15 or 16, with 3 stripes of red, yellow, and blue paint on her face. Her eyes were sharp yet slightly immature in their ferocity, like a wolf cub that might turn vicious and bite at any second. Qiu Tu glanced at the girl and asked curiously, what did she do to necessitate the Special Service Department to escort her personally? Fong Ming let out a sigh and said with a smile, She's a black market pharmacist we caught in Xiaofang Street yesterday. It seems the higher-ups are very concerned about this. They specifically asked us to escort her for interrogation. We just finished the interrogation, and we're now ready to take her away. Pharmacist. Upon hearing this title, Qiu Tu's eyes blinked, and then his gaze fell on the girl. Perhaps because she heard the two people discussing her, the girl bared her teeth at Qiu Tu in a fierce expression. But unfortunately, she was too young, and with her two small canines showing, Qiu Tu only saw cuteness. Xiaofang Street. Xiaofang Street. After mumbling the name Xiaofang Street twice, Qiu Tu suddenly remembered why it sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the task that Yin Shun had asked him to handle yesterday, which he had turned down? So, this girl was the criminal he was originally supposed to take away? Thinking of this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but feel a sense of fate, so he casually asked, "By the way, where is she being sent to?" Perhaps Qiu Tu's question was a bit sensitive, so Fang Ming had a hard time answering it. Just then, in the midst of this awkward moment, Fang Ming suddenly noticed Qiu Tu's new uniform. He was initially stunned. Then he pointed to the new uniform on Qiu Tu and asked in surprise, "You were transferred to the political department?" Qiu Tu merely nodded lightly. Fang Ming glanced at Qiu Tu's epaulets, and the next second, he was even more astonished. "First-level detective? You got promoted too." Qiu Tu nodded lightly again. Fang Ming opened his mouth as if to say something, but couldn't find the words, and after several attempts, he just managed to utter, "Awesome." After understanding Qiu Tu's new position, he didn't beat around the bush and directly answered Qiu Tu's question. She will be temporarily detained at the Old Alley Street Public Security Office. The political department has the authority to monitor all departments, so his response to Qiu Tu's inquiry was completely in line with regulations. Old Alley Street. Hearing this answer, Qiu Tu was startled for a moment, then thoughtful. Like that, the two chatted a bit more before their conversation ended with the girl shouting, "Are you guys leaving or not? You're really unprofessional. Don't criminals have rights?" After bidding farewell to Fang Ming, Qiu Tu entered the villa and, following the directions in Jia Shu's message, quickly found a flight of stone steps. He followed the stone steps downward, and at the end was a massive oak door adorned with iron decorations, ancient and solemn. Qiu Tu stopped, lifted his hand to the door knocker, and rapped on the door, which soon conveyed Jia Shu's voice from inside. "Come in." Qiu Tu pushed open the door and entered, discovering a huge underground chamber. The walls were made of rough-cut stone. In the center stood an oak workbench marked with dried blood and knife carvings, surrounded by all kinds of blades and torture instruments. A girl covered in scars and showing no signs of life was bound to the oak table, while Jia Shu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood next to her with a gloved left hand and a sharp scalpel in his right, dissecting her body. The blade moved along the bones, flesh turned inside out, organs exposed. His movements were so precise they were nearly reverent, as if conducting a mute ceremony. The chandelier swung, casting faint and harsh shafts of light, dividing light and shadow into a strange geometric pattern, with a faint scent of rust and undried blood lingering in the air. Even someone like Qiu Tu, accustomed to grand scenes from a former life, was almost unable to withstand such a hellish setting. After a while, what a pity, arose an enigmatic sigh from Jia Shu in the chamber. Then he set aside the scalpel, removed his gloves, and washed his hands in a nearby basin. The clear water gradually stained red, as if it were a basin of blood. He said faintly, "This girl's parents were once junior managers at the city hall. She could have had a bright future, could have gone to school with other managers' children, played together, and then after growing up, have a sweet romance, get married, have children, and lead a plain but happy life. But during yesterday's investigation, we discovered that her parents secretly contacted and assisted the anti-government armed forces. Thus, a flower that was once vibrant simply withered away." Although Jia Shu's words seemed to carry regret, when combined with his indifferent tone and the fact that he personally tortured and executed the girl, Qiu Tu just felt a chill permeating into his heart. After indifferently recapping the girl's situation, Jia Shu picked up a towel, wiped his hands, and then folded it neatly. Then he walked to the wall, opened a cabinet, and took out a familiar cloth package, tossing it to Qiu Tu from across the room. "Did you see that pharmacist on your way here?" Qiu Tu paused, then nodded. "I saw her." A meaningful smile appeared on the corners of Jiashu's mouth. "The bureau chief agreed to your plan, but made a small modification. Cataclysm materials are controlled items, and we can't just take them out to assist you with your mission. So, she not only knows how to make the cataclysmic potion, but also has black market connections. Her value vastly exceeds that of mere cataclysm materials, enough to satisfy the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu felt a surge in his heart. The value of the pharmacist indeed outweighed that of the cataclysm materials, but it was not as convenient as the cataclysm materials. With the cataclysm materials in hand, he could just run away if things turned south. But a living person, a girl of 15 or 16 at that, would undoubtedly make it much more difficult and risky to escape with her. Did Yin Shun guess that he might attempt to flee and intentionally arrange this encumbrance? As Qiu Tu's brain raced, he didn't forget to keep up his act with Jia Shu. Cataclysmic potion? Pharmacist? What are all these? Jia Shu adjusted his gold-framed glasses, speaking indifferently. "You'll find all the answers to these questions in the material inside the cloth package. Take your time to read through it. Right, remember to destroy it, and keep it confidential after reading." Having said that, he looked deeply at Qiu Tu and said lightly, "You wouldn't want to know the consequences of a leak." Qiu Tu. After warning Qiu Tu, Jia Shu waved his hand in dismissal. "Now, go read the material. Once you are done, remember to find Qin Shuman and persuade her to return to the Qin family. The bureau chief's patience is limited." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Qiu Tu stood at attention and saluted precisely. After saluting, Qiu Tu took the cloth package and stepped out of the underground chamber. What he didn't know was that behind him, Jia Shu's gaze followed his departing figure like a shadow, the desire hidden behind his glasses nearly spilling out from the depths of his eyes. 9 hours, 3 minutes, and 18 seconds. Treasure chest. As he exited the basement, the fresh scent of soil and fallen leaves rushed to meet him, starkly contrasting the suffocating stench of blood from the basement. Qiu Tu took a deep breath of the chilly air, looked up at the overcast sky, and stepped into the mansion. Guided by a servant, he sat down in a reception room, ready to inspect the intelligence on supernatural powers provided by Jia Shu. This information would be crucial for his plans moving forward. Sitting down on the sofa, Qiu Tu opened the cloth bag. The first thing that caught his eye was a document so thin it only had 2 pages. He set the document aside and checked the other items in the cloth bag. 1 aurora stone, 3 little goldfish, and 12 silver yuan. These were all things Qiu Tu had given to Yin Chun yesterday, and now they were returned to their original owner. Satisfied, Qiu Tu tucked the assets that his dozen or so brothers had scraped together into his bosom, and then he picked up the document he had placed aside to start reading. The document was brief and rudimentary at best, but it was enough for Qiu Tu to glimpse a corner of the supernatural powers of this world. However, the more he read through the document, the deeper his frown became, until at last he put the document down with a face so grave it seemed water could drip from it. If this document is true, then I've encountered the worst possible scenario, he thought. With that in mind, Qiu Tu also recalled the contents of the document. According to the records in the document, the 30 years following the cataclysm had transformed the entire world beyond recognition. A weird and mysterious force had quietly awakened, reshaping the veins of the world and the forms of life. Among them, what was most hair-raising was the unusual mutations starting to occur among the creatures of the natural world. For instance, the English ivy inexplicably began to swell and twist, its thickness rivaling the water pipes of the abandoned cities. The common weeds by the roadside seemed normal in daylight, but under the moonlight they became as sharp as knives, radiating a chilling edge. The ants, so small as to be unnoticed by most, had now grown as large as hounds of the night, wandering through the ruins and emitting deep, nightmarish growls. At that time, humanity was struggling for survival and had no time to take heed of these bizarre life phenomena. It was not until 15 years ago, when the first sanctuary was erected and the elite of humanity gradually gathered there and began to venture into the outside world, that they were shocked to find the world had fallen into an even more bizarre state. The mutated animals and plants not only saw significant enhancements in strength, speed, intelligence, and aggressiveness, but some individuals even acquired inconceivable abilities. Humans speculated that all of this originated from the unprecedented cataclysm, and thus the phenomenon was dubbed Cataclysm Awakening. Yet, what was utterly puzzling was that the entire world's biological community had undergone the Cataclysm Awakening, but humans alone did not show any change. Thus, two hypotheses gradually emerged among humans regarding this phenomenon. One was that humans might also be awakening, but due to the long life cycle and weak reproduction abilities, it would take several more generations before naturally born humans with mysterious powers would emerge. The other was that humans were already at a high level of life, and the cataclysm could not fully awaken them. Thus, humans had to activate. These two hypotheses caused a continuous debate during the early days of the sanctuary. That debate was temporarily put to rest 13 years ago when a pharmacist accidentally created a cataclysmic potion and successfully gave the test subject some bizarre power. Accompanying the birth of the cataclysmic potion, the value of the cataclysm materials from various mutated creatures began to soar, and professions such as pharmacists started to rise rapidly. If the document had only recorded up to here, Qiu Tu's eyebrows might not have been so tightly knit. What truly troubled him was the latter half of the document. According to the records, humans couldn't attain mysterious powers with a 100% success rate after using the cataclysmic potion. On the contrary, the failure rate was over 80%. And once it failed, those who took the potion would go through irreversible catastrophic mutations, turning into monsters with astounding destructive powers but no spiritual wisdom. Even for the lucky few who came through, the direction of the Cataclysm Awakening was not fixed, but varied from person to person. This meant that apart from the moment of awakening, no one could predict how far they'd venture on an unknown path. Damn it, I originally thought I could change my fate with supernatural power. But not only is the success rate low, the supernatural powers in this world are also of a peculiar kind. Who knows if such powers could have any side effects? While thinking this, Qiu Tu took a match out of his pocket. Scratch. Accompanied by the sound of the match striking, a faint flame ignited the two thin sheets of information. Watching the information slowly burn to ashes in the dancing flames, Qiu Tu also fell into silent contemplation. The path of resolving crises with supernatural powers is temporarily blocked. Yinshin might possess some strange supernatural power, and running away without a plan is tantamount to suicide. So, it looks like I have to make a trip to the Qin family after all. Thinking this, Qiu Tu's eyes grew somber. However, this might also be a good opportunity to interrogate that young pharmacist. Perhaps, the information obtained from her might offer some unique insights. A moment later, the documents had burned completely. Qiu Tu stomped out the last ember and glanced at the treasure chest timer in the upper left corner, which showed just over 8 hours remaining. Then he got up to look for Qin Shuman. He did not have much time left. 8 hours, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. Treasure chest. Following the maid, Qiu Tu ascended 2 winding staircases and turned down 2 dim corridors before arriving at the door to Qin Shuman's boudoir. At the door to Qin Shuman's boudoir, the maid took the initiative to step forward and tap lightly on the door. The next second, a voice as pleasing as a nightingale sang from inside. Come in. Pushing open the door, they entered to see Qin Shuman in a pink chong sam with slits, seated by the window. While sipping tea, she gazed out melancholically, resembling a canary yearning for freedom. Miss Shuman, Agent Chiou is looking for you. The maid courteously bowed towards Qin Shuman's back and spoke softly. Upon hearing the maid's words, Qin Shuman quickly set down her teacup, turned around with a look of joy that she could not hide, and exclaimed, Chiou, Agent Chiou, you've come. As there was someone else present, Qiu Tu did not behave too affectionately. He just smiled and nodded. Yes, Miss Shuman, I have something important to discuss with you. After speaking, He gave Qin Schumann a meaningful look. Qin Schumann understood immediately. She elegantly stood up and then demurely said to the maid at the door, "You may leave us. I want to chat privately with Agent Chiou for a moment." "Yes, Miss Schumann," the maid replied, curtsying lightly before she turned and left the room. But after reaching the doorway, she intentionally left the door slightly ajar. Qiu Tu glanced back but didn't comment. He gestured to Qin Schumann, and only then did he walk over to her side. Approaching Qin Schumann, the faint, cherry blossom-like graceful fragrance unique to her wafted over to him. Inhaling that familiar body scent, Qiu Tu's heart fluttered. He looked down, and into his sight came the swan-like slender neck and full curves of Qin Schumann's chest. The cheongsam outlined her figure just perfectly, making her already graceful posture appear even more exquisite and delicate. It also made Qiu Tu involuntarily recall the tenderness and charm she exuded in his embrace. At this moment, Qin Schumann was unaware that Qiu Tu's mind had wandered because of her allure. She reached out to grab Qiu Tu's sleeve, her eyes swirling with a mix of nervousness and worry. She asked softly, "What's the situation now?" "I was so scared last night, I didn't close my eyes at all, waking up in fear every time I fell asleep. I had several dreams, all about Yin Shun trying to kill us." By the end, her eyes had reddened again, and she said with a choked voice, "I'm really scared." On hearing this, Qiu Tu looked deeply into her eyes, carefully discerning her expression. There were no traces to be seen, truly no flaws to be found. But Qiu Tu's intuition was telling him there was something off about Qin Schumann. It felt like the sensation of encountering one of his own kind. However, his crisis intuition had not been triggered, suggesting that Qin Schumann posed no immediate threat to him, which is why he was willing to keep cooperating with her. While thinking this, Qiu Tu reassured her with a gentle voice, "Don't worry, everything has been resolved." With that, Qiu Tu took Qin Schumann by the hand and walked to the window. The sunlight quietly bathed them both, as he softly briefed her on the events of the past 2 days. Of course, he deliberately avoided the topics of the cloned female body and the Aurora Stone. He simply said that he had spotted loopholes in Yin Chen's words with just a few comments and eventually managed to persuade Yin Chen. This, naturally, significantly diminished the truth of the matter. So, after listening to his explanation, Qin Schumann looked at him with a doubtful expression. "Is it really that simple?" Qiu Tu nodded. "Yes, it's that simple." He said, "Now, you just need to communicate with Yin Chen according to the plan, and you'll be able to leave here." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Schumann hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. She let go of Qiu Tu's hand, bit her lip gently, and sashaying like a willow in the breeze, slowly walked towards the bed. Her figure was slender, her legs long, the pink slit cheongsam slightly swaying with her steps, flashes of her pale skin blooming like a startled swan, and as she moved, the tassels of the cheongsam gently swayed, enhancing her elegant charm. "This woman is seducing me." For some reason, this thought popped into Qiu Tu's mind. His gaze sharpened, continuing to observe Qin Schumann. He then saw Qin Schumann walk to the bed, bend over slightly, her full buttocks arching as she picked up the landline phone and dialed a number. After a moment, the phone connected. Qin Schumann straightened her back and said quietly, "Hello, Secretary Bai. This is Qin Schumann. I would like to speak with Director Yin." Then, Qin Schumann waited a while before Yin Chen came on the line. Thereupon, she parted her rosy lips and repeated the wish to return to the Qin family, as Qiu Tu had taught her. This was exactly what Yin Chen was willing to approve, so Yin Chen simply responded with an indifferent before agreeing to it. After hanging up the communicator, Qin Schumann, like a startled rabbit, patted her heavy chest, looking at Qiu Tu with a face full of surprise. It really worked. He agreed, and said he would have someone take care of it. Just as Qiu Tu was about to nod, his worn-out communicator buzzed to life. When Qiu Tu picked it up, he saw the words "Secretary" Bai displayed on the screen. Secretary Bai is Yin Chen's dedicated secretary, mainly responsible for arranging Yin Chen's official activities, receiving important visitors, and coordinating work with various departments of the Investigation Bureau. Though a secretary by title, his position was not low, especially since he was also the head of the administrative office, making him Qiu Tu's immediate superior. The reason Qiu Tu was able to hitch his wagon to Yin Chen's star also had to do with his appreciation and recommendation. It was just unclear whether the affair between Qiu Tu and Qin Shuman would affect his standing with Yin Shun. Thinking this, Qiu Tu answered the call. Upon connection, Secretary Bai's demeanor showed no change, still approachable with a hint of appreciation. He first briefly congratulated Qiu Tu on his promotion and transfer, then relayed Yin Chen's orders. It was almost identical to what the three had discussed the night before. Qiu Tu, as Qin Shuman's personal bodyguard, was in full charge of arranging her trip home to visit her family. What Qiu Tu hadn't expected was that Yin Shan had appointed other members for this security team as well. Responsible for Qin Shuman's safety was the 7th sub-team of the Special Service Department, where Fang Ming served. Looking after Qin Shuman's daily needs was her personal maid and the previous informant, Cui Lan. It seemed that Yin Shun had wrapped up all the participants in this incident and sent them off to the Qin family in one fell swoop. It looked like she intended to solve all related issues at the Qin family in one go. With that thought, Qiu Tu had no mind to continue soothing Qin Shuman. After hanging up the call, he gently patted Qin Shuman's hand, then turned and left her boudoir to convey the orders and make some preliminary arrangements. But just as he stepped out of Qin Shuman's room, he suddenly found Cui Lan lurking outside the door with a guilty expression on her face. Qiu Tu glanced at her, then at the marks on the door, and immediately guessed that the maid had been eavesdropping for quite a while. Qiu Tu gave her a deep look, but chose not to expose her, instead striding away. 7 hours, 46 minutes, and 21 seconds. Treasure chest. Time always flies when one is busy, and in the blink of an eye, several hours passed. That evening, the Qin family hosted a grand banquet to welcome Qiu Tu and his party. Those attending the banquet included not only Qin Hung, the current family head, but also the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th branches of the Qin family. Old Master Qin was born before the cataclysm and had laid the foundation of the Qin family with the inheritance from his parents. He passed away suddenly 3 years ago, and now the family was steered by this generation's head, Qin Hung. However, his prestige was obviously not as great as old Master Qin's. At least that was what Qiu Tu noticed during the banquet, as various branches of the Qin family were actively trying to cozy up to him. The reason might be that Qin Hung had been in poor health from a young age, constantly coughing, and he only had one daughter, so the other branches were somewhat restless. Qiu Tu silently took note of the current situation at the Qin family. Although he had the information Eagle had gathered over the past 2 days, first-hand experience was always more reliable than reports. After the banquet, Qiu Tu politely declined the fervent invitation of the 3rd branch of the Qin family, took his team, and returned to the accommodation prepared for the security team, ready to meet the young pharmacist. He arrived at the guest room, where the young pharmacist was held captive, pushed open the door, and the special service detective inside instantly stood up vigilantly. Upon seeing it was Qiu Tu, he let out a sigh of relief and saluted, "Sir." Qiu Tu nodded at him, then said, "You can leave us for now. I want to interrogate her alone tonight." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, the agent flashed in "I understand" expression, then grinned, saluted, and strode out. After all, Xinjia City had only recently been established, and most people living here still retain the habits of chaotic times. There was no custom of treating criminals kindly. At this time, Fang Ming, who had been following behind Qiu Tu, quickly stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve. When Qiu Tu looked over, Fang Ming lowered his voice and warned, "Don't do anything reckless. If you need anything, just go straight to the Qin family. They specialize in that kind of business. They'll surely be able to arrange something for you. Otherwise, we could also go out and look around. This is the downtown area. There must be suitable places nearby." As he spoke, he paused, perhaps fearing Qiu Tu didn't understand his implication. He added in a whisper, "That girl's identity. It's likely not that simple. Don't be fooled." At this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He responded in a low voice, "Do you really think I'm that desperate?" I truly just have some questions I want to ask her. Hearing Qiu Tu's reply, Fong Ming looked at him suspiciously, trying to find a trace of lying in his eyes, but what he saw was nothing but sincere. Anyway, I've told you, just be careful, Fong Ming whispered once more, then left the room. Watching Fong Ming disappear from sight, Qiu Tu's lips curled into a smile, thinking the guy was quite interesting. Not only was he a good person, but he also had a clear head. But how did he know the girl's identity wasn't that simple? Even he himself only found out after entering the Qin family, and when the countdown refreshed. Thinking this, Qiu Tu couldn't help but recall the scene when he entered the Qin family. As soon as Qiu Tu stepped into the Qin family, the 24-hour frozen countdown treasure chest finally began to unlock slowly, and a new crisis warning popped up in front of him. Peaceful life is always fleeting, but crises lurk like a shadow. Your immediate superior, Yin Shun, hasn't been fooled by your lies, but he's wary of your non-existent background and is also very interested in the origin of the Aurora Stone you possess. However, recently caught in the eye of the storm, he has no time to deal with you, so he conveniently sent you to the Qin family, wanting them to test your depth. To make this test more challenging, he handed over a pharmacist with a special identity to you and also spread a rumor that you had an old grudge with the Qin family. You are ostensibly here to protect Qin Shuman, but in reality, you're investigating the Qin family. So the moment you set foot in the Qin family, thousands of eyes within the family were tightly fixed on you, waiting for you to slip up. At the same time, Yin Shun is also closely monitoring your every move from behind, wanting to pry into your secrets. Hide your weaknesses, display your strength. Only then can you survive among encircling wolves. Accompanying this warning, the new crisis countdown also appeared, 7 days. Through this crisis warning, Qiu Tu became more clearly aware of the perilous situation he was in. He was pressed by the aggressively approaching Qin family, with Yinshin watching him like a tiger waiting to pounce, and carrying a criminal girl with an unclear identity. Add to that Qin Shuman with unclear allegiances in Cui Lan, the maid who was monitoring him at all times. Describing his current situation as peril at every turn couldn't be more apt. That's why, after the banquet ended, Qiu Tu sought out the pharmacist with a special identity as soon as possible. After all, only by first understanding her identity could Qiu Tu adjust and carry out his next plan. After watching Fong Ming leave, Qiu Tu turned to close the door and then stepped into the inner room. There, the girl pharmacist with a special identity had her left hand cuffed to a chair, but she was happily wolfing down food with chopsticks in her right hand. Possibly because the food today was decent, her cheeks were puffed out, making her resemble a hamster. Seeing Qiu Tu come in, she didn't act unfamiliar. Instead, she enthusiastically waved her chopsticks towards him and mumbled with her mouth full, "Come and have some." Qiu Tu almost laughed. This girl seemed quite at ease, as if she didn't know she was a suspect and Qiu Tu was the agent. It seemed her identity must be out of the ordinary for her to be so composed even when in detention. With that thought, Qiu Tu couldn't help but ask, "I've seen many suspects. There are the fearful ones, the arrogant ones, and those who scream their innocence at the sight of an agent, but I've never seen anyone as calm as you." As he said this, Qiu Tu paused. "I heard from Fong Ming that you have some background. Tell me about it. What kind of background is it that scared him into arranging such good treatment for you?" Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, the girl nonchalantly flicked her chopsticks and said with pouted lips and conviction, "My dad is Shen Yuzhou." When Qiu Tu heard the girl's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he had a face full of bewilderment. Who? Girl. Perhaps the name of her father had always been very effective, and the girl had grown accustomed to the astonished reactions upon hearing it. So Qiu Tu's blank look confused her as well. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly said, "Shen Yuzhou? Shen Yuzhou, Deputy Speaker of the Third Sanctuary Supreme Sanctuary Council, Shen Yuzhou." Hearing the girl's words, Qiu Tu quickly rifled through his memory, then continued to look perplexed, because in his memory there was no mention of this person's name at all. After all, Xinjie City belonged to the 8th Sanctuary, and as it was just getting started, Qiu Tu, a low-level investigator, couldn't even recognize all the high-ranking officials of his own sanctuary, let alone those from the distant 3rd Sanctuary. He never had the chance to hear of them. However, Qiu Tu finally understood why Fong Ming had a weird look on his face and why Yin Shun had pushed this girl on him. Simply put, no one in Xinjie City could verify whether this girl was telling the truth or not. Neither Qiu Tu nor Yin Shun had the authority. If the girl's identity was real, any rash punishment could potentially cause a conflict between 2 major sanctuaries, a responsibility no one wanted to bear. And if the girl's identity was false, scaring the entire investigation bureau into not daring to convict her over a lie, then the bureau would lose all its credibility. So, this was indeed a hot potato. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu also began to have doubts about the girl's identity. After all, his crisis intuition only indicated that the girl had a special identity, but who knew if it meant that her father was Shen Yuzhou? Maybe she was a spy? Maybe there was something fishy about her mentor? The term special identity could be too broad of an interpretation. With these thoughts, Qiu Tu's mind was racing, and he curiously probed, if your dad's position is so noble, then why do you find yourself in such a predicament? You couldn't be lying, could you? Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, the girl became even more anxious. She slapped the table and shouted, "Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? How could I, Shan Ling Shuang, possibly lie?" Qiu Tu gave the girl a suspicious look. Although he wasn't adept at interrogation, he was good at deceiving others. To a master of deception like him, the girl's expressions and actions were full of flaws. Firstly, the girl was habitually maintaining eye contact with him. This is a common mistake among novice liars. They mistakenly believe that it can enhance credibility. Secondly, the girl repeated certain pieces of information several times, such as Shen Yuzhou and "Who are you talking about?" which actually indicated a guilty conscience. Lastly, yelling and exaggeratedly slamming the table were signs of lacking confidence and trying to bluff. So, was this girl lying? Thinking this, Qiu Tu slowly retracted the smile from his face and quietly watched the girl. At first, the girl continued to bluff, but gradually, her gaze became more and more unfocused until she finally lowered her head and simply began to eat her vegetables. Seeing this, Qiu Tu reached out to pull the table aside. The girl, holding her chopsticks, exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing?" Qiu Tu, with a cold face, pointed at the black uniform he wore and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know which department this uniform belongs to?" The girl looked puzzled. Qiu Tu stated emphatically, "The political department." After saying that, he asked again, "Do you know what the political department does?" The girl shook her head in confusion. Qiu Tu said, "Responsible for espionage, counter-espionage, internal supervision, and various other dark affairs." Then, he continued to ask, "Do you know what methods we use to interrogate prisoners?" The girl's attitude softened considerably. She hunched her shoulders and shook her head pitifully. Qiu Tu took out a stack of slightly blurred color photos from his pocket and slapped them heavily into the girl's hands. The girl took the photos, wanting to look, but found it inconvenient while still holding chopsticks. Hesitating for a moment, she put the chopsticks in her mouth and flipped through the photos. These photos, which Qiu Tu had specifically gone to the political department to request that afternoon, were all of torture scenes or corpses that had died horrifically. Even Qiu Tu felt horrified looking at the photos, let alone a girl like Shenling Shuang. So after just seeing 2 pictures, her little face turned deathly pale, and her eyes began to glaze over. Seeing this, Qiu Tu asked knowingly, "Why are you trembling?" Shenling Shuang stuttered, "Me? Where am I trembling?" By the end, her teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qiu Tu secretly laughed at himself. "Weakling, thought you were so tough, but a little scare and you cower as well." Realizing the time was right, he didn't continue to press the girl. Instead, while reaching out to take the photos back, he comforted her, "Don't worry. As long as you behave, I won't hurt you." You wouldn't want to experience something like this, would you? Shenling Shuang quickly shook her head. Perhaps for fear that Qiu Tu wouldn't believe her, she shook it as if it were a rattle drum. Seeing this, Qiu Tu nodded with satisfaction, then began a new round of questioning. Now, tell me, who are you really? How did you come to Xinjia City? Shenling Shuang looked at Qiu Tu pitifully. I escaped from the planning area of the third sanctuary. My family suddenly faced a disaster, and I had no choice but to seek refuge in the eighth sanctuary. Qiu Tu took out a notebook and casually started to record the interrogation. Don't be so vague. Give me specifics. Which planning area of the third sanctuary? Shenling Shuang shrank back. The seventh district. Qiu Tu wrote it down, then asked further, how did you become a pharmacist? Shenling Shuang timidly said, it's a family heritage. Family heritage? Qiu Tu asked with curiosity. Shenling Shuang nodded. My family has a long history of medical practice, so I learned to concoct potions from a young age, and gradually I became proficient. Qiu Tu frowned as he looked at her. Is the recipe for the cataclysmic potion also passed down from your family? Shenling Shuang gave Qiu Tu a surprised glance. You actually know about the cataclysmic potion? Qiu Tu, how fresh. Don't you know why you were arrested? Shenling Shuang blinked, saying with a puzzled face, wasn't I arrested for selling fake potions? Qiu Tu. The two exchanged perplexed looks. After a moment, Qiu Tu tapped on his notebook, saying sternly, stop joking around. Do you think I'm playing with you? Let me tell you, this is an interrogation. Having said that, he glared viciously at the girl and switched his questioning approach. I'm asking you, can you make the cataclysmic potion? Shenling Shuang shrank her head in, saying cautiously, I can only make inferior quality cataclysmic potions. But as for the specific effects, I really don't know. She said softly, the potions I make have always been odd. They always have some strange effects. For instance, when my father had a fever, I made him a fever-reducing potion according to the recipe. His fever indeed subsided, but he also became completely cold to the touch. Qiu Tu. Another time, I was testing a new potion and found out it was poisonous. I could only take antidotes. But after eating several antidotes without effect, I had no choice but to retch green foam while gnawing on detoxifying herbs. I chewed through all the detoxifying herbs stored at home until my whole face turned green before I was cured. Qiu Tu. He felt like 3 black lines were hanging from his forehead. Just what kind of creature was this girl in front of him? Was she joking, or was she serious? If she was serious, then did she dare to take her own cataclysmic potions? Meanwhile, perhaps noticing the grim look on Qiu Tu's face, Shenling Shuang tilted her head, looking up at Qiu Tu with curiosity, and asked, why aren't you laughing anymore? Are you naturally disinclined to smile? As she spoke, a mischievous cleverness flashed in her eyes. Qiu Tu. In that instant, Qiu Tu confirmed something. The girl was acting. From the moment she saw the photo, she had been putting on a show, including the stories she told later to tease him. This was completely outrageous. Thinking this, Qiu Tu could no longer suppress his anger. He directly pulled the girl up and pushed her into the chair. Then he reached behind his back and pulled out his dagger, intending to give Shenling Shuang a harsh lesson and intimidate her. After all, whether it was the fraud rings of his previous life or the political department of this world, there were many cruel and painful punishments that inflicted harm without causing disability. But just as his hand touched the hilt of the dagger, he suddenly remembered the girl's identity shrouded in mystery. In that moment, he calmed down. He looked at Shenling Shuang fiercely, torn between letting her go and carrying out the punishment. Caught in his dilemma, his gaze fell on the girl's slender waist and perky buttocks as she leaned over the table. The next second, his hand came down hard. Slap, slap, slap. Qiu Tu really put some muscle into it. So after just 2 hits, the girl was crying out in pain. She seemed to be genuinely angry as she turned around to glare at Qiu Tu with tears in her eyes, her little canine teeth tightly biting her lips, and she bellowed, "You're done for. Really, you're done for. I'm going to have my dad kill your whole family. All of them. And scatter your ashes to the wind." Qiu Tu couldn't help but laugh angrily at her words. He slapped her shapely buttocks hard again and countered, "Well, that's a coincidence because I'm a man with no attachments. My parents and relatives are all dead. So don't mess with me. If you really piss me off, I'll rape you before I kill you, and then just run away. I don't care who your dad is. Even if he's the Lord of Heaven, can he bring you back to life?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Shunling Shuang was stunned. She realized she was completely out of options with this tall investigator before her. Neither soft approach nor hard tactic worked. Usually, mentioning her father's name was enough to have everyone showing the utmost respect, but this man didn't care at all. He was like someone not of this world, totally oblivious to what the title of Deputy Speaker of the Supreme Sanctuary Council truly implied. Was she really going to take a fall here today? As Shun Lingshuang's mind raced, Qiu Tu remained silent, and the room quieted down for a moment. After a while, seeing that Shun Lingshuang had indeed calmed down, Qiu Tu quietly clenched his hand that had turned red from slapping and taunted. Hearing Qiu Tu's taunt, Shun Lingshuang snapped back to reality. With tearful eyes and a look of feigned sorrow, she pleaded at Qiu Tu. "Investigator brother, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, and don't hit or scold me anymore. Whatever you ask, I promise to tell the whole truth." After saying this, she puckered her lips pitifully, batting her large eyes at Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu wasn't fooled by Shun Lingshuang's pretense of submission. He still firmly pinned Shun Lingshuang to the chair, then placed a paper and pen on her back, and said coldly, "All right, I'll ask you answer. If I'm not satisfied, the punishment won't be as simple as before." Embarrassed and annoyed at being put in such a humiliating position to answer questions by force, Shun Lingshuang's inner feelings were a mix of shame and anger. But given the circumstances, she had no choice but to comply. Consequently, Qiu Tu soon extracted much valuable intelligence from her, such as, after the cataclysm awakening, each person takes a different cataclysm path. There are 6 paths in total: destruction, life, mystery, immortality, order, and chaos. The abilities or traits each person acquires after their cataclysm awakening align with their respective cataclysm path. For instance, a cataclysmic on the path of life has the simple trait of being prolific in childbirth. Hence, she gave birth to 10 babies at a time, totaling 107 children in 5 years. For instance, a cataclysmic on the path of destruction has the ability to devour everything: soil, gravel, buildings, all consumable by biting directly. Truth be told, as he listened to Shun Lingshuang's reports that sounded like utter fantasy, Qiu Tu felt like he was turning into Yin Shun from the previous night. He felt she was lying, yet everything was logically consistent. He felt she was telling the truth, but it was all too magical. Qiu Tu was finally beginning to understand the loathsomeness of a liar. He gave a suspicious glance at Shun Lingshuang, who lay prone on the chair, but in the end, he decided to provisionally trust her this one time. So, Qiu Tu first helped her up from the chair, then dragged the table back over that he had moved earlier, and finally handed her a pair of new chopsticks. "Eat." Shun Lingshuang didn't take the chopsticks. She rubbed her arm that had been painfully tugged and her swollen buttocks while looking up with reddened eyes and pouting. "I don't want to eat. It's all cold." Qiu Tu. This girl really has a lot of demands. Taking a deep breath to suppress the nameless anger in his heart, Qiu Tu stood up and went outside to call a servant from the Qin family, arranging to have the dishes reheated. As for himself, he lit up a cigarette and stood frowning alone in the courtyard. The moonlight, obscured by sparse dark clouds, left only a dim glow that draped over the quiet courtyard in a cold blue veil. The cigarette butt in his hand flickered on and off, like a lonely firefly, while Qiu Tu's thoughts were immersed in the method for making the cataclysmic potion he had just obtained from Shun Lingshuang. According to Shun Lingshuang, the recipe for the cataclysmic potion was actually not complex. One merely needed to follow the star, moon, king, and minister ratio to concoct the potion. Star, moon, king, and minister are nicknames for the roles different ingredients play in the formula for secret medicines. Moon medicine and star medicine refer to the two main ingredients in secret medicines. In the cataclysmic potion, moon medicine is the primary cataclysm material, such as the aurora stone. Star medicine, on the other hand, is an assistant medicine that activates the effects of the primary cataclysm materials, generally common medicinal ingredients. King medicine and assistant medicine refer to two types of auxiliary medicines in secret medicines. Assistant medicine is used to moderate the effects of the primary medicine, usually also common medicinal ingredients, and the required assistant medicine varies according to the effects of the primary medicine, which could be one or several types. As for king medicine, it is the agent that binds the secret medicine together to ensure its stable effect, so a neutral and harmonious liquid cataclysm material is needed. Speaking of neutral and harmonious liquid cataclysm materials, Shenling Shuang also provided a few examples. Commonly used ones include glowworm blood, tears of moon color, ancient tree sap, etc. Tears of moon color. Muttering the name of this material, Qiu Tu looked towards the treasure chest in the upper left corner, the one he received after surviving the last crisis. Inside the chest was a bottle of treasure blue liquid, none other than tears of moonlight. Tears of moonlight, one of the commonly used cataclysm materials. Just gather the other cataclysm materials to make items like the cataclysmic potion, key of different dimension, Nat's manuscript, and other cataclysm props. Qiu Tu wasn't surprised that the treasure chest just happened to contain tears of moonlight. After all, under the introduction of crisis intuition, it was already noted that rewards relate to the crisis. Since the two treasure chests were obtained from consecutive crises, it was reasonable for the rewards to be a match. But now, Qiu Tu's dilemma was, with only this one set of materials for making the cataclysmic potion, should he really hand them over to Shenling Shuang, who seems so unreliable? Moreover, given his current relationship with her, would she really put her heart into making it for him? After staring blankly at the sky for a while, Qiu Tu suddenly threw his cigarette to the ground and stamped it out ferociously. Damn it. There isn't anyone else anyway. I have to try it out to be at peace. At the same time, just as Qiu Tu made up his mind, suddenly, there was a flicker before his eyes. The next second, a series of prompts appeared in his line of sight. Under your firm oppression, Shenling Shuang has developed a strange emotion towards you. If you entrust her with making the cataclysmic potion, her kind heart will lead her to scoff verbally, but she won't deliberately spoil it. She might at most spit in the potion after she has made it. But the arrangement of the cataclysmic potion doesn't just require adherence to the 4 essentials of secret medicines, but also the crucial 5th and 6th elements: auspicious time and favorable location. Following the 4 essentials of secret medicines is only enough for successful concoction of the cataclysmic potion, but the 5th and 6th elements are what determine the effect this potion will have. You wouldn't want to know what effect a cataclysmic potion concocted near Xinjia City in the last 3 days would have upon consumption. With the end of the prompts, a 3-day countdown hourglass slowly appeared beside the first hourglass. Now, looking at the new countdown hourglass in the upper left corner of his vision, Qiu Tu couldn't help but blink. Wait a second, wasn't the information revealed by this crisis intuition a bit too much? Let me think this through. Looking at the lines of prompts before him, Qiu Tu's brain quickly worked through the analysis of the newly acquired intelligence. First, it turns out, crisis intuition can trigger multiple alerts at the same time, not just one. This discovery immediately improved Qiu Tu's situation quite a bit. After all, even if many crises were to happen at once, he could be aware of all of them. Secondly, the crisis intuition could also be triggered not only when someone else intended to harm him, but also when he was about to do something that could lead to his own demise. In that case, the usefulness of this golden finger had been greatly elevated. It could even assist Qiu Tu in making some crucial decisions. Furthermore, the configuration of the cataclysmic potion actually has hidden elements related to time and place. No wonder the odds of obtaining supernatural power in this world were so low. The key element had been overlooked. Or, to put it another way, from the perspective of scientific development, no one would consider time and place critical factors affecting a drug's efficacy. What's more, Even if others learned this information, it would be hard to verify. Each experiment might cost them a precious cataclysmic potion and a living human life. Only Qiu Tu was different. With his crisis intuition, he would get a corresponding warning if he faced a fatal threat. So, if he configured the cataclysmic potion according to the crisis intuition prompts, couldn't he awaken to the cataclysm 100% of the time? Thinking of this, Qiu Tu suddenly felt all the worries of the past 2 days dissipate like smoke. Besides these 3 key pieces of information, Qiu Tu also deduced a somewhat amusing insight from the prompts. Shunling Shuang was actually a masochist. She had actually started to feel something unusual for him in response to his rough treatment. If that wasn't a masochist, what was? With that thought, Qiu Tu couldn't help but turn around, his gaze falling back on the room. Could it be that from now on he had to enhance their relationship by spanking this girl? Qiu Tu was a bit baffled. After all, he was a respectable man. As he thought this, the maid came over with a tray of hot food. Seeing this, Qiu Tu actively reached out to take it and then carried it into the room. Inside the room, Shunling Shuang, wearing silver handcuffs, was propping her cheek with her left hand, gazing out of the window as if lost in thought. Qiu Tu sized her up for a moment, finding the girl quite pretty when she was quiet. A palm-sized oval face, delicate lips, and a slightly upturned nose formed a youthful and tender visage. Perhaps because she was still maturing, her presence lacked the warmth and charm typical of her age, replaced instead by a hint of youthful vitality. Maybe Qiu Tu's gaze was too direct, as Shunling Shuang frowned and turned her head, pouting with a childishly fierce expression. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out." Possibly because he knew about Shunling Shuang's personality from the crisis warnings, Qiu Tu's temperament had mellowed as well. While calmly placing the food on the table, he said to Shunling Shuang, "Ling Shuang, I'm pleased that you're willing to cooperate with the interrogation and tell me everything you know. But I don't like your attitude." Shunling Shuang gnashed her tiger teeth, wanting to retort, but perhaps remembering she was still at Qiu Tu's mercy, so she just snorted through her nose and went back to eating in silence. Qiu Tu didn't continue to press her. Although he knew the girl was a masochist, training a masochist was like scamming. It was all about baiting and reeling in, a game of giving and taking. You couldn't just oppress, you also had to offer some warmth occasionally. So it was that Qiu Tu, while looking at the interrogation records in his hand, silently finished the meal with Shunling Shuang. When Shunling Shuang put down her chopsticks, Qiu Tu also timely closed the interrogation records and stood up. Shunling Shuang gave him a curious glance and asked, tilting her head, "Were you just keeping me company while I ate?" Qiu Tu glanced at her and deliberately said, "No." After speaking, he swept away, leaving the room with a flourish and arranging for servants to come in and clean up. Shunling Shuang watched Qiu Tu's dashing figure disappear, blinked her big eyes, and thinking back to the scene where Qiu Tu had firmly pinned her down on the chair for a harsh scolding, a ripple stirred in her heart. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu, who had stepped outside, looked at the murky sky and let out a slight sigh as he reflected on his past. Aside from economic fraud, there's actually another branch of deceit, emotional manipulation. And many times, emotional manipulation can extract benefits more easily than financial scams. In his previous life, Qiu Tu's phone scam syndicate was a comprehensive large group that, aside from economic fraud, also dealt with emotional manipulation schemes. 12 types of women, 36 response plans, 108 ways to foster feelings, and PUA techniques. All have been compiled into a manual and distributed to the staff to study. Although Qiu Tu had not studied it seriously, he had dabbled in it. He hadn't considered this before, but it was the system's crisis warning that reminded him of Shunling Shuang's fondness for him. So he just went with the flow to enhance their relationship. After spending a night together, Qiu Tu had made a rough assessment of Shunling Shuang's identity. Even if it wasn't as exaggerated as she claimed, it was pretty close to the truth. At least the identity of a high-ranking official's child was indubitable. Although it was unclear why such a girl would end up in the planning area, it was indeed an opportunity for Qiu Tu. If he could really grasp this lead, maybe there would be room for things to turn around. With this thought, Qiu Tu found Fong Ming and made arrangements for Shun Lingshuang's security, mainly borrowing 2 maid servants from the Qin family to take care of her. After all, Shun Lingshuang was a girl, and the security team was all rough men. Some matters were not too convenient. Fong Ming was indeed a rare good man in this cataclysmic world. Just days ago, Qiu Tu had been under his command, but now he had suddenly leaped to become Fong Ming's superior. Despite this, Fong Ming did not show any hard feelings and competently served as Qiu Tu's deputy. With him assisting by his side, Qiu Tu could devote more energy to solving his current predicament. After arranging for Shun Lingshuang's daily care, Qiu Tu walked toward the residence that the Qin family had prepared for him. To accommodate the security team, the Qin family had specifically vacated a 2-entry courtyard. Since Qin Shuman was staying directly at the Qin family's main residence, it was natural for Qiu Tu to move into the main building of this courtyard. Upon arrival at the main building's entrance, before he even stepped into the room, Qiu Tu noticed the door to the front hall was open and the light inside was on. He paused for a moment, then stepped inside. Entering the front hall, Qiu Tu saw a portly middle-aged man leisurely sipping tea in the guest chair. A girl about 16 or 17 stood by his side, head bowed. Perhaps hearing footsteps, the middle-aged man turned around. Seeing Qiu Tu, his face immediately filled with smiles, and he stood up to greet him warmly. "Ah, Agent Chiou, I've been waiting for you." Qiu Tu's gaze flickered slightly as he walked over warmly. "Master Qin Si, do you have matters to discuss with me so late at night?" Master Qin Si, the 4th son of old Master Qin, also the head of the 4th branch. Despite his genial appearance, he managed the Qin family's underworld businesses like the underground brothel and gambling dens. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qin Si's plump face revealed a sincere smile. As he pulled Qiu Tu down to sit, he said, "There's nothing much. It's just that I felt an instant connection with Agent Chiou at the banquet earlier and wanted to get to know you better in private." Upon saying this, he tentatively asked, "It's still early. Would Agent Chiou be interested in taking a walk with me?" Seeing the expression on Master Qin Si's face, and considering his status, Qiu Tu certainly could guess where taking a walk would lead. But given his current official duties, he smiled and politely declined the invitation. "Thank you for your kind offer, 4th Master. However, I'm feeling slightly unwell tonight. Perhaps another time." Master Qin Si, still smiling, replied, I understand. He then pointed at the girl next to him and instructed, "Xiaoying, what are you standing there for? Go brew some tea for Agent Chiou." Upon hearing Master Qin Si's command, the girl quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Shortly after, a cup of fragrant tea was placed beside Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu nodded his thanks, and while sipping tea, he recalled the situation of the Qin family's 5th house in his mind. Apart from Old Wu of the 5th house, who was born of the legitimate wife, the others from the 4 houses had the same mother. The eldest house was headed by Qin Heng, the current patriarch of the Qin family, whose official position was director of the Civil Affairs Bureau at Xinjia City Hall. He was mainly responsible for household registration, social assistance, and welfare management. In the whole of Xinjia City, he was a significant figure, second only to Yin Shun and the other 3 big bosses. The 2nd house was led by Qin Jingguang, the Qin family's second-in-command on the surface. His official position was Deputy Division Chief of the Public Security Management Division at the Xinjia City Investigation Bureau, mainly in charge of citywide public security management and a person of actual power within the Bureau. It was to pave the way for him that old Master Qin kept making private connections with Yin Shun while he was alive. The 3rd house was Qin Shu, the 3rd brother among the 5 Qin siblings. Unlike his 2 brothers, he did not enter politics, but chose to engage in business. The Qin family's various business affairs were managed by him, mainly in legitimate industries like ready-to-wear, jewelry, and department stores. These 3 brothers of the Qin family, together with Master Qin Si, who was sitting beside Qiu Tu and in charge of the family's gray industries, formed the Xinjia Qin family, extending across both the legitimate and underworld realms. As for the Qin family's fifth house, because their mother was the second wife and they were pampered by old Master Qin due to their young age, they were somewhat unruly and had now become a well-known profligate son in Xinjia City, already excluded from the Qin family's core of power. Therefore, even before entering the Qin family, Qiu Tu had selected 2 points of breakthrough for his mission. One of them was Master Qin Si. What he had not expected was that before he had taken the initiative to approach Master Qin Si, Master Qin Si had found him first. Moreover, having found him, all he did was engage in idle chat without saying anything of substance. What was he trying to sell in his gourd? Thinking this way, Qiu Tu sipped his tea quietly, patiently waiting for Master Qin Si to speak. After all, if Master Qin Si was not in a rush, neither was he. Perhaps not expecting Qiu Tu to be so patient, Master Qin Si drank 3 cups of tea and remained silent for approximately 10 minutes before he finally couldn't help but speak up. He asked cheerfully, "Does Agent Chiou have a mission here this time?" Hearing his question, Qiu Tu, who had been counting the tea leaves in his cup, slowly came back to reality and also smiled as he replied, "What mission could I possibly have? Naturally, it's to ensure Miss Schumann's safety." Upon hearing that, Master Qin Si, unconvinced, shook his head and raised an eyebrow. "But that's not what I've heard." A thought flashed through Qiu Tu's mind. "Oh," he uttered, then looked at Master Qin Si with feigned curiosity. "What has Fourth Master heard then?" Master Qin Si glanced outside to confirm that no one was eavesdropping. He then lowered his voice, softly saying, "I heard you have a grudge against our Qin family and have come to investigate the Qin family." Of course, such matters couldn't be discussed openly, so Qiu Tu couldn't help but wave his hands repeatedly. "Fourth Master, what are you joking about? What am I that I could investigate the Qin family? Let's not even talk about Commissioner Qin Heng's status in Xinjia City or Director Qin Jingwang's power. Even you could crush me to death with just a finger. If I offended you all, wouldn't I be afraid that one day I'd be sunken upon on my way back home?" Ha ha ha. Hearing Qiu Tu speak like this, Master Qin Si also burst into laughter. But the next second, he changed his tone and pointedly said, "So that's why you moved into the Qin family home." In that instant, Qiu Tu's expression changed, and he almost couldn't maintain his smile. Is this guy really so steeped in the ways of Jianghu to blatantly threaten a public officer? But then upon second thought, Qiu Tu felt he might be wrong. After all, if Master Qin Si really wanted to harm him, his crisis intuition should have directly triggered a warning, right? Could it be? With that thought, a light bulb went off in Qiu Tu's head, and he guessed a possibility. He retracted his smile and suddenly looked at Master Qin Si, then seriously said, "Are you threatening me, Fourth Master?" "What? I'm in the Qin family. You wouldn't dare act against me because it would be hard to explain to the Investigation Bureau. But if I go out, then I'm as good as dead. Is that it? Are you threatening an agent, trying to provoke the entire Xinjia City Investigation Bureau?" Master Qin Si probably didn't expect Qiu Tu to be so bold. He was taken aback, and then his face changed back to the cheerful expression he had before, saying, "Agent Qiu, you've misunderstood me. I'm just making conversation with you. Why take it so seriously? I haven't threatened you, and I haven't provoked the Investigation Bureau. But people go through birth, old age, sickness, and death. Who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first, right?" Speaking thus, he narrowed his eyes, patted Qiu Tu's shoulder with an ambiguous smile. "So, Agent Qiu, you must take good rest, take good care of your health, don't catch any illnesses or suffer any accidents." After saying that, he laughed heartily as he stood up, then left Qiu Tu's room in a carefree manner. However, as he got up, a white booklet seemed to have accidentally dropped from him. Qiu Tu watched him leave, then slowly got up and picked up the booklet from the floor. Opening the booklet, it contained records of the second household's Qin Jingwang's illegal actions during his time as the Deputy Division Chief of the Public Security Administration, including accepting bribes from gang members, indulging gang members' crimes, releasing members of the anti-government armed forces without permission, and adjusting patrol routes to create opportunities for the members of the anti-government armed forces to carry out operations. among other charges. After reading the booklet, Qiu Tu smiled. He indeed hadn't guessed wrong. Master Qinci had come to tip him off and make overtures. Although he appeared to be threatening him on the surface, he was actually indirectly telling him that the Qin family had become aware of his real purpose and warned him to be careful. As for this booklet, it was Master Qinci's way of testing him, to see if he dared to investigate the Qin family and to what extent he wanted to probe. The only pity was, he somewhat took me for a fool. With these thoughts, Qiu Tu closed the small booklet in his hands and gently tapped it while silently analyzing. If all the charges recorded in this booklet were true, then even if the Qin family was not implicated, Qin Jingguang would definitely be finished. At that time, with one of the Qin family's two major pillars in politics chopped off by himself, would they let him off? As for the impractical idea of using this evidence to drag down the Qin family, Qiu Tu hadn't even considered it. After all, this was information collected by the Qin family's fourth house. How could they possibly set themselves on fire and bring down their own family? If Qiu Tu wasn't mistaken, there were both truths and falsehoods among the charges in this booklet, and even for the genuine parts, Master Qinci must have made preparations for severance early on, so as not to let the fire spread to the Qin family. So, were they using him as their weapon for internal conflicts among the brothers? But by bringing down Qin Jingguang, did Master Qinci really stand to gain any benefits? Could this be a trap? Qiu Tu patted the booklet in his hand as he quietly pondered, and as he was deep in thought, suddenly a sneaky figure caught his peripheral vision outside the window. He was startled for a moment, and without giving further thought to the analysis, he immediately gathered his thoughts and called out sharply, "Who's out there?" before striding out. Qiu Tu moved quickly, so as soon as he had stepped outside, he caught Cui Lan, who was attempting to flee. Caught by Qiu Tu, Cui Lan didn't dare to run away any longer. She turned around with an embarrassed face and bowed slightly. "Agent Chiou." Seeing Miss Schumann's black, chubby maid again, Qiu Tu's brows furrowed deeply. Why was it her again? Qiu Tu asked expressionlessly, "Why aren't you taking care of Miss Schumann and instead hanging around my doorstep?" Cui Lan, with her head lowered and feeling guilty, said, "Just passing by." Qiu Tu's face grew colder. "Passing by? Miss Schumann lives in the main house, at least a minute's walk from here. Don't you think your reason is a bit far-fetched?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Cui Lan defended herself. "It's my first time at the Qin families. I don't know the way and just happened to wander here after getting lost." Qiu Tu looked at her impervious attitude and felt a surge of irritation. He simply made it clear, "How long have you been here? What did you hear and see?" Possibly encouraged by the topic, Cui Lan slightly raised her head to confidently meet Qiu Tu's gaze, a schadenfreude smile on her lips, for over 10 minutes. "As for what I heard and saw, I wouldn't dare to say. Anyway, I saw Master Qinci and you having a pleasant conversation, so I waited outside, not daring to disturb." Qiu Tu's penetrating gaze became especially profound, filled with an intensity that couldn't dissipate. Over 10 minutes, and she claimed she was just passing by? He looked at Cui Lan intently, about to say something. But Cui Lan took the initiative to speak first. "Agent Chiou, don't always focus on me. Although I'm also part of the entourage, I'm not with the security team. I'm a servant of the bureau chief, directly taking orders from him. If the bureau chief assigns me some other tasks, I definitely have to do them. If you have been loyal to the bureau chief, what is there to fear?" Having said this, she looked up with a somewhat defiant gaze at Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu looked at her, just looked at her. After a moment, he took a deep breath and laughed, "Ha," saying, "Understood, Cui Lan. After all, you are a close confidant of the bureau chief, with special assignments. I get it." Finishing his address, he extended his hand to see her off. "Then I won't disturb you any longer." "As you were." Seeing Qiu Tu conceding, Cui Lan raised her head proudly. Then with a perfunctory bow towards Qiu Tu, she turned and left arrogantly. Just as she was stepping out, suddenly, she felt a large hand violently cover her mouth, and then she was brutally pressed against a chest devoid of warmth. The next second, she felt a sharp pain in her back as a cold, sharp object was fiercely stabbed into her lower back. As she felt the bone-piercing agony, Cui Lan had only one thought. Had Qiu Tu gone mad? How dare he? She was Yin Chen's maid, after all, and she even had orders from Yin Chen to surveil him. Was he not afraid of Yin Chen's wrath? She tried hard to turn her head to see Qiu Tu's expression, but the hand over her mouth held her face down firmly, preventing her from moving. She struggled to break free from this control, but apart from intensifying the pain as she writhed, it was of no use. At this time, perhaps sensing her resistance, Qiu Tu's low, hoarse voice timely reached her ear. "Take a deep breath. It's okay. It will be over soon." Accompanying that whisper with a slow but firm twist of the dagger and even more severe pain. Feeling the weakness in her body and the ebbing of life, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Cui Lan's eyes. She shook her head desperately, crying silently, but none of it could stop her life from inching closer to its countdown. As consciousness flickered, she seemed to see herself from yesterday noon, vividly recounting to Yin Chen how Qiu Tu and Qin Shuman were exchanging glances. She seemed to see herself last night, leading the way for Qiu Tu with a look of schadenfreude. She seemed to see herself this morning, hiding by the door, eavesdropping on Qiu Tu and Qin Shuman's secret whispers. She also seemed to see Yin Chen calling her into the dark study, rewarding her with a silver yuan for surveilling Qiu Tu and the ecstatic expression she had. If she had known it would end like this, she would never have gotten involved in the affairs of such important people. Gradually, Cui Lan's consciousness grew blurrier until it faded away completely. Feeling Cui Lan no longer struggle, Qiu Tu emotionlessly let go of his hand. He coldly looked at Cui Lan's corpse, then skillfully dragged her into the house, returned to the courtyard, and lit a cigarette. While silently smoking, he calmly cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. After finishing all this, Qiu Tu changed his clothes, then dialed a communication number. Soon, Eagle and Akuan arrived late at night. Upon seeing Cui Lan's corpse, they didn't say anything, just took out a sack to bag the body, cleaned up the traces once more, nodded at Qiu Tu, and left with the body on their shoulders. Watching the backs of the two men disappearing into the distance, the darkness in Qiu Tu's eyes deepened. After a moment, he softly said, "The first one." Late at night, the door of a side room in the Qin family's secondary residence was suddenly rapped on tap, tap, tap. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman's questioning voice came from inside. "Who is it?" The caller said softly, "Madam, it's Afu. I have urgent matters to report to the patriarch." After a while, the sound of rustling clothes came from within the room. Shortly, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Hung, wrapped in a robe, walked out from the inside. He bore a resemblance to Qin Si by about 50 to 60%, but his body was very thin and frail, with a sickly pale complexion. Stepping out of the room, the chilly breeze blew, causing him to cover his mouth and cough twice before he looked towards Afu and asked coldly, "What happened?" During the new book phase, I need continuous reading and recommendations. If it's convenient for everyone, please continue reading every day or click through to the latest chapter. Thank you, everyone. Lastly, I ask for your recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Afu knew that Qin Hung was unwell and couldn't stay outside for long, so he hurriedly came forward and whispered his report. "Master, 3 hours ago, the guards reported that Agent Chiou had summoned 2 people over. Half an hour later, those 2 people left carrying a sack. An hour ago, the servants reported that Miss Shuman's personal maid Cui Lan has gone missing. She said she was going out for a walk around 9 o'clock tonight, but she has not returned. I've arranged for people to search everywhere, but there's no trace of her. All the ponds and wells have been checked as well, with no sign of her. But a servant recalled that 3 hours ago, she was seen heading to the courtyard where the security team was staying." Afu didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Qin Hung muttered to himself expressionlessly, "Cui Lan, isn't she the maid we hired to serve Miss Shuman?" Afu reminded him in a low voice, "Master, have you forgotten? The maid sent to serve Miss Shuman was returned the same day after being sent to Director Yan's villa." "So, Lan is a maid personally used by director Yin. Qin Heng's expression darkened instantly. Did he bring her from the sanctuary? This time, Afu clearly hesitated for a second. Then remembering Lan's plump, dark complexion, he shook his head. She shouldn't be. Qin Heng's expression eased slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he said, then tell the second brother. Let them deal with the internal affairs of the investigation bureau themselves. Afu took the order, yes. Qin Heng coughed twice again, then turned around and went back to his room. After a while, a woman's concerned low voice came from the room. What's wrong? Qin Heng replied softly. It's nothing, just a minor issue. The woman responded with a thump. The room gradually quieted down, and the blue moonlight, like water, spilled over the entire Qin family mansion. 7 days, 64 hours, 25 minutes, and 1 second. A silent night passed. Early the next morning, Qiu Tu got out of bed and habitually glanced at the 2 hourglass timers in the upper left corner. In the timers, the first was for the time director Yin Shun had given him to investigate the Qin family's crimes. 6 days left. The second was for the cataclysmic potions preparation time, about 57 hours remaining. Calculating the time, the Qin family should have reported Lan's death to Yin Shun by now. Then, his reaction should be seen soon. By then, I'll know if I guessed right. Thinking this, Qiu Tu got up, freshened up, then went out of his room to have breakfast. To accommodate the security team, the Qin family had set up a small kitchen in the courtyard. Every morning, the small kitchen would be ready with meals for the security team to eat. During breakfast, Qiu Tu and Fong Ming sat at the same table. While eating with his head down, Fong Ming said in a muted voice, Qiu Tu, to be honest, I admire you. When I first met you, you were just a regular detective, and it seemed like you had offended the bureau chief's woman, earning his dislike. But that same night, you turned the tables. Not only were you transferred to the political department, but you were also promoted. At the time, I was surprised and curious. But unexpectedly, in just 1 day, the situation turned around again. You were appointed as the security team captain, escorting Qin Shuman back to the Qin family. Although I'm not sure what you're peddling in that gourd of yours, any clear-eyed person knows this is a setup for disaster. A first-level detective from the political department is leading the team. It's just short of pulling out an investigation warrant right there. Which of those who has made it in the officialdom isn't cunning? Who couldn't guess that this is a political statement? So, countless pairs of eyes in Xinjia City are watching the Qin family, watching the bureau chief, watching you. At this point, he paused, then continued. As a result, last night you first met with Master Qin Si, then killed Yin Chen's personal maid, Lan. To be honest, I'm a bit confused about whose side you're on and exactly what kind of game you're playing. My dad always said, when you encounter someone you can't figure out but still find somewhat trustworthy, the best method is to be honest with them. Otherwise, the other person will calculate against you thoroughly, even making you count the money for them. So, I want to be a little honest with you too. I got involved in this matter purely by accident, and I hope you won't drag me into your schemes. As long as you don't involve me, I will owe you a favor. As for your group of brothers, I really like Atai, and I've already arranged for him to participate in the Special Service Department selection this morning. No problem there. If you pull through in the end, and he continues to follow you, I'll consider that favor repaid. If something happens to you, I will treat him like my own brother and train him well. With him there, your brothers won't be completely powerless without your care. But you should try your best not to involve him in your next moves. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect him. After finishing, Fong Ming continued to lower his head to eat, as if waiting for Qiu Tu's decision. Qiu Tu looked at Fong Ming, just watching. After a moment, a smile bloomed on his face, and he extended his hand. Deal. Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief and extended his hand as well. The two hands clasped together. When they let go, Fong Ming added in a whisper, "Be careful. The Qin family situation is not that simple. It may involve some higher-level struggles." Qiu Tu felt a slight stir in his heart as he was reminded of the crisis intuition's constant alerts about Yin Shen being caught in a storm. He nodded and sincerely said, "Thank you." After finishing the meal, as the captain of the security team, Qiu Tu naturally had to report to Qin Shuman. But before he could move, Qin Shuman came looking for him in a fluster, her skirt in hand. Upon seeing Qiu Tu, Qin Shuman visibly relaxed. She hurried over to him, leaned down close, and whispered, "Qiu Tu, there's trouble." Smelling the burst of cherry blossom fragrance and watching the surging white waves before him, Qiu Tu continued to eat calmly while he softly inquired, "What happened?" Qin Shuman looked around. There were still other detectives eating at several tables, but she couldn't care less at that point, so she sat down next to Qiu Tu and lowered her voice. "Cui Lan has disappeared. I suspect someone has harmed her. After I returned to my room last night, she asked for leave, saying she wanted to." She was cut off before she could finish by Qiu Tu. "I know." "You know." Qin Shuman's eyes obviously froze for a moment, making her look much more bewildered. Qiu Tu hummed a confirmation, continued to eat without looking up, and said casually, "I killed her." Qin Shuman's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Qiu Tu. Fortunately, she was still rational, so the next second she regained her composure, swallowed, and asked softly, "Why?" Qiu Tu looked at her, not hesitating as he began to use one of the 108 ways to foster affection. Number 37. "For you." It was of course for you. "For me." Qin Shuman blinked her eyes, revealing a hint of clarity and silliness. Qiu Tu stated matter-of-factly, "Nonsense, if it weren't for you. Why would I kill her?" Qin Shuman's mind couldn't quite catch up, and she asked puzzledly, "But what did she do to me?" As he picked at his food, Qiu Tu explained slowly and methodically, "She was Yinshen's person, following you around to keep watch over you. Yinshen clearly didn't trust you as a mole for the military, so he had her record your every word and deed to regularly report." At this point, Qiu Tu countered, "Are you a mole for the military?" Qin Shuman hastily and blankly shook her head. Qiu Tu said, "There you have it. She found something amiss with you and meticulously recorded all the details. Last night, when she was about to report to Yinshen, I happened upon her, so I figured I might as well go all the way and killed her." Qin Shuman's mouth fell open slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu was smiling, contentedly eating a mouthful of meat. People, after all, live their whole lives learning the art of passing the buck. If you can shift the blame to others and gain their gratitude in the process, why bear it yourself? Lay aside personal integrity and enjoy the life of the shameless. Perhaps truly persuaded by Qiu Tu, Qin Shuman seemed to be in much better spirits. Although she was still muttering worriedly about Yinshen's wrath, under Qiu Tu's "leave it all to me" reassurances, she gradually calmed down. After dinner, to alleviate Qin Shuman's concerns, Qiu Tu took the initiative to bring her to the pond to feed the fish. As one of Xinjia City's most powerful and influential families, the Qin family's estate was broad in area and massive in architectural scale, ranking prominently within the entire city. Thus, the Qin family mansion not only boasted a well-arranged residence, but also a meticulously designed garden with a distinctly oriental charm. Sunlight filtered through the delicate leaves of the bamboo, dancing on the pebble-paved pathways in a model pattern. Qin Shuman sat on a stool beside the path, her long legs stretched out in front. She pinched a handful of fine fish food and gently scattered it into the crystal-clear pond. Suddenly, the previously peaceful waters came alive as various mutant fish converged from all directions. Watching the fish swim around her, a faint smile played on her lips, and her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with allure. Qiu Tu stood not too far away, his gaze softly falling upon her. He felt this was the most leisurely moment he had in days. Yet he also wondered how much longer he could enjoy such times. With that thought, his gaze pierced through the Qin family mansion, the streets, and the buildings until it settled on the dark silhouette ensconced in the office atop the Investigation Bureau office building. At the same time, in the Xinjia City Investigation Bureau office building, Yinshen sat in the bureau chief's office, bowing his head as he worked through documents, listening to Secretary Bai's report. After a while, he signed on a document and then looked up to ask, "So, In summary, Second Qin came to report to you today that Qiu Tu killed Shui Lan, correct? Secretary Bai respectfully replied, yes. Yin Shen let out a light from his nose. Old Qin is really slippery, still unwilling to take a stand-up until now. All right, I've got it, he said, and returned to reviewing the documents before him. Seeing that Yin Shen had no further instructions, Secretary Bai did not leave, but cautiously inquired, Bureau Chief, should we warn or discipline Qiu Tu in any way? Upon hearing this, Yin Shen paused in his actions. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Secretary Bai, flipped his pen around, and tapped it heavily on the desk, saying sternly, Bai Yu, I know you have high hopes for Qiu Tu, but don't try to play games with me. At that moment, Secretary Bai broke out in sweat, quickly straightening his back. Yes. Yin Shen's face turned cold, and she waved her hand. Go out. Secretary Bai saluted respectfully and turned to walk out of the office. After leaving the office, Secretary Bai closed the door behind him. Then he let out a slight sigh and shook his head as he walked toward his own office. The fact that Qiu Tu had killed Shui Lan was not exactly a secret. As such, many keen onlookers had also been watching how the situation progressed. But after waiting a day, there was absolutely no response from Yin Shen. No reprimand, no chastisement, and certainly no rewards. It was eerily quiet, as if she were completely unaware of the incident. However, by evening, most people had caught on. The lack of any reward meant the incident was not instigated by Yin Shen. Yin Shen was very dissatisfied with it. The absence of reprimand or chastisement meant the issue was not yet resolved. By intentionally not defining the situation, Yin Shen could, in the future, use the incident to incriminate Qiu Tu whenever she wished, be it in a major or minor way. On the contrary, if there were reprimands or admonishments, it would mean the incident was over. Yin Shen, although not pleased, was not preparing to take any action against Qiu Tu. Just as I thought, Qiu Tu felt greatly relieved after waiting an entire day with no resolution coming forth. Indeed, with my current value, Yin Shen wouldn't inconvenience me over some non-crucial matters. Although she still harbors some wariness towards me, she has actually made concessions in practice. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu's gaze was filled with amusement. Anyone familiar with scamming tactics would recognize this as the bait that con parties bite, a common trick used by swindlers, testing the limits. Once a person is hooked by their own greed, their bottom line will be gradually lowered by the swindler until it's gone completely. So the next step was quite simple. It's time to slowly increase Yin Shen's sunk cost. Thinking this, Qiu Tu didn't even hesitate, immediately sending up a report. Discovered significant clues, requesting backup of one team of political department investigators for deployment, and an increase in operational funds. 399 silver yuan. 49 hours, 19 minutes, and 48 seconds. Able to produce cataclysmic potion. In the evening, as Qiu Tu and Yin Shen were engaged in their strategic contest, Shenling Shuang sat blankly on the steps of the small courtyard, holding a short-legged tabby cat and looking up at the sky with her cheek in her palm. A maid and a special service detective stood next to her, keeping watch over her. After a while, she turned to look at the special service detective. Hey, don't you think you should go check on your boss? Could he have choked to death on water? Otherwise, why hasn't he come to interrogate me all day? As a significant criminal, don't I deserve a bit of face? Having probably repeated this spiel all day, the special service detective, upon hearing her, silently turned away, pretending not to have heard. Seeing this, Shenling Shuang glared at him indignantly, then, pouting, stroked the short-legged tabby cat a couple of times, almost yanking out its fur. The maid looked on sympathetically and reached out to stop her, but didn't dare to speak up. And just then, Qiu Tu's voice came from outside the courtyard. What kind of face? You're a suspect, and you still have face. Upon hearing that familiar mockery, Shenling Shuang's eyes brightened, and she stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Qiu Tu, you've come. As she spoke, Qiu Tu, with his hands in his pockets, strode in from outside the courtyard. His legs were long, his figure perfect, and the black uniform of the political department looked exceptionally crisp on him. Plus, with his handsome looks that rivaled Yanzu, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Shunling Shuang was momentarily mesmerized. 108 Ways to Enhance Affection number 7. If you have outstanding physical attributes, be sure to use them to your advantage. This can help you quickly conquer a woman's heart. Stepping up to Shunling Shuang, Qiu Tu gestured with a wave of his hand for the special service detectives and a maidservant by her side to leave. The special service detective, seeing this, clearly breathed a sigh of relief. He saluted Qiu Tu respectfully before hastily making his escape from the yard. The maidservant also left in a hurry, but not before she snatched the little cat from Shunling Shuang's arms. Then, with tears in her eyes, she ran off clutching the kitten. Watching the two flee as if avoiding the plague, Qiu Tu was full of question marks. What exactly did Shunling Shuang, the little witch, do to make those guarding her act like they've seen a ghost? By then, Shunling Shuang had also finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the handsome Qiu Tu, her face blushed slightly, but her strong pride still made her hold her head high as she asked, "Where did you go today? How come you didn't come to interrogate me?" Qiu Tu frowned slightly, not indulging her rebuke. "What does it matter to you what I do?" But after the rebuke, he still added, "I'm the captain of the security team. Naturally, I must be guarding Miss Schumann." When Qiu Tu first rebuked Shunling Shuang, although she found it satisfying, she still felt somewhat indignant. But as soon as she heard what Qiu Tu said next, her attention was diverted. Miss Schumann, muttering the name, Shunling Shuang couldn't help but recall the celestial-like woman she saw when she was sent to the Qin family. It was beauty that she, as a woman, envied. She felt a slight sense of loss. And then, as if possessed, she asked, "So, who do you think is prettier, Miss Schumann or me?" Qiu Tu looked Shunling Shuang up and down upon hearing this. The young girl was actually quite attractive, but because she hadn't fully blossomed yet and was too green, it was a bit humiliating for her to compare herself with Qin Schumann. "So, definitely you. How can Qin Schumann compare with you?" 108 Ways to Enhance Affection number 9. Offer some compliments that you know are false, as it can quickly increase the other person's favorability. Shunling Shuang, who unexpectedly received such an answer from Qiu Tu, blushed and asked awkwardly, "Do you really think so?" "Of course." Qiu Tu raised his hand to swear. "I swear on the life of my immediate superior, Yin Shun, that if there is a single false word, he shall have no place to be buried." Upon hearing that, Shunling Shuang felt a sweet sensation in her heart. After all, who didn't know that Yin Shun was Qiu Tu's benefactor, and that his young age as a first-level detective of the political department was entirely due to Yin Shen's patronage? Shunling Shuang had indeed learned quite a bit about Qiu Tu from the detectives guarding her today. Shunling Shuang nodded contentedly, and although she didn't say it out loud, she felt very pleased inside. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu, having finished boosting Shunling Shuang's goodwill, also timely started the topic he came to Shunling Shuang for. "Ling Shuang, I need you to do something for me." Although just moments ago, Qiu Tu's 2 combination punches had successfully hooked Shunling Shuang, she still habitually played coy in response. She tilted her head, pouted her lips slightly arrogantly, and said, "Just because you tell me to do something, I have to do it? How embarrassing for me." Qiu Tu, however, said, "This is a command, not a question. If you don't agree, I can only help you remember yesterday's punishment." Listening to Qiu Tu's domineering, yet ambiguous words, Shunling Shuang felt an inexplicable shiver in her heart. Her cheeks flushed, she turned her head away and muttered insincerely, "Fine, I'll do it. No need to threaten people." After speaking, she asked without much enthusiasm, "So what do you want me to do?" Qiu Tu took out a package from his pocket and handed it to Shunling Shuang. Shunling Shuang was rather casual when receiving the package, but when she saw what was inside, her eyes widened in an instant. Aurora stone, tears of moonlight. After recognizing these 2 precious cataclysmic materials, Shunling Shuang couldn't help but look at Qiu Tu in surprise. "Where did you get these 2 things from?" Qiu Tu shook his head, refusing to answer. "That's a secret you shouldn't pry." Shunling Shuang was indeed obedient. When Qiu Tu told her not to ask, she didn't ask any further. However, as her handcuffed hands brushed over the two cataclysm materials, her gaze still became extremely complex. Putting away the playful expression on her face, she looked at Qiu Tu and asked seriously, "Our relationship shouldn't be good, right? How can you trust me with these items? Aren't you afraid that I will deliberately sabotage and ruin the potion? You haven't seen a cataclysmic potion before, have you? Aren't you afraid that I might secretly make a fake potion and pocket these two cataclysmic materials? And have you ever seen my alchemy skills? Aren't you afraid that I'll fail in making it?" Qiu Tu did not directly answer Shun Lingshuang's barrage of questions, but instead fired back. "Would you intentionally spoil my cataclysmic potion?" Shun Lingshuang shook her head. "I wouldn't." Qiu Tu then asked, "Would you pocket these two cataclysmic materials then?" Shun Lingshuang shook her head again. "I wouldn't." Qiu Tu finally asked, "Then, do you think you can successfully create the cataclysmic potion?" This time, Shun Lingshuang hesitated for a moment, but in the end she nodded. "I am at least 90% certain." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu said with a smile, "Then what do I have to worry about? You may think our relationship is not good, but I find you very trustworthy. So, I trust you." Accompanying those final words, Shun Lingshuang stood frozen in place. Possibly having never been trusted so much by anyone, Shun Lingshuang was somewhat at a loss for what to do. She stuttered, but After a moment, she took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Then, with a complex look in her eyes, she gazed at Qiu Tu. "But Qiu Tu, I can't guarantee that the potion I make will truly cause a cataclysm awakening when you drink it. You know, the awakening rate of the cataclysmic potion is less than 20% now. It's completely a gamble with one's life." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu heavily patted Shun Lingshuang's shoulder and said earnestly, "Then I entrust my life to you." Time seemed to stop at that moment, as Shun Lingshuang felt the world around her so vast, yet as if it could only fit a single person, Qiu Tu. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, so the 2-chapter updates will probably both be in the evening. Everyone can enjoy reading them together later. It'll be more satisfying that way. For a moment, she regained her composure and said to Qiu Tu with a determined look, "Don't worry, I will definitely ensure your successful cataclysm awakening." Having said that, she seemed to have also entered work mode, waving her hand and saying, "Bring paper and pen. I need to write down the other ingredients for the potion. Although none of them are rare or precious herbs, they still require some time to prepare." Qiu Tu glanced at the countdown timer in the upper left corner, 46 hours, 35 minutes, and 17 seconds, then asked, "Is a day and a half enough time?" Shun Lingshuang thought for a moment. It shouldn't be a problem. Qiu Tu was relieved. So, Qiu Tu fetched some paper and a pen, and Shun Lingshuang quickly wrote down what was needed for the cataclysmic potion and the equipment. Qiu Tu carefully folded the note and put it in his pocket, ready to contact Eagle, Akuan, and the others to take care of this matter. However, after seeing Qiu Tu put away the note, Shun Lingshuang hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Qiu Tuesday." Qiu Tu looked up at her. Shun Lingshuang said, "Actually, I have some things about the cataclysmic potion that I want to discuss with you. I think you should be aware of them beforehand." Shun Lingshuang always appeared to Qiu Tu as carefree and lawless. Now that she was suddenly so serious, Qiu Tu knew what she was about to say must be very important. Indeed, Shun Lingshuang began to speak slowly. From the birth of the first cataclysmic potion and the first cataclysmic, it has now been a full 13 years. Research on the cataclysmic potion and cataclysmics by the various sanctuaries has continued uninterrupted. But the more research is done, the more sanctuaries realize there are significant problems with cataclysm awakening. Pausing, she asked, "You still remember the 6 cataclysmic pathways I told you about, don't you?" Qiu Tu nodded. "I remember. Destruction, life, mystery, immortality, order, and chaos." Shun Lingshuang nodded and then said, "Yes. But do you know why these pathways are named after these particular words?" Qiu Tu shook his head. Shun Lingshuang explained, because these are the paths that the 6 pathways follow, and they are also their biggest issue. Fearing that her explanation might not be clear enough, Shunling Shuang gave an example. If you're a cataclysmic of the destruction pathway, then all of your actions must align closely with destruction. The more you destroy, the faster your strength will progress. Of course, what you destroy is for you to decide. Some people choose to destroy life, others food, and some peace. Corresponding subpathways include slaughter, gluttony, war. If it ended there, it might not matter so much. But there is a very terrifying rule on the cataclysmic pathways. That is, if you only follow your path, your strength will improve. But if you betray or stop your path, then your strength will also start to decline rapidly. At this point, Shunling Shuang's gaze revealed a deep concern. It is under this sort of pressure that many cataclysmics become increasingly extreme. Their minds even start to deviate from normal, turning completely insane. Now many speculate that there is a problem with the cataclysmic potion itself, or that perhaps humans must undergo cataclysm awakening on their own, rather than stealing the cataclysmic powers of other beings. So, the offspring of the higher-ups in the sanctuary mostly don't undergo cataclysm awakening. They're just ordinary people. Hearing Shunling Shuang's words, Qiu Tu was silent for 2 seconds and then asked, "Then what about the high-ups of the sanctuary themselves?" Shunling Shuang's eyes were filled with a sorrow so dense it was almost tangible. They have no choice. In the face of the great cataclysm, in the face of the life and death situation of our race, someone must carry the heavy burden and forge ahead. Qiu Tu fell silent. Shunling Shuang looked at him and then said, "That's why I hope you will consider it carefully." Upon hearing her words, Qiu Tu took a few deep breaths, vigorously rubbed his face, and then said with a smile, "No need to think about it anymore. I will definitely walk this path." Shunling Shuang looked at him, puzzled why. "If you said you didn't know the dangers of this road, I could understand your choice. But you clearly know how dangerous this road is. Why do you still want to continue down it?" She said, "You should know about the dispute over the path of human cataclysm awakening in the sanctuary, right? Ever since the cataclysmic potion was researched, the faction advocating for stealing mystical powers from other life forms has been dominant. However, with more and more people losing control after using the cataclysmic potion over the years, now inside the sanctuary, the voices of the faction that believes in relying on the natural birth of a new mankind through generations of human reproduction, who inherently possess this power, are getting louder and louder. You don't have to. Qiu Tu, however, waved his hand with a smile and cut off her words. Even if a new mankind is indeed born in the future, that won't be me, nor you. Am I right? This is a chaotic era where it's every man for himself. If you're not on the dining table, you're on the menu. I have seen the qualifications to sit at the dining table and don't want to give up due to my own cowardice, to be slaughtered like pigs and sheep. I'd rather have a splendid and illustrious life, even if it's very short. Having said this, Qiu Tu paused for a moment and then continued softly. And besides, although I don't know what dangers humanity has encountered that require the leaders of the sanctuary to become cataclysmics and bear the heavy burden, but if they can sacrifice themselves for the future of our race, then I can too. I think I want to walk with them. Having said that, Qiu Tu stood up and left the courtyard, leaving behind a dashing and resolute silhouette for Shunling Shuang. Shunling Shuang stared blankly at Qiu Tu's retreating figure without snapping back to reality for a long time. 45 hours, 2 minutes, and 1 second. Cataclysmic potion can be produced. After leaving the courtyard, Qiu Tu gave a few instructions to the rotating scouts and made at the courtyard entrance, asking them to satisfy Shunling Shuang's reasonable requests as much as possible during the time they guarded her. Having interacted with this girl for 2 days, Qiu Tu had confirmed Crisis Intuition's assessment of her as having a kind heart. She was like a cactus that had grown wildly in the apocalypse, thorny on the outside, but always maintaining a pure heart at her core. So within his own authority, Qiu Tu still hoped to make her life as good as possible. Yep, and it had nothing to do with her speaker father. During today's conversation, Shunling Shuang had revealed too much information that only the offspring of the high ranks of the sanctuary would know. So even if she wasn't the daughter of Shun Yuzhou, the deputy speaker of the Supreme Sanctuary Council of the Third Sanctuary, her background must be extraordinary. With that thought, Qiu Tu left the small courtyard where Shunling Shuang was being held and headed towards his own residence. But just halfway there, he received a communication from Fong Ming. The content was brief, with just one piece of news. The reinforcements Qiu Tu had applied for in his report this afternoon had arrived. It has to be said, when Qiu Tu learned this piece of news from Fong Ming's mouth, he was somewhat surprised. He had considered the possibility that Yin Chun might agree, but he never expected her agreement to come so swiftly, nor did he expect Jia Shu to carry out the orders so quickly. Reflecting on the time elapsed from when he requested reinforcements to when they arrived, it was a mere 4 hours. This indicated that Yin Chun had hardly hesitated after receiving the report before approving his request, and Jia Shu had caused no delays. It's good news. This means that in Yin Chen's eyes, I am becoming more and more important. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Qiu Tu couldn't help but speculate. Given Yin Chen's character, there must definitely be a catch with this reinforcement, right? With these thoughts, Qiu Tu leisurely returned to the courtyard where he was staying. Indeed, upon arriving at the courtyard, Qiu Tu discovered a team of political department investigators in black uniforms resting inside. And the entrance to the courtyard, which had been rather quiet these past couple of days, today saw several additional servants from the Qin family mansion interior. They peered into the courtyard from time to time, clearly there to observe and gather intelligence. Witnessing this scene, Qiu Tu couldn't help but laugh wryly to himself. It seems the first pitfall had arrived. Yinshin actually hadn't sent the political department investigators in secret, but let them enter the Qin family mansion openly. What is the political department for? It's a secret branch responsible mainly for espionage, counter-espionage, and internal supervision. Such a sensitive department always acts with consideration for their impact and keeps a low profile. Now, a team of political department investigators entering the Qin family mansion openly will probably soon stir up a storm throughout the city. Thinking this, Qiu Tu stepped into the courtyard. When Fong Ming, who was receiving the reinforcements, saw Qiu Tu, he hastily greeted him, Agent Chiou. After the greeting, he introduced Qiu Tu to the two political department investigators beside him. This is our security team leader, Agent Chiou. Having said this, he led the two men forward. As the two men approached, Qiu Tu's gaze also fell on their epaulets. One of the men had 2 golden flowers pinned on his epaulette, while the other had 3, just like Qiu Tu. That meant he, like Qiu Tu, was a first-level detective of the political department, a squad leader. Indeed, when Fong Ming introduced them to Qiu Tu, he particularly emphasized this point. Agent Chiou, these two are investigators Cao Dabiao and Chen Feng. They are the leaders and deputy leaders of this reinforcement squad. At this point, Fong Ming gave Qiu Tu a meaningful look, clearly indicating that there was an issue here. Qiu Tu kept his composure, but inwardly he was almost amused to the point of laughing by Yin Chun. He had requested just one squad of political department investigators, yet a full squad had been sent over, with even their squad leader included. He was of the same rank as this squad leader Cao Dabiao, whose seniority was greater than his and who was more familiar with the team members. Without displaying some skill, he could be sidelined within minutes. How then could he control this squad and cultivate his own power base? With these thoughts in mind, Qiu Tu glanced at Cao Dabiao and Chen Feng with a profound look. Cao Dabiao was a man in his 30s with a round face, a beard around his jaw, and squinting eyes that betrayed ruthlessness and greed. With just one glance, Qiu Tu knew this man was an unruly rascal who would not easily take orders. As for Chen Feng, he was a young man in his 20s, with sharp and well-defined features that seemed a bit difficult to deal with, and he appeared. Having considered this, Qiu Tu gained a general understanding of the test Yin Chun and Jia Shu had set up for him. However, such a trivial difficulty didn't even register in Qiu Tu's eyes. With that thought, he abruptly stood straight and bellowed, "Assemble!" Upon hearing Qiu Tu's full-throated command, the political department investigators who had been resting in twos and threes were suddenly startled. Earlier, Fong Ming had already introduced them to Qiu Tu's identity, so upon hearing his call to assemble, they hurriedly ran over and formed up. Even if Cao Dabiao and Chen Feng harbored other ulterior motives at this moment, seeing all the team members assembling, they too could only stand before Qiu Tu. After seizing the initiative, Qiu Tu swept his gaze sharply across everyone, and then, pointing at his own epaulettes, he introduced himself. "I am Qiu Tu from the political department, a first-level detective. I am the captain of the security team, and also the commanding officer of all of you. Now, attention." As Qiu Tu finished stating his identity and the hierarchy of superior and subordinate was established, everyone's compliance visibly increased, and they immediately straightened their backs, standing upright. Even the old fox, Big Biao, lazily straightened up. Qiu Tu's eyes swept across all the members and he commanded, "Salute." Following Qiu Tu's cue, a dozen right hands lifted in unison. Qiu Tu also stood straight and returned the salute. Then he lowered his hand, looked at Cao Dabiao, and said, "Cao Dabiao, step out." Qiu Tu and Cao Dabiao were of the same rank, and Qiu Tu's seniority was slightly less, so theoretically, he couldn't command Cao Dabiao. But because Qiu Tu's position included the role of security team captain and the entire squad had just followed his orders, even if he felt somewhat aggrieved, he had no choice but to cooperate. Now that Qiu Tu had singled him out with a command, his discomfort intensified. But since he had followed the previous commands and a pattern had been established, he could only reluctantly step forward and said perfunctorily, "Agent Qiu, what instructions do you have?" However, Qiu Tu didn't give him the slightest face and directly snapped, "Address me as your commanding officer." Hearing Qiu Tu's uncompromising words, Cao Dabiao felt a burning sensation on his face. He could almost feel the awkward stares from his team members behind him without even looking back. He knew Qiu Tu was completely undermining his authority in the squad and forcibly establishing the concept of hierarchy in front of everyone. So, gritting his teeth and glaring at Qiu Tu, he was tempted to challenge Qiu Tu to a contest of wills and push back against his command. But just at that moment, Qiu Tu spoke again. With a cold gaze, he sternly shouted at Cao Dabiao, "What? Are you resisting a superior's command?" In that instant, Cao Dabiao felt utterly embarrassed. In a disciplined force, defying orders is an extremely serious matter, even to the extent of being shot on the spot during wartime. Furthermore, what was more important was that he noticed Qiu Tu's hand had already moved toward the gun holster on his back. Does he truly intend to kill me? How dare he? Has he gone mad? To shoot a first-level detective over a formality? He wouldn't survive the repercussions either. Although he couldn't believe in his heart that Qiu Tu would do such a thing, the dark intensity in Qiu Tu's eyes forced him to yield at that moment due to the overwhelming sense of danger. There's no point in reasoning with a madman. As long as I live, I can seek revenge later. With that thought, he lowered his head and shouted loudly, "Yes, commanding officer." Qiu Tu's hand relaxed from the gun holster, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now, I have a mission to assign to you." After one's spine is forcibly broken, it becomes very hard for them to hold their head up high again. So, when Cao Dabiao showed weakness, he had already reached a point of reckless abandon. He bellowed, "Please give your orders, sir." Seeing this, Qiu Tu let out a slight smile. "Now, I command you to leave the Qin family with 2 familiar agents. In half an hour, I will contact you and give you further instructions." Possibly not expecting such an order from Qiu Tu, Cao Dabiao looked at Qiu Tu with a confused expression. But now, the entire scene was under Qiu Tu's control, and his prestige and confidence had just been thoroughly crushed, so he didn't dare to voice any objections. Thus, like a zombie, he picked out 2 of his confidants from the ranks and, still dazed, led them away from the Qin family, ready to receive Qiu Tu's next command in half an hour. In this manner, They left the Qin family mansion. Standing at the entrance of the Qin family mansion, facing the extensive city roads that branched out in all directions, Qiu Tu was bewildered for a few seconds before he suddenly came to his senses. Damn it! Was I just stripped of my military power? Thinking of his squad, now completely out of his control, a horde of unspeakable emotions surged wildly in Qiu Tu's heart. However, the next second, when he saw the two confidants by his side, he exclaimed again, "Damn it! Shit! Did I just take my confidants with me? Doesn't that mean I don't even have anyone to pass on messages or give remote orders?" With this realization, Qiu Tu felt an icy chill throughout his body. He thought back to Qiu Tu's series of actions just now: preemptive strike, herd mentality, overwhelming authority, intimidation, relocation. A combination of moves that left him out of the game before he even got into the groove. At that moment, Qiu Tu only felt an ominous chill. He was tempted to go back and challenge Qiu Tu again, but Qiu Tu's recent tactical combination had completely sapped his courage. Being not of a tough disposition to begin with, after much hesitation, he chose to give up. Forget it, he's a tough nut to crack. Better not provoke him. Might as well consider it a vacation. After all, I've got two confidants with me. Worst comes to worst, after this mission is over, I'll just gift something nice to the superior officers and get transferred to another squad. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and waved to his two confidants, saying generously, "Let's go. Off to have some barbecue. It's on me." Meanwhile, inside the barracks of the security team, Qiu Tu looked at Chun Feng and the remaining 9 agents with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. After kicking out Qiu Tu, who was of equal rank to him, all the agents present were now lower in both position and rank, completely eliminating the possibility of challenging his authority. However, while this squad appeared outwardly obedient to him, to truly win their allegiance required some additional methods. With this in mind, Qiu Tu turned to Feng Ming and asked, "Agent Feng, has the funding I applied for from the bureau chief come through?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, the bewildered Feng Ming at his side snapped back to reality. The shock of what had happened in those few short minutes was greater than the teachings of his family over several years. Upon witnessing how Qiu Tu dispatched Qiu Tu with just a few swift moves, a phrase his father once taught him echoed through his mind. The essence of power isn't the ability to do what you want, but the ability to make others do what they don't want to do. In that instant, he felt as if he truly comprehended what this sentence meant. And it was his first real encounter with Qiu Tu. Therefore, when he heard Qiu Tu's inquiry, he snapped back to reality, gave Qiu Tu a deep look, and then respectfully responded, "Reporting to the officer, we have arrived." Having said that, he stood up to retrieve a small box bearing the Investigation Bureau's insignia from the room and presented it to Qiu Tu with both hands. Qiu Tu received the box, opened it to inspect the contents, and found it brimming with shiny silver yuan. He grabbed a handful, 30 to 40 coins, and threw them directly at all the agents. Seeing the scattering silver yuan, the agents' eyes reddened. Their reflex was to reach out and collect them. But at that moment, Qiu Tu let out a thunderous shout, "Don't catch it. You are agents, a disciplined force. If the officer hasn't told you to move, I'll see who dares." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, the 10 agents present swayed slightly, but ultimately all stood still. However, from their fervent gazes, one could tell their desire had not lessened at all. After all, in the planning area, silver yuan had substantial purchasing power. A single silver yuan could buy 80 pounds of top-quality rice, 10 to 20 pounds of meat, or 30 feet of cotton fabric. Its purchasing power was roughly equivalent to 800 of Qiu Tu's former world's currency. It was generally not used in transactions among the lower class. So, for the agents whose monthly salary was only 3 silver yuan, these 30 to 40 coins truly represented a fortune. Seeing his authority and prohibitions respected, Qiu Tu nodded with satisfaction. He returned the small box to Feng Ming, then paced in front of the 10 agents. Only then did he speak under the intense gazes of the crowd. "You are all my subordinates. As long as you follow me and work hard, or promotions, What is silver yuan? You will have it all. After finishing, Qiu Tu gestured with his hand. Now, Chen Feng takes 5 coins, everyone else takes 3, and the rest will be picked up and returned to me. Chen Feng supervises. Dismissed. Accompanying Qiu Tu's voice, the agents eagerly bent down to pick up silver yuan from the ground. But owing to Qiu Tu's prior order, they did not scramble for it and tacitly picked up only the coins nearest them. Soon, each agent held 3 silver yuan in their hands, and the extras were handed over to Chen Feng, who then presented them all to Qiu Tu. After placing the silver yuan in Qiu Tu's hands, Chen Feng looked at him with complexity in his eyes and sincerely expressed, "Officer, you are very impressive." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu scanned the other agents, who now regarded him with a mix of awe and eagerness. Qiu Tu knew that these 10 individuals were now reliable. In name, power comes from above, but in substance, it derives from below. After calling the 10 political department investigators to the room, Qiu Tu first divided them into pairs, then took out several clues copied from Master Qinxi's booklet, instructing them to follow up on the information. Soon, the 5 teams of political department investigators were assembled into squads and set off in sequence. Before they left, Qiu Tu made sure to exchange communicators' numbers with them, demanding immediate reports on any developments without causing alarm. Perhaps motivated by the combination of reward and authority exercised earlier, all 5 teams cooperated fully. After completing all these arrangements, Qiu Tu left the room and, watching the political department investigators file out, took out his communicator and dialed Qiao Dabiao's number. A moment later, the communication connected. Qiu Tu didn't beat around the bush and simply said, "Captain Qiao, due to an accident, your task has been temporarily canceled. Return to the Qin family's quarters now. I have new instructions for you." Once he finished speaking, Qiu Tu directly hung up the communication. Meanwhile, Qiao Dabiao, who had just started drinking with his 2 confidants and enjoying barbecue, listened to the beep 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 coming from the handset in a dumbfounded manner. After a moment, he violently slammed the skewer he was holding onto the table and cursed angrily. "Damn it. That bastard is really pushing it too far. It's like he's playing me for a fool." But that's how it is in a disciplined force, where rank and hierarchy crush people. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, if he still wanted to carry on working in the investigation bureau, he had no choice but to suppress his displeasure and obey. So, with a face ashen, he settled the bill and hurried back to the courtyard with his 2 confidants. Qiu Tu wasn't toying with him. Rather, it was for insurance. With the squad's morale just settling, Qiu Tu wouldn't allow any risks. So when the squad was by Qiu Tu's side, Qiao Dabiao had to be pushed to the outside. When the squad dispersed to carry out tasks, Qiao Dabiao had to come back and stay by Qiu Tu's side. This way, the possibility of Qiao Dabiao colluding and undermining him could be maximized. By now, the trap that Yin Shun had dug was thoroughly stepped over by him. Thinking this, Qiu Tu gazed at the courtyard entrance, silently contemplating. But even though this trap was stepped over, there was another pit lying in front of him. With this thought, Qiu Tu's mind couldn't help but fly to the matter of the political department investigator making a big show of force entering the Qin family. His brain worked at lightning speed, pondering countermeasures. A moment later, his heart subtly shifted, feeling, although the matter was a bit tricky, could it actually be used to his advantage? He had originally requested reinforcements to secretly investigate the Qin family. Now that a secret investigation was no longer possible, why not take the opportunity to probe a bit? Perhaps someone would become restless and reveal their flaws? For example, that person he was most interested in? With that thought, Qiu Tu felt he had a clear plan in mind. He didn't wait for Qiao Dabiao to come back. Instead, he stepped out of the courtyard. Since it was rest time, some of the Special Service Department's detectives were chatting and exercising in the courtyard. Upon seeing Qiu Tu, they were visibly more respectful than they had been 2 days before, standing up to salutate and greet him. "Good day, sir." "Good day, sir." Qiu Tu waved back warmly and exchanged a few caring words. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor, Qiu Tu knew that what he had done today, firmly dealing with the political department squad, and the fact that he gave each person 3 silver yuan had already spread. People are attracted to benefit and avoid harm, and they yearn for those who can offer them greater benefits. However, Qiu Tu was very clear about his own position. Though he was now the captain of the security team, it was a temporary position and not meant to last. His actual rank was just that of a first-level detective in the political department, at most only qualified to command a political department squad. This meant that once the security team disbanded, his control over the special service department squad would not be justified. Furthermore, he couldn't even transfer people from this squad to his side. Moving personnel across 2 powerful departments required too much energy. Therefore, he would provide tangible benefits to the political department squad, but would only curry favor with the special service department squad, leaving a sense of goodwill. Leaving the residence, Qiu Tu went to the separate courtyard where the person he was most interested in, Qin Shuman, lived. Miss Shuman's public identity was that of a goddaughter acknowledged by the lady of the Qin family head, and on top of that, since she was Yan Chen's mistress, she owned a separate courtyard within the Qin family's main residence. The courtyard had few rooms. Apart from the main hall, the other chambers had all been transformed into entertainment rooms, such as an audiovisual room, an art studio, a bar, etc. When Qiu Tu found Miss Shuman, she was alone in the little bar of the courtyard, drinking by herself. Apparently not expecting Qiu Tu's late-night visit, she was without any disguise, unceremoniously slumped over the bar counter, her eyes blurred as she swayed a clear, square-shaped glass. Under the colorful lights, her deep red dress was as enchanting as fire, stark against her skin as pale and delicate as jade. It was Qiu Tu's first time seeing her completely without any pretense, and for a moment he was spellbound. But soon he regained his composure and, from the alluring yet melancholic look in Miss Shuman's eyes, he sensed that something was amiss. This woman's heart seemed to be filled with stories. This did not correspond with her identity as a cloned female body. It seems I'm destined to have a gain tonight. Thinking so, Qiu Tu gestured to stop the maid from saluting and walked over, taking a seat beside Miss Shuman. Feeling someone beside her, Miss Shuman glanced over with hazy eyes, and, upon seeing Qiu Tu, she suddenly laughed. Qiu Tu! Her voice stretched out, carrying a hint of seduction. Then she lazily wrapped an arm around Qiu Tu's neck, slurred and said, "Why are you here? Come on, have a drink with me." After speaking, she snapped her fingers at the maid. "Give him a fallen knight." The maid glanced at Qiu Tu, and upon seeing his nod, she took out a bottle that looked quite premium and poured a glass of amber-colored liquor for Qiu Tu. Once the liquor was served, Qiu Tu waved the maid off, instructing, "You can go now." "Yes." The maid bowed slightly and left the bar, closing the door behind her and waiting outside. After the maid left, Qiu Tu tasted the liquor, then asked softly, "What's the matter with you?" Miss Shuman's slender fingers caressed the crystal-clear glass. She tilted her head back to down the amber liquid in one gulp, and then said, tipsily, "Nothing, I'm just happy. Extremely happy." As she spoke, she forced the corners of her mouth into a fake smile. Qiu Tu just watched her, simply watched her. After a while, he smiled and clinked his glass against hers, downing the drink in his glass all at once. Having finished his drink, Qiu Tu picked up the exquisite bottle from the table and poured another round of Fallen Night for both of them, gesturing towards Miss Shuman. This time, Miss Shuman seemed a bit more composed. She gently swirled the liquor in her glass, and then with a bit of a distant look, she posed, "Qiu Tu, do you think in this world?" Startled by her words, Qiu Tu pretended not to understand and replied, "I'm not quite following you." "Do you mean?" Miss Shuman placed her index finger on Qiu Tu's lips and leaned her beautiful face closer to his, then said softly with blurred vision, "Like, for example, you. Don't you feel like you become a different person?" Qiu Tu laughed twice, taking a small sip from his glass. After experiencing major events, a person's character can indeed undergo significant changes. He continued, countering, "As for Miss Shuman, it seems like you've remained quite the same." He paused, then added with a suggestive tone, "Except tonight." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Shuman laughed so hard she was falling backwards and forwards. She then reached out to hook her fingers under Qiu Tu's chin, looking at him with an alluring yet dangerous gaze, and breathed out softly. Well, Agent Chiou really doesn't know me too well, does he? Qiu Tu's brows furrowed slightly as he pondered the meaning behind Qin Shuman's words. He always felt that Qin Shuman seemed to have revealed a very important piece of information, but he couldn't quite make sense of it at the moment. At this time, however, Qin Shuman didn't give Qiu Tu more time to think. She seemed to sense something amiss and poured herself a glass of cold water. With the cold water down, her eyes cleared slightly, and a dangerous aura about her abated considerably. Then she slowly reverted to her usual innocent demeanor. By the way, what brings you here so late? Is there something you need? After speaking, she looked worriedly at Qiu Tu. It can't be that Yin Shun has started trouble again. Qiu Tu's gaze swept over her, and while taking a sip of alcohol, he said with a deep look in his eyes, "Yes, Yin Shun has stirred up trouble again." He said, "Actually, after coming to the Qin family, I guard by your side during the day, but at night, I've been going around gathering intelligence. And believe it or not, after these past 2 days of investigation, I've really found some leads." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Shuman was momentarily stunned, then propped up her cheek curiously and asked, "What leads?" Qiu Tu's eyes were sharp as he said decisively, "I found that the Qin family might indeed be in collusion with the military and the anti-government army." As he said this, Qiu Tu's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Shuman. He clearly saw her slender waist suddenly tense up. "Oh, is that so? Have you found any evidence?" Qin Shuman asked indifferently. Qiu Tu's brow furrowed slightly. "I actually found some. So I reported to Yin Shun requesting reinforcements and called in a team of political department investigators to conduct a secret investigation. Who knew that Yin Shun, trying to trip me up, would let that team of investigators enter the Qin family openly?" At this point, Qiu Tu pounded the table in frustration. The Qin family is not stupid. This is completely startling the snake. After speaking, Qiu Tu downcastly took another drink. Meanwhile, Qin Shuman, as if struck by a thought, took a pensive sip of water and asked, "So what do you plan to do now?" Qiu Tu continued drinking. "What else can I do?" "Keep investigating." Qin Shuman kept drinking water. "And where do you plan to start?" And so the two of them chatted, one drink following another. They didn't know how long they drank or how long they talked. Just when Qin Shuman was getting a clearer picture of Qiu Tu's plans, suddenly, she felt a large hand clamp on her waist. That instant, she was startled and quickly turned to look at Qiu Tu, only to find that the previously sober Qiu Tu, perhaps because of the alcohol, was now looking at her with drunken eyes, his gaze containing something untouchable. She pressed down the hand that was trying to lift the hem of her skirt in a panicked whisper. Qiu Tu, the servants are still outside." At this moment, Qiu Tu's eyes were drowsy with drink, and his handsome face was flushed with intoxication. He leaned in close to Qin Shuman's ear and murmured, "Be good. Cover your mouth, and no one will know. Besides, I just want to exchange some information with you." As he spoke, his breath tickled Qin Shuman's ear, warm and raising goosebumps. Half an hour later, Qin Shuman, with her waist feeling weak, leaned against the bar, clutching her skirt, her face showing a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she watched Qiu Tu's retreating figure, muttering nonstop, "Bastard, he's just a complete bastard." As Qiu Tu fastened his belt, his bleary eyes squinting, he pushed open the door and stumbled out of the small bar, his hand inexplicably marked with several deep, crimson bite wounds. The waiting maid outside detected nothing amiss. She glanced at Qiu Tu and curtly bowed. Qiu Tu nodded at her, then slurred, "Miss Shuman is also drunk and can hardly walk. Help her back to her room to rest." "Yes." The maid pushed the door and entered the bar, while Qiu Tu wobbled out of Qin Shuman's courtyard. However, the moment he stepped out of the courtyard, his pace gradually steadied and his drunken eyes slowly became sober and deep. Drinking really does lead to mistakes. Regrettably, not for me, but for Qin Shuman. She's been pretending for so long. Yet today, she let her guard down a bit too much after drinking. Although we're in the same boat now, there's still a slight difference in our positions. For instance, proving that the Qin family really colluded with the military and the anti-government armed forces benefits only me, not her. Because once I gather enough evidence, I can solidify the lies and betray both her and the Qin family. Under such circumstances, she isn't worried about how to keep herself safe after I find the evidence. Instead, she's concerned about where I'll start my investigation. This is highly inconsistent with her persona. It seems my intuition is correct. There's indeed something off about her identity. Now that the bait has been cast, I just have to wait for the contacts to reveal themselves, and then I'll know who Qin Schumann is really working for. I can also figure out why they've been pestering me incessantly. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu felt the fog that had clouded his vision since his transmigration began to disperse somewhat, and he could almost make out the outline of the truth. Upon returning to the security team's base, Qiao Dabiao had been waiting for quite a while. When Qiao Dabiao saw Qiu Tu arriving belatedly, he glared at him, his voice almost squeezed out through his teeth. The officer's official duties must be very busy. Your subordinate. Qiu Tu didn't care and didn't even respond to Qiao Dabiao's remarks. He sauntered over and took a seat, then seamlessly shifted the subject. Brother Biao, how old are you this year? Qiao Dabiao couldn't keep up with Qiu Tu's erratic line of thought, but he still answered, 35. Qiu Tu uttered an "oh," took a sip of tea, then looked up and asked, I remember there's no significant Qiao family or the head of an organization with the Qiao surname in the entire Xinjia city, right? Qiao Dabiao's gaze flickered slightly. He did not reply directly. Qiu Tu set his teacup aside and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Temporary agents earn a monthly wage of 300 copper yuan. Third-level detectives get 1 silver yuan plus 500 copper yuan. Second-class investigators 3 silver yuan. And first-level detectives 8 silver yuan. Xinjia City has been established for a year. The political department has only been in operation for half a year. After deducting daily expenses, how much savings could you have? 30 silver yuan. Qiao Dabiao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he closed it again. Seeing this, Qiu Tu went into the inner room, brought out the box containing the funds for this operation, and placed it on the table, revealing the gleaming silver yuan inside. He settled back into his seat and spoke leisurely. I'm 21 years old this year, the same rank as you, with the support from high-ranking sanctuary officials above and the backing of the bureau chief below. Young, wealthy, powerful, and also your superior. What can you possibly gain by going against me? Even if you do manage to cause me some trouble, once I get promoted in a few months, dealing with you will be a piece of cake, won't it? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qiao Dabiao's gaze flickered ceaselessly as if analyzing whether the information Qiu Tu had divulged was real or fake. Seeing this, Qiu Tu didn't rush him. He simply took out a cloth bag, counted out 80 silver yuan from the box full of them, and tossed it to Qiao Dabiao. Ding, ding, ding. As the cloth bag landed in his hands, it discharged a symphony of intoxicating coin clinks. Qiao Dabiao accepted it blankly, then looked at Qiu Tu in surprise. Qiu Tu said, This is 80 silver yuan yours. Feeling the hefty weight in his hands, Qiao Dabiao swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the greed in his heart, then tentatively asked, Officer, this seems to be operational funds, isn't it? This. Qiu Tu waved his hand to interrupt him. As long as I dare let you take it, I can ensure your safety. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? If the sky falls, won't I be here to hold it up for you? Make your choice now. If you are willing to follow me, take the money, and I'll keep you in mind when it's time for promotions and wealth. If you're unwilling, just put it down, then find a place to stay for a few days. After I complete my mission, you can come back, and I absolutely won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qiao Dabiao's expression changed rapidly. After a moment, as if coming to a realization, he bent over. Grinning up at Qiu Tu, he said obsequiously, You jest, officer. Actually, from the first time I met you today, I felt an instant connection, eager to serve before and behind your saddle. It's just that you seem to have some misunderstandings about me. not giving me a chance. Now that you are willing to accept me, I couldn't be happier." As he spoke, he tucked the cloth bag into his chest. With an ingratiating smile, he said, "From now on, just command me for anything, officer. I assure you, I will go through fire and water and not shirk from death." Listening to the obsequious words, Qiu Tu looked at him deeply and then burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Qiao Dabiao also laughed along, his demeanor resembling that of a fawning dog. Half an hour later, Qiao Dabiao nodded and bowed as he backed out of the room. Once he turned around, his hand touching the weighty silver yuan in his chest, his face brimmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu watched his retreating figure, his eyes filled with amusement. See, greed is always the most powerful weapon. Without avarice, it would have been difficult to find the opportunity to drag Qiao Dabiao and the entire political department squad into the mire. Now that the entire squad had taken misappropriated public funds, especially with Qiao Dabiao taking so much, they were truly tied to the same string of grasshoppers. They would be safe while everything went smoothly for me, but if I were to encounter danger, they would have to protect me in turn to save themselves. Used properly, these people could achieve some unexpected effects. With that in mind, Qiu Tu took out the communicator and dialed the Eagle's number. On the communicator, Qiu Tu arranged for Shanling Shuang to purchase the herbs and ordered him to have Aquan, Monkey, and a few other brothers go to different pharmacies and the black market to buy them in batches. After giving instructions on what to pay attention to, Qiu Tu said to Eagle, "Eagle, I'm preparing to transfer you and Aquan to the political department to help me." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Eagle replied steadily, "All right, Brother Tuesday. Then I'll go to the political department to submit my report tomorrow and prepare for the assessment." Qiu Tu said, "But don't put my name as your recommender." Eagle asked, "Then whose name should I write?" "Qiu Tu, Qiao Dabiao. I'll give you his contact information in a bit. You get in touch with him." "Okay," Eagle responded, then thoughtfully added, "Brother Ted received a notification from the Special Service Department today and has gone for the assessment. I heard that apart from failing in the shooting, he got grade as in all the other subjects. There won't be any problem with him passing the assessment." This was a matter agreed upon by Fong Ming and Qiu Tu. So Qiu Tu merely responded with a non-committal and did not offer any further comment. With that, the communication was ended and Qiu Tu sat on a chair, quietly gazing at the night outside for a while. He felt like he was a frail, ghost-faced spider in the Amazon rainforest, silently weaving his own dark, extensive web that sprawled across the entire Xinjia city, then patiently waiting for the moment to hunt. 5 days, the latest deadline to obtain evidence against the Qin family. 31 hours, 12 minutes, and 11 seconds. Time remaining to create the cataclysmic potion. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, before Qiu Tu could receive contact from the forces behind Qin Shuman, another fish took the bait first. "Fourth Master, I didn't expect you would communicate with me." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qin Si chuckled over the communicator. Agent Qiu, you know I don't visit without good reason." "Oh." Upon hearing Fourth Master's words, Qiu Tu, while sipping tea, casually asked, "What matter brought me to Fourth Master's mind?" Master Qin Si said, "It's still about my good-for-nothing second brother, of course." Continuing, Master Qin Si said, "Tonight, I would like to invite Agent Qiu to watch a play." "Qiu Tu, a play?" Master Qin Si affirmed, "Yes, a play. To let you witness firsthand my second brother's confidant getting in contact with the anti-government organization." At Master Qin Si's words, Qiu Tu paused. His interest piqued, he asked, "Actually, Fourth Master, more than Director Qin colluding with the anti-government organization, I'm curious about why you are targeting Director Qin so specifically. What benefit would Director Qin's fall have for you?" Upon hearing this, Master Qin Si declared unequivocally, "No benefit." He expressed a sort of exasperation, saying, "But I just can't stand by and watch him destroy the family business my father worked so hard to build from scratch." With a hint of nostalgia, he continued, "Back in the day, my father started with nothing, battled through hardships, and establish the vast Qin family wealth. Besides my grandfather's 100 gene of gold, a tech company, and a few dozen trustworthy lieutenants, he relied on no one. So I will not allow anyone to destroy what he spent his lifetime building. Qiu Tu. Understood. Master Qin Si grunted, then went on. That's why, when I found out what my second brother had done, I knew only by condemning my own kin could I save the Qin family from ruin. The reason I left that document last time was because I wanted to see if you, Agent Chiou, truly dared to investigate this matter. And yesterday, when you deployed a team of political department investigators to start looking into it, you convinced me of your sincerity, so I'm also willing to show you even more of mine. After listening to Master Qin Si, Qiu Tu fell silent for a moment, then said, Okay, then I'll trouble Fourth Master to send the address and time to my communicator. Master Qin Si laughed heartily a few times and then ended the communication. Sure enough, before long, Qiu Tu's communicator received an address from an unfamiliar number. Zhijin Grand Hotel, room 108, 8 p.m. Zhijin Grand Hotel. Murmuring the name, before Qiu Tu could make a decision, his communicator rang again the very next second. This time, too, it was a message from an unfamiliar number. After glancing at the unfamiliar number, Qiu Tu clicked on the message. It contained only a brief sentence. Agent Chiou, I have information you might be interested in. If you wish to cooperate, please come to Milan Grand Hotel at 8 p.m. tonight for a talk. Seeing this message, Qiu Tu stroked his chin and silently pondered. Which fish had taken the bait this time? City Hall? The military? The other branches of the Qin family? Or perhaps an anti-government organization? Moreover, could this mysterious number have a connection to Qin Shuman? Or was it just an outsider? Because of the limited information, Qiu Tu could not determine it for the time being. However, what he could be sure of was that he now faced an intriguing choice. Master Qin Si or the mysterious person, Zhijin Grand Hotel or Milan Grand Hotel. Thinking this, Qiu Tu's gaze became unfathomable. Time passed by the minute and second, and soon, several hours had flown by. 7 p.m. At the entrance of Zhijin Grand Hotel, dressed in casual clothes and flanked by two confidants, Qiao Dabiao swaggered in with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing the trio, the tall receptionist hurried forward with a smile, bowed, and asked, Hello, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? With a cigarette in his mouth, Qiao Dabiao arrogantly nodded, Room 107. Hearing Qiao Dabiao's words, the receptionist said with a beaming smile, Please wait a moment. After saying that, she took out the reservation list, checked it, and asked, May I know if you're Mr. Chiou? Qiao Dabiao nodded. The receptionist immediately smiled and gestured. This way, please, said, and then turned to lead the way. Following the receptionist, Qiao Dabiao and his two confidants surreptitiously surveyed the layout of Zhijin Grand Hotel with the corners of their eyes. They quickly arrived at the private room and entered. After looking around the interior decorations of the room, Qiao Dabiao satisfiedly pulled out a 100 value copper yuan from his chest and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist's eyes lit up, and she excitedly stretched out her hand to catch it. But as Qiao Dabiao caught a glimpse of the copper yuan in his hand, he quickly retracted it and took out a 10 value one to give to the receptionist instead. The receptionist's smile vanished from her face. She accepted the money coolly, gave a polite bow to Qiao Dabiao, and walked away, swaying her hips. Once the receptionist had left the room, Qiao Dabiao and his men dropped their facade. The two confidants approached Qiao Dabiao and asked quietly, Brother Biao, what are we doing here? With no outsiders present, Qiao Dabiao no longer acted so carelessly. He gestured towards the open door. One confidant skillfully went to close the door, and then Qiao Dabiao said in a low voice, We are here for a mission. He checked his watch and whispered, At 8 o'clock, there will be a meeting between two parties in the next private room. Our goal is to eavesdrop and capture images of both sides. After saying that, he signaled to the two confidants. They immediately understood, taking out several small devices from their clothes. Qiao Dabiao put his arms around their necks and quietly arranged. Later, old Lu will go to the restroom. On his way back, he'll accidentally enter the wrong room and install the bug next door. Old Qiu will go to the corridor to smoke. Once he sees the targets entering the private room, he'll try to take photos with his camera. If he can't find the opportunity, then he must memorize the target's appearances well, so we can reconstruct their faces later. The two confidants nodded and took their orders. However, after taking the orders, little Lu, who was sitting next to Qiu Dabiao, suddenly realized something. Curiously, he asked, "So, Brother Biao, what are you going to do?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Dabiao slapped him on the head and said irritably, "Are you stupid? Of course, I have to carry out the most arduous task, ordering the dishes." After saying that, he grumbled, "I was called back halfway through dinner last night and starved for most of the night. Today I'm on official duty, so I must make up for it. Since Qiu Tu is paying, I might as well rip him off." Little Lu covered his head, his face a picture of realization. Meanwhile, little Qi also asked curiously on the side, "By the way, Brother Biao, are we really going to follow Qiu Tu from now on?" At little Qi's question, Qiu Dabiao's expression began to change. He remembered a little episode from this afternoon. This afternoon, as he was happily counting his silver yuan, he suddenly received communication from a stranger. The person claimed to be one of Qiu Tu's men, prepared to join the political department on Qiu Tu's orders, and needed Qiu Dabiao to give a recommendation. Hearing the introduction, Qiu Dabiao's first reaction was to doubt that the person was a scammer. But it quickly dawned on him. In a newly established Xinjia city, only public officials and some extremely wealthy or influential people had access to communicators. Scammers couldn't get their hands on such devices. Moreover, not only did the person know his communicator number, but they also accurately addressed him by his name and department, which really didn't seem like fraud. So, he went to Qiu Tu in a fog to confirm it. The scene from that time was still vivid in Qiu Dabiao's memory, even several hours later. When Qiu Dabiao met Qiu Tu was sitting at a desk copying a document. After listening to Qiu Dabiao's account, Qiu Tu didn't even lift his head to carelessly respond, "They're my people, and I plan to have them join the political department. Help me with the recommendation." At that moment, Qiu Dabiao's expression really kept changing. He wanted to argue, like, "If they're your people, why don't you recommend them? Or, why do I have to be the one to recommend?" But he just accepted Qiu Tu's money yesterday and had been under Qiu Tu's control all this time, and it seemed he had no grounds to refuse, both emotionally and rationally. Thus, he could only put on a sham smile and get the task done. However, after the task was completed, Qiu Dabiao felt more and more uneasy about it. He felt as if Qiu Tu had tied him to a crooked ship. The problem with the task wasn't whether to do it, but how to do it. Qiu Tu had executed before reporting, forcing him to get it done. He didn't refuse this time, but would Qiu Tu continue to execute before reporting and force him to do other things in the future? One or two incidents were no big deal, but if this continued indefinitely, wouldn't he become completely subservient to Qiu Tu? Realizing all of this, Qiu Dabiao felt a cold sweat breaking out. He wanted to jump ship and stop playing along with Qiu Tu, but he couldn't bear to do so. After all, he had just done a favor for Qiu Tu today and hadn't yet reaped the benefits. If he were to fall out now, not only would his efforts have been in vain, but he would also have to face Qiu Tu's wrath, and he might even have to return the 80 silver yuan. How could he be willing to let that happen? Humans are creatures that can comfort themselves. So after much deliberation, Qiu Dabiao decided to wait and see. He thought, maybe Qiu Tu wouldn't do such things in the future. Maybe Qiu Tu could offer him more benefits. Therefore, facing the question of his confidant, his answer was ambiguous. Let's follow Qiu Tu for a bit, and we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, while Qiu Dabiao was investigating at the Zhejiang Grand Hotel, Qiu Tu had also come to the Milan Grand Hotel. Xinjia City was a planning area that had just been developed near the 8th sanctuary in the past 2 years. Material life was scarce, and living conditions were poor, with many basic infrastructures being cleaned up and rebuilt. However, several large hotels and restaurants had been established early on. After all, no matter how dire the life of the lower tiers was, the upper echelons still needed to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. Walking into the Milan Grand Hotel, Qiu Tu felt like he had traveled through time and space. If he didn't know that he was still in a world stricken by the cataclysm, he would have thought he had traveled back to Earth and walked into a high-end four-star hotel. The tall ceiling was adorned with large crystal chandeliers. The floor was paved with high-quality marble, and the walls were decorated with exquisite reliefs or hanging calligraphy and paintings. Even the seating area was equipped with luxurious sofa sets. Although this caliber of hotel generally only catered to wealthy merchants and officials from the sanctuary, the living environment was still somewhat exaggeratedly luxurious. Thinking this, Qiu Tu didn't gawk like a country bumpkin, but instead naturally took a seat in the lobby area, ordered a cup of tea, and began to wait patiently. He didn't have to wait long. At 7:20 p.m., 40 minutes before the scheduled time, a hotel waiter approached Qiu Tu and respectfully handed him an envelope. Qiu Tu looked up at him. "Sir," the waiter said reverently, "this was given to me by your friend to pass on to you." "My friend?" Qiu Tu raised his head and looked around, but didn't see anyone suspicious. He took the envelope with his hand. It was light and thin, as if it contained nothing substantial. After the waiter departed, Qiu Tu opened it to take a look. Inside, to his discovery, was a room card. Room number 416. Qiu Tu toyed with the room card, an amused glint in his eyes. Having finished his tea, Qiu Tu picked up the room card and stood up to walk towards the elevator. He pressed the elevator button, and soon the elevator doors opened. Qiu Tu stepped inside. While the elevator ascended, Qiu Tu touched his waist and felt the reassuring presence of his service pistol still holstered there. Before departing, Qiu Tu had already checked his handgun, adjusted it to a ready state, and disengaged the safety. This allowed him to fire at a moment's notice should danger arise. The elevator ascended level by level and quickly stopped at the 4th floor. With the opening of the elevator doors, Qiu Tu cautiously observed the surroundings before stepping out. Since Xinjia City was newly established, the business environment was still comparatively poor, leading to a low overall occupancy rate for the hotel, and Qiu Tu encountered no other guests as he made his way to room 416. Upon reaching the door, Qiu Tu tentatively knocked, but there was no response from within. He hesitated for a moment before swiping the room card. The sound of the door lock turning emanated from within, and Qiu Tu pushed the door open. Inside the room, a young man with a square face dressed in plain clothes was standing by the window, looking at him. "You are?" Qiu Tu stepped into the room, closed the door behind him, and inquired tentatively as he observed the young man. The young man pulled out an ID from his pocket and showed it to Qiu Tuesday. "Hello, Agent Chiou. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Zhua, Deputy Staff Chief of the Investigation Department from the Security Department. The reason for the presumptuous invitation today is to request your cooperation with our work." At Lin Zhua's introduction, Qiu Tu's pupils contracted slightly. Security Department? If it were the former Qiu Tu, he probably would have been clueless at the mention of the Security Department, given it wasn't a high-profile department. But having spent the last few days with Shun Lingshuang, Qiu Tu had gleaned much covert information from her, including details about the Security Department. The Security Department, officially known as the Department of Security Protection and Secret Investigation, was a confidential division under the military. Its primary roles were to combat anti-government armed forces and handle crisis events. More importantly, secret affairs related to Cataclysm Awakening also fell under this department's jurisdiction. According to Shun Lingshuang, everyone in the department was elite, and many were cataclysmics. Additionally, since the members of this department were selected directly from the sanctuary and not recruited from the various planning areas, their combat capabilities were said to be unmatched by any department within the planning areas. However, why would such a formidable department seek him out? Was it because of the commotion he had stirred up recently, drawing their attention and interest, or was it that Qin Schumann's background was connected to this department? With that thought, Qiu Tu also asked tentatively, "What does Section Chief Lin need my assistance with? And why seek me out?" Hearing Qiu Tu's probing, Lin's was said, "Actually, we have been monitoring the key members of the Qin family for the past 6 months. So, when the United Front attacked you and Qin Schumann, We likewise took notice of you. Later, we discovered the Investigation Bureau seemed to be investigating the Qin family as well, even transferring you to the political department specifically for this matter. So we hesitated over whether to make contact. It wasn't until yesterday, when you ostentatiously moved a team of political department investigators into the Qin household, that we felt things might be getting out of hand, prompting us to make an urgent connection with you. The reason for inviting you over is to both communicate and exchange intelligence and to discuss our respective operational scopes to prevent mutual interference leading to the failure of our missions. Lin's reasons were well-founded and outwardly beyond reproach, but Qiu Tu just didn't trust them. He probed again. Section Chief Lin seems very well informed about the current situation in the Qin household. Have you planted a spy there? Lin's expression remained unchanged. I apologize, Agent Chiou. That is a secret of the security department, and I regret I cannot disclose it. Qiu Tu was not offended. His mind raced. All right then, I won't ask about that. Let's get right to the crux of our potential cooperation. He said, I recall Section Chief Lin mentioned in the text message that you have information that would interest me. Might I inquire what information Section Chief Lin believes would pique my interest? Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lin's looked at him expressionlessly, just like that. Moments later, he sighed and said, Agent Chiou, we both belong to the secrecy departments and should know that some intelligence can be shared while some cannot. We genuinely want to cooperate with you, so please stop probing us. Qiu Tu looked at Lin's and was not easily sidetracked, speaking earnestly. Section Chief Lin, I understand the difficulties you face, but I'm not actually trying to make you break any rules. At this point, he paused, then provided a very legitimate reason. We are, after all, in the business of exchanging information, so I think it would be beneficial for us to first understand what kind of intelligence each side can offer. This will not only allow both parties to more effectively assess the value of intelligence and reach cooperation, but also avoid the risk of intelligence leakage after discovering that the shared information doesn't meet our needs. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lin's fell into deep thought. After a moment, he made up his mind. You make sense. Then I'll just speak frankly. We can provide you with clues about the Qin family's secret collusion with the United Front and evidence of benefit exchanges between the Qin family and several members of City Hall. Upon hearing Lin's words, a smile couldn't help but form at the corner of Qiu Tu's mouth. Success. In fact, the reason he had been persistently focusing on this topic was to verify something, whether the security department approaching him had anything to do with Qin Shuman. After all, the work scope of the political department only covers espionage, counter-espionage, and internal supervision. So to outsiders, Qiu Tu's placement in the Qin family had only one purpose, which was to investigate the Qin family, especially whether Qin Jingguang, of the second house, was involved in any illegal or undisciplined acts. Although Master Qin Si provided Qiu Tu with some clues about Qin Jingguang's collusion with anti-government armed forces and gangs, they all fundamentally fell within the political department's sphere of internal supervision. But Lin's was different. The intelligence he offered to Qiu Tu was about the Qin family's collusion with the United Front and benefit exchanges with City Hall, which suggests that he was indeed fully aware of Qiu Tu's real purpose for staying with the Qin family. However, it should be noted that in the entire Xinjia city, only Yin Chun, Jia Shu, and Qin Shuman were privy to Qiu Tu's true purpose at the Qin residence. Even his own people like Atai and Eagle were not given the slightest hint by Qiu Tu. So how did the security department come by this information? Thus, the answer is seemingly apparent. I didn't expect Qin Shuman to keep such a deep cover. While he silently marveled to himself, Qiu Tu subtly nodded in agreement, confirming the cooperation with the security department. Section Chief Lin, I am very satisfied with the intelligence you provided, so I agree to exchange intelligence with you. Saying this, Qiu Tu took out the intelligence he had copied that afternoon, exchanged it with Lin Zhua, and they had a brief discussion. The overlapping information between the two was not substantial, and the clues in Qiu Tu's hands were mainly 4 points. 1. Qin Jingguang, of the second house, has a problem with benefit exchanges with the underground Fierce Tiger Gang. 2. Qin Jingwang has been secretly collaborating with the United Front. 3. 2 months ago, Qin Jingwang released a batch of suspects, among whom were members of the United Front. 4. Qin Jingwang skimmed medicines from black markets he controlled, then sold them at high prices to anti-government groups. Lin Zhuo, on the other hand, had some clues about the Qin family's collusion with various forces. For example, the Qin family had dealings with the United Front even before Xinjia City was established, maintaining business in human trafficking, medicines, and weapons. For instance, during the planning stages of Xinjia City, the Qin family had very close interactions with Yanshun, such as after the establishment of Xinjia City. The Qin family engaged in some gray business with several members of City Hall in private, using these gray businesses to transfer benefits to those members, such as the Qin family's underground dealings being anonymous, meaning any power could use vouchers to pick up and sell goods without verifying identities, making many underground organizations and anti-government armed forces their clients. After comparing each other's clues and evidence, Qiu Tu and Lin Zhuo keenly noticed an interesting point. Lin Zhuo, all your clues relate to the Qin family's second house. Qiu Tu, all your clues relate to the entire Qin family. The two exchanged a glance, then smiled at each other. Qiu Tu explained, the political department's jurisdiction is internal supervision, so its main target is naturally the Qin family's second house. After saying this, Qiu Tu asked, but the evidence you have involves the entire Qin family? He paused, then probed with a question. Is it that you haven't examined the details, or do you think the entire Qin family is problematic? Lin Zhuo said, it's that the whole Qin family might be problematic. His gaze was firm. Don't forget that old Master Qin has just passed away. Before old Master Qin died, all 4 houses of the Qin family had already begun handling their affairs and cooperating with each other. So, in terms of collusion with the United Front and the transfer of medicines and materials, they are likely all involved. After hearing Lin, and so, in the following hour, Qiu Tu and Lin will fully exchange their respective departments' views and then reached a basic consensus. Qiu Tu would act openly, while the security department would work behind the scenes, with both sides jointly investigating and sharing information. If in the end, no issues were found, they would keep each other's secrets. If they really could take down the entire Qin family, then the credit would be shared equally. After finalizing their discussions, the 2 men clasped hands firmly together. Thus, the cooperation was set, and Lin Zhuo escorted Qiu Tu out the door. Upon reaching the door, Qiu Tu suddenly stopped, then turned back to give Lin Zhuo a smile and said, give my regards to your superior. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Lin Zhuo visibly started, his brain whirring. After a moment, he nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Qiu Tu turned with satisfaction and headed towards the elevator. He wasn't bluffing Lin Zhuo, but had genuinely guessed that there were others behind Lin Zhuo. The reason was quite simple. Even though the military and the investigation bureau are separate systems, their rank structures correspond. Starting with temporary investigators, temporary commissioners, and then rising to third-level detective, third-level commissioner, second-class investigator, second-level commissioner, and first-level detective, first-level commissioner, in succession. After first-level detective, management roles follow. These would be investigator and senior investigator at the operational level, and at the office, there would be deputy staff and section chief. So, in terms of rank, Lin's was positioned as deputy staff was in fact a whole level higher than that of Qiu Tuesday. Moreover, one was a manager while the other was a lower-level employee. Therefore, according to the principle of equal interdepartmental cooperation, if the security department wanted to liaise with Qiu Tu, the person to approach him should not have been Lin Zhuo, but someone subordinate to Lin Zhuo. Yet now Lin Zhuo was stooping to make contact with Qiu Tu, which could only mean one thing, that the task was pressed down by his superiors, and furthermore, Lin Zhuo's superiors had specifically requested that he personally take on this assignment. So, Qin Shuman's contact person is at least a department head with real power from a secret department. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu's eyes looked a bit peculiar. He felt he might have underestimated this woman. He had originally thought she was nothing more than an insignificant piece among several forces, but it turned out she was quite substantial. As for whether Qin Schumann could be from the security department, Qiu Tu felt it was highly unlikely. After all, unless Qin Schumann was Lin's boss, personally in charge of this matter. Otherwise, even if she was also a deputy head, there was no reason for Lin's to come forward and make the contact for her. Half an hour later. Yes, you guessed it. I'm Lin's boss. Looking at Qin Schumann's stunningly beautiful face, Qiu Tu. He raised his hand to stop Qin Schumann from continuing to speak and said with a troubled face, "Wait a moment. Let me sort this out first." After saying this, he hurriedly recalled the events of the past half hour. Half an hour earlier, after finishing the discussion about cooperation with Linzwa, Qiu Tu returned to the Qin family from the Milan Grand Hotel. At the base of the security team, Qiu Tu first inquired about Chao Dabiao's situation. Upon learning that Chao Dabiao had not returned to the unit, he didn't wait any further but went straight to find Qin Schumann, intending to probe her background. Qin Schumann seemed to be waiting for him too, so the two hit it off and went to the bar where they had drinks the night before to continue their chat. Due to his habit of deceiving others, after finishing the discussion about Linzwa with Qin Schumann, Qiu Tu casually tested her by saying, "Actually, if you wanted to cooperate with me, there is no need for your subordinate to approach me. Is there anything we can't talk about between us?" Originally, Qiu Tu just wanted to bluff, but who knew that Qin Schumann would actually admit it straight away. Struggling to pull his thoughts back to a normal track, Qiu Tu, by the light of the bar, looked at the beautiful woman before him and seriously analyzed the possibility that she was Lin's boss. But no matter how he analyzed it, he found there were too many holes in this idea. So, after hitting a dead end with that line of thought, he looked at Qin Schumann with a peculiar expression and said, "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Having seen Qiu Tu calculating behind the scenes many times, Qin Schumann burst into laughter for the first time, seeing Qiu Tu off guard, shaking with laughter. After laughing, she regained her composure, sighed, and then spoke lightly. "Actually, don't say you don't believe it. Even if you told Linzwa everything now, he probably wouldn't believe it." Qiu Tu was dizzy with confusion by Qin Schumann and looked at her with a perplexed face. However, Qin Schumann suddenly asked a question. "Qiu Tu, do you remember the question I asked you last night? Do you believe that a person can suddenly become someone else?" Qiu Tu's keenly caught the hidden meaning in Qin Schumann's words. His eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" "You are not the former Qin Schumann." Qin Schumann nodded. She leaned against the bar's counter, looking at Qiu Tu, and then spoke softly. "You have been in contact with a young girl, Shunling Shuang, these past few days. You should be aware of the cataclysmics, right?" Qiu Tu nodded. Qin Schumann took a sip of her drink. "Actually, I am a cataclysmic. Or rather, once was a cataclysmic." Her gaze was filled with memories and melancholy. "My original identity was the head of the investigation department of the security section in the military, codenamed Rain Butterfly. My cataclysmic path was mystery, and the ability I gained from the cataclysm was control possession. This ability allowed me to remote control the person I possessed. Not only could I attach myself to her body and communicate with her mind from a distance, observing her thoughts, but I could also forcibly control her body. It was a very powerful ability. And Qin Schumann, or rather, the original Qin Schumann, was one of the people I had possessed. She was a very kind and adorable young girl. Despite having a tragic background and her short life being nothing but a plaything for some big shot, she was still very positive and optimistic. Perhaps because she was so lonely. Even though I wasn't friendly towards her, she always treated me as a friend, regularly chatting with me, and sometimes even helping me investigate certain matters on her own initiative. Everything was going well until you." At this point, Qin Schumann glanced at Qiu Tu, paused, and added, "Or should I say your predecessor?" Qin Schumann said, "She fell in love with your predecessor at first sight. Just a few days together, and they had fallen deeply in love." Qin Schumann sighed. I was quite busy at the time and didn't possess her, so I had no idea this was happening. So, when I possessed her one day to see how she was doing, I discovered that things had already gone too far. I was truly terrified at the time, not because I was worried something might happen to her, cutting off this source of information, but because I knew that Yin Shun, with his personality, would never let them off the hook if he discovered their affair. So, I tried my best to discourage her, wanting her to give up, but she showed a determination she never had before. I still remember the words she said to me back then. She said, "Sister Rain Butterfly, I only have a short 5 years to live, and to meet someone I like is really too difficult. I don't want, when after I die, to only remember being under a man covered in fat." I didn't know how to persuade her, and could only watch as the two of them moved closer to the abyss step by step. And then, until that day. At this point, Chiou covered her face with her hands and said in agony, "That day, after finishing my official duties because I was worried about her, I wanted to see how she was doing recently. But who would have known that when I used my ability and possessed her, I discovered she and your predecessor were lying naked in bed, their bodies still breathing, but their souls were completely shattered. I was startled and wanted to flee. Suddenly, a pain that pierced into the soul hit me, and I completely lost consciousness. At this point, Chiou's eyes were filled with sorrow, and when I woke up, it was when you suddenly pushed yourself on top of me. I was terrified at that moment. I wanted to resist, but I simply couldn't." She sighed. "It was only then that I realized I had become hurt. I went from the third-person perspective of possession to the first-person perspective, from being able to disconnect the possession at any time to permanent possession. So, although I didn't know what had happened, I had no choice but to take it one step at a time and first pretend to be her. Fortunately, I had often observed her life and communicated with her frequently before, and coupled with the residual habits of her body, besides those close to her, no one else could really tell." At this, she had a distant look in her eyes. Of course, she didn't have many close people, except your predecessor. After listening to Chiou's words, Qiu Tu's mouth slowly opened, and it took a long time for him to snap back to reality. Qiu Tu felt that his worldview had received a great shock, as everything that had happened to him since he traveled through time seemed to have been overturned by Chiou's story. He quickly reenacted the whole story according to the truth Chiou had revealed. As a result, well, it was surprisingly consistent. Qiu Tu was a bit dazed. He felt this was all too magical, right? So, what exactly happened that day? Why did not only he travel through time, but Chiou also got trapped in this body? At this moment, just as Qiu Tu was questioning his life, Chiou began to speak. Her red lips lightly touched the edge of the cup, her eyes carrying a hint of mystery and a teasing smile as she asked, "Qiu Tu, I've told you my entire identity. Isn't it your turn to be honest with me and tell me your story?" Speaking, she propped up her cheek, looking at Qiu Tu with a playful gaze. "Who are you really? And why are you trapped in the same body as I am?" Qiu Tu. Hearing this question, Qiu Tu reflexively wanted to lie, to gloss over the details. But upon seeing Chiou's gaze, he hesitated for a moment. What kind of eyes were they? Bewilderment, melancholy, indecision, and a faint glimmer of hope hidden deep within. In that instant, Qiu Tu felt as though he understood the beautiful woman before him. A proud daughter of the sanctuary, suddenly trapped in a cloned female body with only 2 years of life left and stuck in a crisis. Unsure if she could return to her original body, uncertain of the fate of this body, and unaware if her soul would dissipate along with this body's demise. She must feel incredibly desperate, right? And then, at this time, she discovers that there is someone beside her with a similar experience. In that moment, the desperation in her heart must have subsided quite a bit, right? It was like one lonely soul encountering another. That's why she relied on him so much, because he might be the last ray of light in her life. Thinking this, Qiu Tu took a deep breath and then softly said, "I might have a situation even more complicated than yours. I did indeed enter this body after its previous owner died, but I am not a person of Xinjia. I don't even know where Xinjia City is. I also don't know why I entered this body. If it weren't for the memories I discovered after I entered his body, I probably wouldn't even be able to pretend. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Schumann gently swirled her wine glass, her face breaking into a bright smile. I knew my feeling was right. We're the same kind. Saying this, she raised her glass to Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu smiled, picked up his glass, and clinked it with hers. Ding, a clear sound rang out. Both looked into each other's eyes, draining their glasses in one gulp. In that moment, they both felt as if the distance between them had narrowed considerably. After drinking a few more glasses, Qiu Tu, emboldened by the alcohol, broached the topic he was most interested in. Have you thought about returning to your original body? Qin Schumann gently stroked the rim of her glass, her gaze hazy, her breath fragrant. Of course, I have. In fact, I've already tried all the methods I can think of over the past few days, but all have failed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so dejected. Qiu Tu sighed softly and asked, have you considered asking for help from the military or the security department? Qin Schumann shook her head lightly. There are several cataclysmics in the security department, and I'm very aware of what abilities they possess. But they can't help me. Her eyes revealed exhaustion. As for the military, they won't bother with me. Qiu Tu was curious. Why not? Qin Schumann looked deeply into his eyes. Have you forgotten what my identity is now? Upon hearing Qin Schumann's words, Qiu Tu was first stunned, then realized he had asked a rather foolish question. Qin Schumann's predecessor was Yin Chen's mistress. Was Qin Schumann's possession of her body really just to investigate the Qin family, as Linzhua had revealed? Impossible. To investigate the Qin family, why not choose another point of entry? With the Qin family being so powerful, which entry point wouldn't be better than a cloned female body created by the Qin family, who stayed by Yin Chen's side every day? Therefore, the reason Qin Schumann chose to possess the body of Yin Chen's mistress was actually to investigate Yin Chen himself. That is to say, Yin Chen was the original target of the security department. But who is Yin Chen? He's the highest-ranking official of Xinjia City Investigation Bureau. He's also one of the 3 giants of Xinjia City, alongside General Yi from the military. If the security department conducted a private investigation of such a big shot and something went wrong, whether it was General Yi or the head of the security department, they would immediately disassociate themselves and declare it as Qin Schumann's personal behavior. In the face of such significant issues, no one would risk causing a clash between 2 major departments just for a minor section chief. Nor would anyone secretly take Qin Schumann away for treatment, whose predecessor was Yin Chen's mistress, who in their right mind would try to take her away without Yin Chen's knowledge. So that's why Qin Schumann felt so desperate, because she discovered that whether she looked forward or back, there was no way out. Thinking this, Qiu Tu also fell silent. After quietly contemplating for a while, he finally said, so, only by taking down Yin Chen, will you be accepted back by the military and get their help to treat you? Qin Schumann spread her hands. There's just a slight hope. After all, no one really knows how to reverse our condition. Maybe it will naturally recover over time. Maybe it requires some special cataclysmic using their powers in a certain way to restore me. Maybe it needs some precious cataclysm prop. Or maybe it will never be restored in this lifetime. As she spoke, Qin Schumann's gaze dimmed. Moreover, even if there really is a way in this world that could cure me, this body's lifespan is too short. I might not be able to wait that long. Possibly affected by Qin Schumann's mood, Qiu Tu couldn't help but sigh deeply upon hearing her words. He consoled her. In fact, thinking so much is rather pointless. We are already walking on a tightrope. Who knows, maybe we will be eliminated by Yin Chen before the lifespan of this body even ends. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Schumann also smiled. She toasted with a tipsy gesture. Right. That's why I've come to terms with it. To enjoy life while I can. Enjoy life while you can. After getting Qin Schumann drunk again, Qiu Tu looked complexly as the maid helped this pitiful woman into the bedroom, and then he turned and left the courtyard house. Perhaps because of their similar experiences, Qiu Tu felt a great deal of sympathy for Qin Schumann. He thought, if there was a chance, he should try to help this woman. After all, She was a section chief of the security department. Capturing her could be very useful. As for the method of assisting Qin Shuman, it was quite straightforward. The first was through connections, and the second was through the golden finger. Regarding connections, Qiu Tu planned to find an opportunity to have a sidelong chat with Shunling Shuang. Shunling Shuang's father was a high-ranking official in the sanctuary, and she was a pharmacist herself. It was very likely that she knew how to help Qin Shuman. And if Shunling Shuang didn't have a way to help Qin Shuman, then Qiu Tu still had his golden finger. His current golden finger, crisis intuition, would reward him each time he got through a crisis. Perhaps it contained an item that could solve Qin Shuman's predicament. Even if crisis intuition couldn't aid Qin Shuman, Qiu Tu could also try to refresh other golden fingers to see if there was any way to help Qin Shuman. Thinking this way, Qiu Tu suddenly had a goal in mind. For this first woman he had met after crossing over, the first woman with whom he had shared a skin-to-skin bond. Knowing her tragic fate, Qiu Tu didn't feel nobly obliged to be responsible for her life, but he still wanted to rescue her as much as he could. Moreover, Qiu Tu knew that this was not just him being unilaterally sentimental. Qin Shuman was in fact also trying to find a way to save herself. After learning about the real objectives of the security department, Qiu Tu immediately guessed that today's meeting with Lin Zhua was most likely an arrangement made by Qin Shuman on her own initiative. The purpose was simple: to provide him with more information about the Qin family, to prevent himself from being sold out by Master Qin Si. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu exhaled deeply. Indeed, it's hard to repay a beautiful woman's favor. Upon returning to the security team's base, Cao Dabiao and his two companions had already come back. They reeked of alcohol and had eaten until their bellies were round. Seeing Qiu Tu, Cao Dabiao approached with a flattering smile and said softly, "Commander, I've taken care of the task you gave me." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing Cao Dabiao's words, Qiu Tu glanced at his drunken state and gestured, "Let's talk inside." Cao Dabiao staggered and followed him in. Inside the room, Qiu Tu brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Cao Dabiao. Cao Dabiao, belly bulging, waved his hands repeatedly. No more, I've drunk my fill." Qiu Tu looked at him and chided with a laugh. "You really don't hold back when it's on the public dime, do you?" Cao Dabiao chuckled. "Well, the investigation bureau reimburses it, so why not spend it if it's there?" Qiu Tu knew he was probing, so he offered reassurance. "As long as it helps solve the case, spend what must be spent. If the money's not enough, I'll apply for more." Hearing Qiu Tu's assertive words, Cao Dabiao genuinely smiled. He then took out an envelope and passed it to Qiu Tu with both hands. "Commander, here is what we've gathered tonight." Qiu Tu responded with it as he reached for the envelope and sat down. He opened the envelope and started going through the documents inside, page by page. It had to be said that Cao Dabiao, capable of becoming a first-level detective of the political department, possessed certain skills. The documents not only detailed all the pertinent conversations from room 108 that night in text, but also differentiated and marked the individuals involved in the dialogue. For example, a total of 7 people had entered room 108 that night, with the main conversation occurring between a crew-cut young man and an elderly man in black. And on the first page of the file, simple sketches of the two men's faces were attached. Though their identities weren't labeled, it was enough for Qiu Tu to get a rough idea of who these two men were. In addition to the paper files, the archive bag also contained original audio tapes and undeveloped film rolls, so Qiu Tu was very satisfied with Cao Dabiao's work for tonight's mission. With that in mind, Qiu Tu was not stingy with his praise. He glanced at Cao Dabiao and smiled. Brother Biao has a knack for this. The information is very comprehensive. After speaking, he continued to review the materials and asked, "Was there anything worth noting during tonight's surveillance? What are your thoughts?" Cao Dabiao had clearly prepared in advance. Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, he pointed to his drunken face with a flattering smile and said, "Sir, while I was monitoring, I was busy eating and drinking, so I didn't really pay much attention. For the specifics, you'll need to take a look yourself." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu gave Cao Dabiao a look. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, Qiu Tu immediately knew he was deliberately playing dumb. Qiu Tu wasn't annoyed. He quickly sorted through the information and then understood why Qiao Dabiao was playing fool. It was simple, because Qiao Dabiao had discovered that tonight's incident was a bit too sensitive, involving not only the middle ranks of the investigation bureau, but also the Qin family, a major clan. He couldn't afford to offend the mystery, that was Qiu Tu, but neither could he afford to offend Qin Jingguang and the Qin family. So, although he had recorded everything very meticulously tonight, he had deliberately drunk a lot of alcohol, using intoxication as an excuse to feign ignorance. This was a common self-preservation tactic employed by the small folk in these chaotic times. Therefore, Qiu Tu didn't make things difficult for him. He waved his hand and let him go to rest. After carefully reviewing all the materials and playing back the audio tapes to listen to all the conversations in the private room, Qiu Tu sat in the chair with his eyes closed, his fingers gently tapping on the table. The content of the materials and audio recordings was simple. Representatives of two forces were negotiating. From the way they addressed each other, one side was a captain from the United Front, a man with a buzz cut, and the other was a steward from the Qin family, an elder in black clothes. As for which branch of the family this steward belonged to, it was not clear from the recordings, but the likelihood was that he was from the second branch. The purpose of the negotiation between the two parties was also straightforward. It was about a drug trade. In these chaotic times, besides gold, the most valuable and scarce commodities were drugs and weapons. Therefore, in the face of the United Front, the Qin family demanded a price far above the market rate, and also made a series of other harsh demands. For example, they required the United Front to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau's certain operations to help Director Qin gain merit. For another, they requested that part of the payment be made in young women or boys around 2 to 3 years old, and so on. Although the sanctuary controlled the planning area, most of the world was still a disaster zone. In the disaster zones, many ordinary people lived in dire straits. The Qin family could not scour these disaster zones for people, but the United Front could. The young women scavenged by them could be sent to the Qin family's underground brothel, earning the Qin family exorbitant profits. The young boys, on the other hand, were to be groomed from a young age as private soldiers or enforcers. After listening to all the recordings, Qiu Tu's gaze became profound. The Qin family's filthy dealings reminded him of the days when he had been sold to northern Myanmar in his past life. In the eyes of the scamming groups and the Qin family, people were never people but goods. Truly despicable. Qiu Tu murmured softly, and then his brain started to work rapidly, pondering how to deal with the Qin family. Soon, he reached a decision. Having placed the material into the file bag, Qiu Tu carried the file bag to the study. Inside the study, there was a safe. He turned the dial, opened the safe, and Qiu Tu took out a small booklet. This was the original evidence given to him by Master Qin Si. Placing the booklet on the desk, Qiu Tu proceeded to take out several other paper documents from the safe. These were the reports from the investigations and evidence verification conducted by the teams led by Chun Feng and 4 others in the past 2 days. He placed these along with the file bag onto the desk and bent over his desk to transcribe all the intelligence Lin Zhou had told him that day. Half an hour later, looking at the several pieces of information laid out before him on the desk, the corners of Qiu Tu's mouth curled into a smile. Whether the plan would work or not would be seen tomorrow. 4 days, the latest deadline to obtain evidence of the Qin family's guilt. 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 41 seconds. Time available to create the cataclysmic potion. The night passed without incident. The next day, Qiu Tu got up early, freshened up, and then went to report to Qin Shuman. Having slept through the night, Qin Shuman was noticeably in a better mood. And perhaps because she was in the company of outsiders, she reverted back to her innocent and naive persona. Her large eyes revealed a transparency and foolishness that one could see through at a glance. But Qiu Tu did not dare to underestimate this woman. After all, she was not only the chief of a secret department, but she also possessed supernatural powers as a cataclysmic. Although she had made herself sound quite pitiable the night before, and while Qiu Tu did indeed plan to lend her a hand if he had the chance, it was still essential to maintain a degree of caution. In this dog-eat-dog world, to trust someone completely was to make a mockery of one's own life. After chatting with Qin Schumann for a while and arranging her duty roster for the day, Qiu Tu left the courtyard, ready to head to the investigation bureau. However, just as he left the courtyard and hadn't yet walked far, Qiu Tu's communicator rang, a call from Master Qin Si. Qiu Tu's steps faltered slightly, and then he continued walking out unobtrusively while answering the communicator. Once the communicator connected, the cheerful voice of Master Qin Si came through the receiver. Did Agent Chiou make any gains last night? Hearing Master Qin Si's words, Qiu Tu replied with a smile, quite substantial indeed. I also have to thank you, Fourth Master, for the clues and help provided, which finally allowed me to advance this case. Master Qin Si was clearly surprised by the response. That fast. He probed. Did they provide Agent Chiou with critical evidence last night? As Qiu Tu walked, he explained with a chuckle. Fourth Master has misunderstood. The political department and other departments of the Investigation Bureau are not the same. Other departments conduct their investigations with the presumption of innocence, investigating first before arresting suspects. However, due to its special nature, the political department operates on the presumption of guilt. As soon as we have a lead, we can directly arrest and investigate. Upon hearing this, Master Qin Si couldn't help but ask, what if you arrest the wrong person? Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu burst into laughter. Arrest the wrong person? How is that possible? The political department has been free of wrongful convictions since its establishment. As he said this, Qiu Tu's voice dropped. Otherwise, why would the floor of the political department's interrogation room always be black and red? Even as a major underworld figure, in that instant, Master Qin Si felt a chill run down his spine. But in the next second, he was laughing heartily again. Then I'll be waiting for Agent Chiou's good news. After he finished speaking, he was ready to hang up the phone. But just then, Qiu Tu interjected, For Master, don't hurry. Let's chat a bit more. Qiu Tu paused, then said, As you know, Fourth Master, I have dozens of people under me. These past few days, we've been busy running around, putting a lot of effort into handling this matter, you say? Master Qin Si was startled. Then he understood and burst into laughter. Agent Chiou is really straightforward. Rest assured, the Qin family has noticed all the effort you've put into contributing to Xinjia City. Later on, someone will send some gifts of gratitude to your room. Make sure to accept them with a smile when the time comes. Qiu Tu laughed. Then I must thank Fourth Master. Rest assured, as public servants, we will definitely do our best to handle each case, and not let any criminals escape justice. Upon hearing this, Master Qin Si hung up the phone, still smiling. At this moment, as Qiu Tu heard the beep-beep from the communicator, the smile on his face slowly faded. He expressionlessly put the communicator back into his pocket and left the Qin family residence without lingering, carrying the documents with him. No sooner had he stepped out of the Qin family's gate than a brand-new black sedan pulled up in front of Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu stopped in his tracks and cocked his head towards the car. The window of the rear seat slowly rolled down, revealing the face of Qin Jingguang, the Deputy Division Chief of the Public Security Bureau from the Investigation Bureau's second-largest family, the Qin clan. He sat in the car, his gaze deep as he looked at Qiu Tu. Upon seeing Qin Jingguang, Qiu Tu's expression remained unchanged, and he greeted with a smile. Good day, Chief. Qin Jingguang, with slick-back hair and dressed in a black suit, exuded an aura of unspoken authority. Hearing Qiu Tu's greeting, he responded with an indifferent and then looked straight ahead, asking faintly, Agent Chiou seems to be quite busy with official duties recently, going out frequently. Qiu Tu replied with a smile, the tasks from the political department are indeed heavy, so even when we go out on missions, we have to work overtime. Qin Jingguang said indifferently, no matter how heavy the tasks, work needs to be meticulous. Don't jump to conclusions based on rumors. Be careful that in trying to investigate others, you don't trap yourself and end up in trouble. Qiu Tu continued to smile. Thank you for the concern, Director. But I only have this one sorry life, so I'm not afraid of getting trapped. Qin Wang, after hearing this, took a deep look at Qiu Tu and then snorted coldly, looking at the driver, and was about to tell the driver to go. But that moment, Qiu Tu spoke up again, asking curiously, "Where's Director Qin heading to?" Qin Wang glanced at Qiu Tu with the corner of his eye and replied emotionlessly, "To the bureau." Qiu Tu said with a smile, "That's perfect. I'm also headed to the bureau. Please, Director Qin, let me hitch a ride." After saying this, he casually opened the front passenger door, sat down comfortably, and complained, "Having a car is really amazing. If I didn't have a car, I'd have to change vehicles 3 times and walk for more than 10 minutes from the Qin residence to the bureau, which is really inconvenient." Qin Wang, watching Qiu Tu close the door and even skillfully adjust the back of the seat, Qin Wang initially was puzzled, followed by a prolonged silence. The driver looked back at him, a bit helplessly seeking guidance, and after 2 seconds of silence, he finally nodded. However, after nodding, he shifted to the side. The adjustment Qiu Tu had made to the seat back squished the space where he was sitting quite a bit. And so, the car slowly moved along the bumpy roads of Xinjia City, heading towards the investigation bureau. Qin Wang initially thought Qiu Tu got in the car to discuss some secret topic with him. But as he waited throughout the ride, Qiu Tu not only didn't say a word, but even fell asleep. This left him completely baffled and even more at a loss as to what exactly Qiu Tu was up to. Actually, as soon as Qiu Tu had led his team into the Qin family residence, Qin Wang had already secretly investigated Qiu Tu. After all, the arrival of a first-level detective from the political department at his family clan was a political signal far too sensitive. Adding to that, the rumors within the bureau about Qiu Tu holding old grudges against the Qin family made him exceedingly careful. So, he meticulously looked into Qiu Tu. He discovered that Qiu Tu and the Qin family had almost no interactions, nor any grievances. This suddenly left Qin Wang somewhat perplexed. Therefore, he began to investigate the source of the rumors claiming Qiu Tu bore a grudge against the Qin family. In the end, the investigation circled back to Yin Shun and Secretary Bai. But the problem was, during the investigation into Qiu Tu, Qin Wang found out that Qiu Tu was Secretary Bai's man. It was precisely because of Secretary Bai's trust that Qiu Tu was able to cling to Yin Chen's powerful coattails. Now, as Qiu Tu came to investigate the Qin family, were Secretary Bai and Yin Shun pulling his legs? But wasn't it Yin Shun who had engineered Qiu Tu's promotion and departmental transfer? Wasn't Yin Shun the mastermind behind this investigation? This web of contradictory and intricate relationships left Qin Wang unable to uncover the truth for a long time and shrouded Qiu Tu in a veil of mystery in his eyes. Therefore, even though Qin Wang knew that Qiu Tu might be up to no good against him, he dared not act rashly. After holding off for 2 days, Qin Wang happened to run into Qiu Tu on the road today. So he took the opportunity to try and intimidate Qiu Tu, hoping that Qiu Tu would back off in the face of difficulty. Yet, who would have thought that not only did Qiu Tu not back off, but he became even more aggressive. He even caught a ride in his own car? Truly, Qin Wang was at a loss to understand Qiu Tu's thought process. And what he found even more baffling was, when the car stopped at the investigation bureau, Qiu Tu simply stretched, yawned, and got out without a word of thanks. After alighting from the car, Qiu Tu seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to knock on Qin Wang's window, leaving a threat. "Director Qin, a piece of advice for you. Better not wander around this morning. Just stay in your office, have some tea, and read the documents." Watching Qiu Tu's carefree figure walking into the investigation bureau, Qin Wang's brows were tightly furrowed, feeling more and more at a loss in understanding this young man in front of him. Arriving at the administrative building of the investigation bureau, Qiu Tu took the elevator and went directly to the top floor. This was the private office space for the high-ranking officials of the investigation bureau. As one of the 3 major power institutions in Xinjia City, The Xinjia City Investigation Bureau had one bureau chief, 3 deputy directors. Together with Jia Shu, Secretary Bai, the Special Duties Department Director, and the Public Security Department Director, who held actual power, they formed the pinnacle of the Bureau's authority pyramid. These were the 9 individuals at the very top of the tens of thousands of investigators in the entire Bureau. So, upon reaching the 12th floor, Qiu Tu behaved with utmost discretion. He made his way to Secretary Bai's office, familiar with the path, and then knocked. Before long, a deep come-in echoed from the office of Secretary Bai. Qiu Tu pushed open the door to enter and saw Secretary Bai on the phone. Seeing Qiu Tu, Secretary Bai was initially startled. Then he gestured for Qiu Tu to sit down first while he continued his phone conversation. Commissioner Wang, I understand. But this needs to pass through the municipal committee before it can take effect. Until it's in effect, our investigation bureau really can't arrange it in advance. I know, but after stalling for a minute, Secretary Bai hung up the phone with a relieved face. After disconnecting the call, Secretary Bai looked up at Qiu Tu and asked with a smile, "Why do you have the time to come back to the bureau today?" In the presence of the superior who had always guided him, Qiu Tu was very respectful, saying, "I'm here to report to the bureau chief." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Secretary Bai paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "Wait a second, let me check the bureau chief's schedule." After speaking, Secretary Bai took a folder from the desk, opened it, and said casually, "Qiu Tu, the bureau chief is indeed very busy. Besides handling various matters of Xinjia City, he also has to look after joint operations with several neighboring cities from time to time. It's just that Director Liu of Eastern City doesn't have much to do with our bureau chief. The two don't really cooperate, so there's not much collaboration. So, don't always crowd around the bureau chief's office without reason. Go do what you need to do. If you interfere with the bureau chief's important affairs, I won't be able to protect you when the time comes." Upon hearing Secretary Bai's words, Qiu Tu first froze, then looked at Secretary Bai with a complex gaze. Although Secretary Bai's words seemed like a reprimand to Qiu Tu, they were actually informing Qiu Tu of Yan Chen's sphere of influence. There are 6 or 7 cities near Xinjia City. Yan Chen can exert influence on these cities. Even if Qiu Tu fled to those cities, he couldn't escape from the palm of Yan Chen's hand and would likely be apprehended and arrested. Only the bureau chief of Eastern City had a grudge with Yan Chen, so if Qiu Tu needed to run, he could flee to that city and then from there to the disaster zone. This was a piece of information worth its weight in gold, as well as a way out for Qiu Tu should the situation become hopeless. Thinking of this, Qiu Tu looked at Secretary Bai with a complex gaze, heaving an inward sigh. Even in an apocalyptic world, there are still good people who remember kindness and seek to repay it. Many in the investigation bureau knew that Qiu Tu was Secretary Bai's man, and that it was through Secretary Bai's support that Qiu Tu had latched onto Yan Chen's thigh. But what they didn't know was that Qiu Tu was, in fact, Secretary Bai's lifesaver. 2 years ago, when Xinjia City was in its planning stages, Secretary Bai, as a confidant of Yan Chen, came to Xinjia City with the military to prepare in advance, clearing out underground forces. During that period, Secretary Bai was ambushed, got separated from the main force, and nearly lost his life in dire straits. It was Qiu Tu who brought him home and saved his life, just like when he was a child finding Atai and the eagle. Thus, when Xinjia City was established, Qiu Tu was able to connect with Secretary Bai and join the investigation bureau. Later, he was recommended to Yan Chen and was promoted to a second-class investigator. Otherwise, how could such a low-level person have such a stroke of luck? Originally, Qiu Tu thought that by now Secretary Bai had fully repaid his debt of gratitude. Therefore, he dared not trouble Secretary Bai afterwards. But unexpectedly, when Qiu Tu was deep in trouble, Secretary Bai did not forget to point out an escape route for him. Meanwhile, as Qiu Tu finished recalling his past with Secretary Bai had also finished looking at Yan Chen's schedule for the day. He put down the folder, looked up at Qiu Tu, and inquired, "I checked, and the bureau chief is indeed quite busy today, but he can spare a few minutes now." Will you go back and think it over, or should I notify him for you? Qiu Tu snapped back to reality, looked at Secretary Bai, and smiled. Please notify him, sir. Secretary Bai looked at Qiu Tu, just looked at him. After a moment, he sighed softly and then picked up the landline telephone on the desk. Soon the call connected and Secretary Bai had a brief chat with Yin Shun before standing up and saying to Qiu Tu, "Come with me. The bureau chief is waiting for you." Qiu Tu sincerely said to Secretary Bai, "Thank you, sir." Upon hearing this, Secretary Bai gently patted Qiu Tu's shoulder. Although he didn't say a word, everything was understood without speaking. As Secretary Bai was the head of the administrative office and also Yin Chen's secretary, their offices were very close to each other. Qiu Tu followed Secretary Bai for just a short walk before they arrived at Yin Chen's office door. Reaching Yin Chen's office door, Secretary Bai was about to knock when suddenly a ding-dong sound rang out in the hallway. It was the sound of a text message. Secretary Bai stopped his hand movement and looked at Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu quickly showed an apologetic smile and took out his communicator to glance at it. The text message was from Feng Ming, and its content was straightforward, containing only 9 words. Master Qin Ci's item has been delivered. A smile appeared on Qiu Tu's face. He put his communicator on silent mode and placed it back in his pocket before then whispering to Secretary Bai, "Everything is taken care of." Secretary Bai nodded, then knocked on the office door. "Come in." Accompanied by Yin Chen's low and husky voice, Secretary Bai opened the door, leading Qiu Tu into the office that represented the Investigation Bureau's highest authority. Similar to Yin Chen's study, his office was also adorned with thick curtains. Even though it was morning, the room was still incredibly dim, with only the desk lamp casting a faint glow. Qiu Tu was curious how Yin Shun could manage to go through documents in such an environment. "Bureau Chief, Agent Chiou is here." "Good day, Bureau Chief." Hearing their greetings, Yin Shun, hidden in the darkness behind the lamp, hummed lightly and then looked at Qiu Tu with an expression neither happy nor sad and slowly asked, "I heard you have a situation to report?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu nodded, "Yes, Bureau Chief. I've found clues and evidence of the Qin family colluding with the United Front. I would like to report this to you." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yin Chen's expression showed no change, but Secretary Bai beside him looked at Qiu Tu with a surprised expression. Qiu Tu pretended not to notice Secretary Bai's expression and just quietly looked at Yin Shun. Yin Shun was silent for a moment before asking in a flat voice, "You found the evidence in just 3 days?" Qiu Tu replied, "Yes." After speaking, he added, "If you don't believe me, you could call Director Qin Jingguang to confront me." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Yin Shun seemed much more interested. He shifted his gaze to Secretary Bai and inquired, "What's my schedule coming up?" Secretary Bai bowed slightly. "Bureau Chief, you have a mid-level meeting in 10 minutes, and in 1 hour, the Special Service Department is scheduled to give you a summary report." Yin Shun pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's cancel that meeting. Also, call Qin Jingguang here." Secretary Bai bowed, "Yes." Having said that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Yin Shun spoke again, "Right? Summon Jia Shu as well. After all, this involves their political department." Upon hearing this, Secretary Bai nodded again, "Yes." After Secretary Bai left, only Qiu Tu and Yin Shun remained in the office. Qiu Tu was looking at Yin Shun, but his mind was on the information Qin Shuman had drunkenly leaked to him the night before. According to Qin Shuman's account, Yin Shun had indeed experienced a cataclysm awakening and was at least a second-order cataclysmic awakened. No one knew the specifics of his cataclysmic path, but from some of his usual behaviors and interests, it was very likely that it was life or immortality. And his own abilities were probably related to darkness or death. These types of paths and abilities were the most dangerous and the most prone to degeneration. That's why the security department was secretly monitoring and investigating Yin Shun. Having learned this information, Qiu Tu wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he felt that Qin Shuman must be hiding something from him. After all, merely suspecting degeneration and the security department conducting a private investigation of a high-ranking official was quite exaggerated. Qiu Tu suspected that this was likely related to the special privileges of the security department or some characteristics of cataclysmics. As time ticked by, 2 minutes quickly passed, and a knock was heard on the office door. With Yin Chen's low "come in," Secretary Bai, Jia Shu, and Qin Jingguang entered the room. They first greeted Yin Chen, and then their gazes fell on Qiu Tu. Jia Shu was fine, his gaze merely one of interest, his eyes seemingly smiling, but not quite. But Qin Jingguang was different. He stared angrily at Qiu Tu, his eyes as if they could spit fire. Clearly, both of them were already aware of the matter at hand. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yin Chen, leaning back in his chair, eyes landing on Qiu Tu, said in a hoarse voice, "Report." "Yes," Qiu Tu responded. Then he first glanced at Qin Jingguang, then at Jia Shu, and finally took out several documents from the file and said, "Bureau Chief, a few days ago, I was ordered to protect Miss Schumann in her return to the Qin family for a family visit. Unexpectedly, I received an anonymous tip that night. The tip-off stated that the Qin family was colluding with anti-government organizations. It detailed not only the Qin family's secret transportation of drugs, weapons, and other controlled resources to anti-government organizations, but also recorded instances of the anti-government organization cooperating with the Qin family to gain merits, helping the Qin family to expand their influence in Xinjia City." Upon hearing such severe accusations from Qiu Tu, Qin Jingguang's face turned green with rage. His eyes ablaze, he bellowed at Qiu Tu, "You're slandering me. Who put you up to framing the Qin family?" His voice caused the office to buzz with the reverberation. Qiu Tu wanted to defend himself, but before he could even speak, Jia Shu next to him began to jokingly refute on his behalf. "Director Qin, no need to be so agitated. Whatever issues you have can wait until after Qiu Tu has finished his report. We're all on the same side here. Surely we wouldn't wrong you, would we?" Jia Shu was not only Yin Chen's right-hand man and one of the top 9 officials of the Investigation Bureau, but also a middle management personnel with privileges who came down from the sanctuary. Qin Jingguang dared to vent at Qiu Tu, but he wouldn't dare to provoke Jia Shu. Thus he had no choice but to press his lips together in silence. However, although he was silent, his gaze towards Qiu Tu was filled with unadulterated murderous intent. The Qin family was no small force, but a prominent, widespread family within the entirety of Xinjia City. For a power group of such level, not to mention vague and elusive clues, even with conclusive evidence, dealing with them will be very troublesome and complicated, with actions affecting the whole body. Therefore, even if Qiu Tu's evidence was sufficient, the Qin family was most likely not going to fall. When the Qin family recuperated, what awaited Qiu Tu would be their relentless retaliation. And if the evidence in Qiu Tu's hands isn't sufficient, that would make things even easier. Without the Qin family even lifting a finger, he would directly ensure that Qiu Tu has no place to be buried when he dies. At this moment, as if having guessed Qin Jingguang's inner thoughts, Qiu Tu continued with a smile in his report. "After receiving these allegations, I did not act rashly, but instead reported to you, Bureau Chief, requesting reinforcement. You approved my investigation that very night and sent reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Qin Jingguang's heart skipped a beat. He covertly glanced at Yin Chen, hidden in the darkness, and suddenly realized that he might have misjudged the situation. That Qiu Tu dared to investigate this matter clearly indicated someone was instructing him, and the most likely candidates were Yin Chen, Secretary Bai, or Jia Shu. Although so far, he couldn't figure out what the relationship was exactly between Qiu Tu and these 3 individuals. But it was certain that Qiu Tu was closely related to these 3, and the masterminds behind this operation also seemed to be shadowed by their figures. What they want to go against the Qin family, what to do. Thinking of this frightening possibility, Qin Jingguang's face darkened, and his hand involuntarily clenched. Qiu Tu glanced at Qin Jingguang and continued. "After receiving reinforcement, I didn't waste any time, but immediately directed the reinforcements to investigate these leads. Very quickly, I obtained quite a lot of relevant evidence. We not only found warehouses where the Qin family was secretly storing contraband drugs, letters of contact with anti-government organizations, but also tracked and eavesdropped on the entire process of the Qin family's dealings with the United Front. Even we found evidence of the Qin family illegally releasing members of anti-government organizations. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Jingguang turned pale. He knew trouble had arisen. The Qin family must have a mole, otherwise, Qiu Tu couldn't possibly have found so many key leads and pieces of evidence in just a few days. And what's more terrifying was, he realized he was finished. With so many issues found, the Qin family couldn't possibly get through this unscathed. Even if the Investigation Bureau and City Hall wouldn't annihilate them due to the Qin family's deep roots, the Qin family would still need to offer a scapegoat after paying a huge price in order to calm this matter. And considering the evidence that Qiu Tu had gathered, who could be more suitable as a scapegoat than him? The Deputy Division Chief of the Public Security Bureau? The family, in order to save itself, would certainly sacrifice him to preserve the others. Thinking of this, Qin Jingguang felt his mouth dry, his legs weak, and even a ringing in his ears. He felt as if the sound around him were getting further and further away, and he was becoming less and less able to hear clearly. And in that moment of daze, he faintly heard Qiu Tu say, "And after 2 days of investigation, coupled with the inquiry of Director Qin this morning, we have basically confirmed that Master Qin Si, also known as Qin Jinsheng, is the mastermind behind everything." After old Master Qin, in that instant, Qin Jingguang felt his mind go blank. Who? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Not me? It's the fourth master? In that moment, Qin Jingguang felt his thoughts rapidly crystallize, and even the surrounding sounds seemed much clearer. Then he heard Qiu Tu continue. After old Master Qin's death, when the Qin siblings divided the family assets, Master Qin Si inherited the underground brothel, gambling dens, usury, and other illicit industries. Because of the nature of these industries, he came into contact with members of the United Front, and then he discovered that this was an opportunity to make a fortune. So he secretly collected drugs under the guise of Director Qin and Commissioner Qin Hung, and sold them at a high price to the United Front. What's more, when settling accounts, he wouldn't accept currency from United Front, but instead demanded that they scavenge for people in the disaster zone to settle the debts with human lives. Among them, girls in their teens or early 20s were sent to the underground brothel. Boys aged 2 or 3 were taken to be trained as enforcers. At this point, Qin Jingguang's mood had gradually calmed down. He listened to Qiu Tu's narration, knowing that Qiu Tu indeed had a lot of criminal evidence against the Qin family. Although this evidence wasn't enough to destroy the Qin family, it was sufficient to cause them serious harm and make him, the second in command of the Qin family, the scapegoat. But Qiu Tu had raised the stakes so high, only to let them down gently, merely demanding that fourth master come out and take the blame. This was a path he had never considered. Thinking this, Qin Jingguang looked at Qiu Tu with a complicated gaze, trying to figure out what game Qiu Tu was playing. At this moment, Qiu Tu also happened to look towards him. Upon making eye contact with Qiu Tu, Qin Jingguang's eyes flickered with guilt. Then he heard Qiu Tu say, "Director Qin, I recall this morning, when I was in the car informing you of everything, you were also very shocked. You then strictly told me not to worry about your pride and to definitely investigate thoroughly without any leniency. Moreover, you said that you and Commissioner Qin had prohibited Fourth Master from engaging in those illicit industries right from the start when Xinjia City was established. But it turned out he had only pretended to heed your advice and was secretly still involved. Now that such a huge issue has arisen, it's completely his own fault. You said that you would definitely be just and not conflate family ties with justice, making him personally hand over the evidence and then delivering him to the Investigation Bureau to be punished accordingly. And to prevent the Qin family from repeating the same mistakes, and also to facilitate the Investigation Bureau's investigation, you would hand over all the involved drugs, resources, industries, and any other potential gray area industries belonging to the Qin family to the Bureau for a comprehensive examination. Do you remember saying all this?" Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Qin Jingguang gave him a subtly observant glance. If he remembered correctly, Qiu Tu had slept all the way in the car, not exchanging a single word with him. So, were these Qiu Tu's conditions? To get through this ordeal, did he need to furnish all the complete evidence and have Fourth Master personally confess? As for those black and gray industries, they were clearly intended as a tribute to Yanshun and other higher-ups in the Bureau. The conditions weren't low, but they were already much better than the outcome Qin Jingwang had originally anticipated. Therefore, Qin Jingwang readily agreed. With a composed expression, he said in a low voice, "I remember." After uttering these words, he couldn't help but look at Qiu Tu again. As their gazes met, he caught a fleeting smile in Qiu Tu's eyes. For that instant, he felt awkward standing so exposed before Qiu Tu, but he was also grateful. So, he looked away from Qiu Tu's gaze, pretending not to see anything. After pinning the blame on Fourth Master Qin and taking the pressure off Qin Jingwang, Qiu Tu then turned to Yanshun and said, "Bureau Chief, while the Qin family is indeed a major clan, and both Commissioner Qin and Director Qin are influential figures in Xinjia City, bringing Fourth Master in for questioning directly could have some adverse effects. Therefore, what do you think about giving Director Qin some time to bring all the evidence and Fourth Master himself to the Investigation Bureau? Is that acceptable?" As Qiu Tu's voice trailed off, the entire room instantly fell into silence. All eyes within the room were cast towards Yanshun. This matter had significant implications, not only involving the Qin family, a major clan deeply rooted in Xinjia City, but also pertaining to the anti-government armed forces and even other forces intricately linked to the Qin family. Therefore, only Yanshun, the highest-ranking official of the Investigation Bureau, could make the decision. At this moment, Yanshun, concealed in darkness, had his eyes slightly shut, his fingers gently tapping on the backrest of the chair. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp tapping echoed in everyone's ears, but each person perceived it differently, especially Qin Jingwang, who felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest with each tap. He clearly understood Yanshun's meaning. Hurriedly bowing his head, he offered new terms. "Bureau Chief, I truly did not expect Fourth Brother to do such a thing. Rest assured, not only will I ensure he admits his guilt and surrenders himself, but I will also make sure my eldest brother personally apologizes and reflects on his actions before you," he said. Although Qin Jingwang spoke cautiously, everyone present was astute, so they immediately understood his implications. Qin Heng was the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a crucial part of the government system. If Qin Heng made a mistake, he should be held accountable to the municipal committee, not come to Yanshun. Therefore, when Qin Jingwang said he would reflect before Yanshun, it was clear he was promising that the Qin family would fully align with Yanshun. Upon hearing the terms Qin Jingwang put forth, Yanshun finally ceased the tapping of his hand, then spoke indifferently, "I have time tonight at 8 o'clock. That set the final deadline for the Qin family." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Qin Jingwang bowed his head in acknowledgement, yes. With an agreement reached between the two men, the remaining matters were easier to handle. Qiu Tu reviewed all the other evidence and clues once again, even laying out the fact that Master Qin Si had tried to bribe him that day. However, in Qiu Tu's account, the bribe from Master Qin Si was not solicited by him. It was offered by Master Qin Si himself to persuade Qiu Tu to stop his investigation. Thus, within just over half an hour of reporting, a complex political deal was struck. Qiu Tu successfully completed his mission. The Qin family resolved their crisis, and Yanshun gained the Qin family's allegiance. As for Secretary Bai, he also got to enjoy the show. So, when leaving the office, everyone still wore relatively good expressions on their faces. Leaving Yanshun's office. Once the door slowly closed behind him, Qin Jingwang, with a complex look in his eyes, turned to Qiu Tuesday, ignoring Secretary Bai's presence beside him. He murmured, "Thank you." Qiu Tu smiled and retorted, "If Director Qin's thanks are merely verbal, that would be rather insincere." Qin Jingwang was taken aback by Qiu Tu's directness, leaving him in an awkward laugh as he glanced at Qiu Tu. "Don't worry, it won't just be words of thanks." Qiu Tu replied with a salute and a smile. "Then I shall thank Director Qin in advance." Qin Jingwang said nothing more, giving a wry smile before shaking his head and taking the elevator down from the 12th floor. Although he had reached a verbal agreement with Yin Chun, the crisis for the Qin family was not genuinely over. Until everything was finalized, verbal agreements were worth less than waste paper. So, he needed to rush back to the Qin family and discuss with his eldest brother, then convince Master Qin Si to sacrifice himself. As the elevator doors closed behind Qin Jingguang, Secretary Bai gave Qiu Tu a slight nod, and understanding the signal, Qiu Tu followed Secretary Bai into the office. Inside the office, while casually closing the door, Secretary Bai spoke softly. "You really gave me a scare just now. I thought you were really becoming a scapegoat." His face was fraught with relief. The Qin family isn't easy to provoke, right? They're one of the biggest snakes in Xinjia City. Even the bureau chief has to be cautious dealing with them. Moreover, Xinjia is in its infancy and needs the full support of all families. The sanctuary must also buy the horse's bones for 1,000 gold, setting an example for other yet-to-develop disaster zones. So, the Qin family won't fall, nor can it be allowed to fall. This is a political necessity. So, when I heard you discovered evidence of the Qin family colluding with the United Front, I really sweated bullets. Thankfully, you were smart. Although you raised the issue high, you let it down gently. You showed the Qin family your evidence and left the handling of the matter to them. Most importantly, you saved Qin Jingguang. At this, Secretary Bai looked at Qiu Tu with satisfaction. If it weren't for your rhetoric in turning the situation around, the Qin family would have 100% sacrificed Qin Jingguang. If that happened, with the Qin family deeply hurt, they would certainly harbor resentment against you. Once they caught their breath, they definitely wouldn't let you off easy. But now, you've saved Qin Jingguang, and things are different. You've been gracious to Qin Jingguang, so even if the Qin family is displeased with you, he can help withstand some of the pressure. He is the second most prominent figure in the Qin family, with a pivotal status. Plus, this opportunity allows the Qin family to cut off all their black and gray industries in one fell swoop, thoroughly whitewashing themselves and eliminating future worries. Who knows? After this ordeal, the Qin family might even be grateful to you. Secretary Bai gave Qiu Tu a profound look, commenting, "You've done a decent job. You have improved." Hearing Secretary Bai's analysis, Qiu Tu chuckled twice and humbly replied, "Chief, you flatter me. I was simply reporting the facts. I didn't think that far." Secretary Bai pointed at Qiu Tu, laughed. Having said this, his expression returned to calm. Then he took a deep look at Qiu Tu and reminded him softly, "However, Qiu Tu, you must not take it lightly. Although the bureau chief is very satisfied with your mission this time, there's an unbridgeable gulf between you two." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tu's face also became serious. Secretary Bai didn't finish his sentence, but both of them understood what was left unsaid. However, Qiu Tu's expression eased up in the next moment. After all, his plan was not finished yet. Using the Qin family's internal strife to complete his mission was just the first step of his plan. He still had bigger schemes to unfold. Meanwhile, in Yin Chen's dimly lit office, Yin Chen leaned back in his chair, his figure faintly visible in the darkness with only his facial contour slightly illuminated under the light. He sat with his hands crossed over his lower abdomen, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Jia Shu and asked softly, "What do you think?" Jia Shu responded with a chuckle, a stratagem that kills multiple birds with one stone. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and analyzed. If I am not mistaken, the person who provided Qiu Tu with this intelligence and clues must be Old Fourth Qin. And these pieces of information and clues point to Qin Jingguang. It is through collaboration with Old Fourth Qin that Qiu Tu was able to grasp the various issues of Qin Jingguang so quickly. But after clarifying the problems with Qin Jingguang, he found himself at a dead end. If he supports Old Fourth Qin in trying to take down Qin Jingguang, it would not only take a long time, but he would likely face various forms of backlash and retaliation from the Qin family. So, instead, he cleverly changed his approach. He threw out the bait directly, letting the Qin family fight amongst themselves, choosing their own scapegoat. Whichever side wins, he wins. By doing this, not only has he significantly reduced the enmity towards him within the Qiu family, but he has also caused internal division, preventing them from uniting their strength. He might even have won over the goodwill of some within the Qiu family. Most importantly, in front of Qin Jingguang, he deliberately asked for your opinion. On the surface, it seems like he is showing respect to you, but actually, he is further passing the buck. If you agree to let the Qiu family resolve their issues internally, then not only do they owe you a favor, but they also owe him one. If you disagree, then their animosity might be redirected towards you. After all, he has shown leniency to the Qiu family, but you are not willing to let go. Naturally, you would become the most hated person to the Qiu family. Having listened to this, Yin Chen chuckled twice, his voice growing deep as he said, "It's more than that. This Qiu Tu really has a clear insight into things." At this point, Yin Chen spoke with a complicated gaze. The reason he sold out old 4th Qin and kept Qin Jingguang safe is that he knew I would definitely protect Qin Jingguang. Outsiders only know that Xinjia City has just been established, and the Qiu family must not fall. But can the investigation bureau afford to fall? Qin Jingguang is the head of my investigation bureau, and if he has collusion with United Front, how would outsiders view the investigation bureau? How would they view me? Would City Hall take the opportunity to cause trouble? There are far too many unknowns. So, the Qin family can have issues, but Qin Jingguang cannot have issues. If Qin Jingguang has no issues, the investigation bureau uncovering the problems within the Qin family would be a merit. If Qin Jingguang has issues, even if the investigation bureau uncovers them, at best it would be seen as offsetting the good with the bad. After finishing, he paused for a moment before summarizing. One must understand that during this sensitive period, the Qin family can have trouble, but the investigation bureau, City Hall, must not make a mistake. The choice of people for the sanctuary must also be flawless. Hearing this, Chiou smiled and bowed. Bureau chief is wise. Yin Shun paid no mind to Chiou's flattery. He felt a bit uncomfortable in his throat after speaking so much, so he picked up the tea on the desk and took a sip. After moistening his throat, he opened his mouth to ask again, "What do you think of Qiu Tu?" Chiou assessed him with a smile that was not quite a smile, a talent. Ambitious. Speaking of which, he glanced at Yin Shun. If it weren't for the entanglement with Qin Schumann, perhaps he could be enlisted for our purposes. Yin Shun remained silent, his eyes fathomless. Seeing this, Chiou further evaluated. However, he would still serve as a good knife. Upon hearing this, Yin Shun said in a low tone, "Be careful the knife doesn't turn on you." Chiou laughed. Indeed, his ambition is too great. He dares to use the case funds to buy people's hearts, and even dragged a first-level detective down with him. If not controlled, who knows what chaos he might cause? Yin Shun hummed in acknowledgement. Then what do you plan to do next? Chiou adjusted the glasses on his nose, his eyes shimmering behind the lenses. Simple. Go with the flow. He has found evidence of the Qin family's crimes, which likewise confirms Qin Schumann's guilt. For such a spy planted by the United Front by your side, the political department would naturally take her into custody and then interrogate her thoroughly. As for Qiu Tu, the investigation bureau is in its inception, and many positions are vacant. He has made such great achievements, he certainly deserves a promotion. I think he should be promoted from the grassroots team to an office job as deputy staff, where he can fully utilize his talents. For instance, the interrogation section of the political department. The room was pervaded by darkness, as if it swallowed all traces of light. Only a few weak rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting phantom-like outlines on the furniture. Leaving Yin Shen's office, Chiou wore a smile, as if he had encountered something extremely joyful. However, that good mood evaporated after he met Secretary Bai. "You've been waiting for me," Chiou said to Secretary Bai, who stood at the entrance to his office, with a smile that was not quite a smile. Secretary Bai, with a touch of coldness, produced 2 notes and handed them to him. "This is Qiu Tu's funding request." I need your signature for the records. Chiou took the notes, glanced at them, and smiled. On the note was an instruction from Qiu Tu to convert bribes from Master Qin into a personal bonus. Yinshan obviously didn't care about such a small amount of money, especially during a key reporting moment, so he nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Qiu Tu wasn't satisfied with just verbal approval. He had also drafted a formal paper request. Without much concern, Chiou picked up a pen, signed his name on it, handed one copy to Secretary Bai for the records, and kept one for himself. Then he scrutinized Secretary Bai and said with a half-smile, "You seem to have a special interest in Qiu Tu's day." Secretary Bai collected the notes without a change in expression, then turned and returned to his own office. The office door shut, leaving Chiou alone in the echoing corridor. Hee. Chiou chuckled softly, his gaze flickering with an indescribable light. Still the same old temper, I see. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to redden considerably, but were quickly subdued. Then he took one more lingering look at Secretary Bai's office door, shrugged nonchalantly, and humming a tune, he stepped back to his own office. Back in his office, he filed a request and then opened a drawer, taking out a document to sign a promotion order. The content of the promotion order was simple: to appoint first-level Detective Qiu Tu as the Deputy Chief of the Interrogation Section, ordering him to take up his new post the following day. After writing the promotion order, Chiou signed another document to arrest Qin Shuman. After signing both documents, Chiou did not issue them immediately. He stood up, walked to the window, hands in pockets, his narrow eyes peering outside through the glasses. For some reason, he felt a slight unease in his heart, as if something was about to happen. With these thoughts, Chiou stood by the window for a while and went over the whole matter in his mind once again. A moment later, he returned to his desk and amended Qiu Tu's appointment, changing starting from tomorrow to effective immediately. He then temporarily held back Qin Shuman's arrest warrant, planning to issue it after the Qin family had dealt with their own matters. Ultimately, he opted for a more cautious approach. My God, another promotion? Who else but Chief Qiu? Chief Qiu got promoted again. In an era with radios and vehicles, the speed of command transmission was very fast. Qiu Tu hadn't even returned to the Qin family before his promotion notice had already been sent to the security team. So upon his arrival at the security team's base, what he heard were the many detectives' discussions. Chief Qiu has been promoted 2 ranks in 1 week. He's heading for an office job already? I'm so envious. From now on, he's a big shot. Not the same as us anymore. Because he faintly heard his own name, Qiu Tu beckoned a special service detective over and asked, "What happened? Who got promoted?" The detective Qiu Tu had singled out scurried over and saluted him respectfully amidst the envious gazes of others. After that, he whispered to Qiu Tu, "Chief, it's you who've been promoted. Congratulations on becoming a deputy staff director." Hearing what the detective said, Qiu Tu couldn't help but pause. Promoted? Deputy staff director? What are Yinshan and Chiou up to? Though he was hesitant inside, he managed to show a happy expression on his face. He smiled and patted the detective on the shoulder encouragingly. "Keep up the good work, and you'll be a deputy staff director in the future too." The detective blushed with excitement upon hearing Qiu Tu's encouragement and quickly saluted again. "Thank you, Chief." And once he returned to the midst of the other detectives, he instantly became the center of attention, with the others eagerly questioning what Qiu Tu had said to him, whether there was any mention of taking him under his wing. Obviously, with Qiu Tu's promotion, the attitudes of these special service detectives toward him had once again undergone a dramatic change. As mentioned earlier when introducing Linzhua, it seemed like there was only one rank between a first-level detective and a deputy staff director, but in reality, it was a world of difference. A deputy staff director could not only transfer detectives they liked to their own department, so they wouldn't have to do field work anymore, but they also had the authority to recommend promotions below first-level detective and had a decisive role in selecting detectives. Add to this that Xinjia City was newly established and the investigation bureau's middle management positions were not yet full, so a deputy staff director entering a leadership position had ample room for advancement. So if they could gain the favor of a young deputy staff director like Qiu Tu, it could be a life-changing opportunity for those lower-ranking detectives. Having been through several days in Xinjia City, Qiu Tu also had a comprehensive understanding of the power structure and thus knew what those detectives were yearning for. However, he hadn't even seen his own promotion facts yet, hadn't figured out what moves Yin Shun and Jia Shu had made, so he was not in the mood to recruit these detectives. He called over a detective to ask for Fong Ming's whereabouts and went straight to him. As expected, the promotion fax was in Fong Ming's hands. Seeing Qiu Tu come to him, Fong Ming handed over the promotion fax with a complex expression on his face. Clearly, even someone with a strong background like him found Qiu Tu's rapid ascension somewhat unbelievable. Qiu Tu took the promotion fax, read it carefully, and then couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Deputy Director of the Political Department's Interrogation Section, effective immediately, hand over work to Qiao Dabiao. This fax seemed fine at a glance, but upon closer scrutiny, it revealed a lot of hidden implications. A smile played across Qiu Tu's eyes. It seems like Yin Shun and the others have sensed the danger, so they want to act in advance to separate me and the Qin family. Too bad it's too late. The trap has been set. At this point, as Qiu Tu finished reading the report, Fong Ming sighed softly and said, "Your promotion speed is really like being on a rocket." Qiu Tu tucked the fax away and asked with a laugh, "What's the matter?" "Jealous." Fong Ming unusually maintained his composure at such a time. He first nodded, admitting his envy. Of course, who wouldn't be? He then said to Qiu Tu, "But I'd advise you to be cautious." Qiu Tu looked at him. He said calmly, "If you're not a secret child of some big shot from the sanctuary, or if you haven't gotten a hold of leverages over some high-ups at the investigation bureau, or perhaps caught the eye of some bigwig's daughter, then you'd better make sure if those above aren't setting you up." He continued, "You're too young, and your promotion speed is too rapid. We ordinary detectives might only be envious, which won't impact you. But what about those of the same rank as you, the other deputy directors or directors? Could they affect you? Might they also have an issue with it in their hearts? You should know that many of them are heads of various medium to large forces in Xinjia City, and it's by seeking refuge in the sanctuary that they've managed to secure their current positions after the establishment of Xinjia City. And yet you surpassed them in just a week's time." Fong Ming didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. Upon hearing his words, Qiu Tu fell silent for a moment, then reached out to pat Fong Ming's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I've got it under control." Seeing this, Fong Ming didn't try to persuade him further, only reminding him, "Stay safe." Qiu Tu hummed in response, and then said, "Since the order has been given from above, I'm going to go and hand over the security team." After finishing his statement, he lifted his leg, ready to leave. However, just as he took one step, he stopped again. He hesitated for a second. Then, with suggestive intent, he said, "I remember you don't get along with Qiao Dabiao, do you? It seems like you've always looked down on his carefree demeanor. Now that you two have to work together, watch your temper and don't start any conflicts as soon as he takes over. If you get kicked out of the security team, it won't look good for anyone." Fong Ming. Hearing Qiu Tu's words left Fong Ming completely baffled. Since when did he have bad relations with Qiao Dabiao? And when was his temper ever bad? Although he looked down on Qiao Dabiao, there were plenty of others he disapproved of. Qiao Dabiao was just one among many. Besides, his temper had always been good. Hadn't he been provoked by Qiu Tu so many times, and yet remained so composed? As he thought about it, a bolt of lightning flashed through Fong Ming's mind. He abruptly looked up at Qiu Tu, but Qiu Tu merely gave him a meaningful look before he walked away. Watching Qiu Tu's retreating figure, Fong Ming swallowed nervously, understanding. At noon, Qiu Tu and Qiao Dabiao carried out the work handover in the presence of the security team. Then, skipping lunch, Qiu Tu went straight to the political department's interrogation section to report. That afternoon, a fierce argument erupted between Fong Ming and Qiao Dabiao over Fong Ming's dissatisfaction with Qiao Dabiao's command. Because the matter escalated to a point of no return, Fong Ming and his team of detectives were reassigned back to the bureau by the Special Service Department, replaced by a new team of Special Service detectives for assistance. However, what no one knew was that during the chaotic handover period, Shenling Shuang had also been secretly moved out of the Qin family's residence. Shenling Shuang had originally been sent to the Qin family in secret, without Qiu Tu or Fong Ming saying anything, and with no investigation from above. Chao Dabiao and the new first-level detective from the Special Service Department had no knowledge of her. At 5 p.m., Qiu Tu left the investigation bureau and returned to his home. But the moment he unlocked and opened the door, he was stunned. His home was completely transformed. The previously somewhat messy living room now looked brand new, the sofa neatly arranged, the miscellaneous items on the table tidily organized, and the floor, tabletop, and even the windows were clean to a shine, glistening with cleanliness. If not for the familiar items still in the room, he might have doubted he had entered the wrong house. "You're back?" A crisp and pleasant voice came from the direction of the bedroom. Possibly having heard the door open, a 16 or 17-year-old girl emerged from the bedroom. It seemed she had just taken a shower. Her hair was still damp, adorned with sparkling droplets, her skin as creamy and smooth as porcelain with a healthy rosy hue. She wore one of Qiu Tu's white shirts, which hung loose on her small frame, barely concealing her fair, jade-like legs beneath. Yet she seemed unconcerned, merely tilting her head slightly and looking at Qiu Tu with bright and large eyes. In that instant, Qiu Tu's heartbeat momentarily quickened. Nonetheless, he swiftly adjusted his emotions and, glancing over the tidy room, he asked, "Did you clean all this?" Shenling Shuang nodded with a smile. She was naturally at an age of innocence, and her untainted smile, sunny as a spring day, was infectiously bright. Qiu Tu hummed in acknowledgement, then proceeded to close the door and remove his belongings as he asked, "Is everything ready?" Upon hearing Qiu Tu address serious matters, the smile on Shenling Shuang's face faded, and she nodded, "It's ready." After speaking, she gestured with her hand and led Qiu Tu into the bedroom. The previously cramped bedroom had been cleared out, even the bed tipped on its side, leaving all the space for a magic potion brewing setup and various ingredients. This was something Qiu Tu had arranged for Eagle and Akuan to purchase from the black market over the past 2 days. Having inspected the brewing equipment, Qiu Tu glanced at the countdown timer in the upper left corner. The countdown that remained for several hours this morning to make cataclysmic potion had now hit 0, changing into a small, trembling treasure chest. After confirming everything was ready, Qiu Tu turned to Shenling Shuang and said, "Well, since it's all set, let's begin." Hearing Qiu Tu say this, Shenling Shuang nodded vigorously, then moved to the equipment to start brewing the cataclysmic potion. Qiu Tu stood silently behind her for a few minutes, making sure no new crisis warning popped up before he finally let his guard down. He left the bedroom and entered the small living room. Standing by the neat window, he looked outside at the prairie fire-like sunset and the blazing clouds, slightly lost in thought. The Qin family must be starting now as well. The new month should see an increase in update speed, around 7,000 words a day, and I hope everyone will keep up with the reading. At this moment, the Qin family's main house. Just as Qiu Tu had predicted, the members of Qin family's fifth house had all gathered and were quarreling nonstop behind closed doors. Among them, the most intense argument was between Qin Jingguang and Master Qin Si. At first, when Master Qin Si received the notification that the family was going to have a meeting to discuss important matters concerning the future of the Qin family, he was overjoyed, thinking that since Qiu Tu had taken the money, he indeed did the job. However, he was shocked when he learned from Qin Jingguang that Qiu Tu had pinned all the evidence he had collected so painstakingly on him. At that moment, he wanted desperately to interrupt Qin Jingguang, then question him. What did you say?" Qiu Tu said, "I did all those things." Has Qiu Tu gone mad? But he didn't dare. After all, up to this point, none of the Qin houses knew that it was he who had betrayed the Qin family. Through the years, despite the heavy internal conflicts, the Qin family had always observed one bottom line, which was to present a united front externally. If he exposed that it was he who had sold out the Qin family's evidence to Qiu Tu, he guessed he wouldn't even need the investigation bureau to take action. He would immediately become the target of all. Thus, all he could do was sit on the chair in a daze and listen to Qin Jingguang recount the events that had happened in Yanquan's office. But as soon as Qin Jingguang got to the part where he was about to take the fall for all the crimes, Master Qin couldn't sit still anymore. With his belly out, he put on an incredulous face and looked at Qin Jingguang. "Big brother, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? You plan to let me take the fall for all the crimes? How many lives do I have to take on so many crimes? I'm your own brother, for God's sake." Hearing Master Qin's words, Qin Jingguang's face was also filled with conflict, and he said gravely, "Fourth brother, really, this is beyond your brother's control. Right now, Qiu Tu is pinning it all on you. Since you're going to be implicated anyway, isn't it better to take the blame than for everyone to be ruined together?" Master Qin slammed the table with a paw and stood up, glaring at Qin Jingguang, bellowing, "What kind of talk is that? Are you going to just watch your own brother be thrown into the flames?" As he spoke, he swept a glance at patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Hung, seated at the head seat, then looked at Qin Jingguang again and said in frustration, "I've figured it out long ago. Ever since our father died, you and the eldest brother have looked down on me and third brother. After all, you are both political bigwigs, influential figures in Xinjia City, while me and third brother are just businessmen, especially me, who deals with the black market. You've always looked down on me, and I've endured it because that's how our father divided the family. But now that something has happened, you still want to push me out to take the blame? I won't accept this." Seeing the two of them arguing, Patriarch Qin Hung, seated at the main seat, covered his mouth with a cough twice, then said in a deep voice, "All right, let's all say a little less." After saying that, he looked towards Master Qin and spoke gently, "Fourth brother. Second brother has reported this to me at noon. We have discussed it for a long time, and this is really the best outcome. Of course, I know this matter has indeed wronged you, but this is for the sake of the family, isn't it?" Seeing that Master Qin was about to argue again, Qin Hung raised his hand to gesture him to pause, adding, "Don't worry. We are aware of the contributions you have made for the family. So, as long as you weather this storm, I guarantee your two sons will hold a position of at least section chief at the city hall or in the investigation bureau once they come of age. As for your assets, 1/3 of the legitimate business in third brother's hands will be divided to ensure your family's future expenses. Regarding your safety, when I meet with Yin Chen tonight, I will secure a guarantee for you. Guarantee that you won't be tortured and that your life will be free from any danger. So, for now, go to jail for the family. Once the dust settles and we find an appropriate opportunity, we will find a way to get you out." Hearing Qin Heng's words, Master Qin's face changed rapidly. But just then, Qin Shu from the Qin family's third house suddenly stood up. He expressed his dissatisfaction. "Wait a minute. Big brother, why should I pay for the crimes that second brother and Master Qin have committed? I've been conducting my business just fine, so why is 1/3 of my family's business suddenly being divided away? I still have to give half my income to the family every year. All I have left. I do not agree with this." And so, a new round of quarreling began. But what no one knew was, while they were all caught up in their tumultuous argument, Master Qin's communicator suddenly vibrated twice. Master Qin discreetly took out the communicator to have a look. At that instant, his face turned exceedingly grim, but it quickly returned to normal. The process of concocting the cataclysmic potion is troublesome yet simple. The difficult part is that the pharmacist must understand all the cataclysm materials. They must also know the timing and interactions of the star, moon, king, and minister medicine categories, thoroughly acquainted with when to add which ingredient, when to stir, and when to take the potion off the fire. The simple part is that once these steps are memorized, for the most part, the brewing is fully automated and doesn't require the pharmacist to keep constant watch. Thus, Shun Lingshuang had ample time to pester Qiu Tu. After setting the alarm for the next stirring, Shunling Shuang tiptoed into the living room and tilted her head to look at Qiu Tu. Qiu Tu was sitting on the couch at that moment, with his hands crossed behind his head, seemingly deep in thought. Shunling Shuang silently watched him for a while and got bored. So she took the initiative and called out, "Hey, Qiu Tu." Qiu Tu came back to his Shunling Shuang. "What are you thinking about?" Qiu Tu replied perfunctorily, "Thinking about stuff." Shunling Shuang's eyes wandered. "Then how about we chat for a bit?" Qiu Tu asked. "Chat about what?" Shunling Shuang grinned, revealing two adorable little canines. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Qiu Tu was taken aback for a moment, then gave her a meaningful glance. "That depends on whether you want an opportunity or an answer." Qiu Tu's smooth talk nearly fried Shunling Shuang's CPU. Her eyes glazed over, her brain whirring rapidly, and then she didn't get it. She leaned in, cautiously asking, "Then have you had a girlfriend before?" Images of the dozen or so girlfriend from his past life flashed through Qiu Tu's mind, and then he shook his head. "No, they were just good friends I used to play with. They served as love mentors for a while. Later on, our values didn't align, so we stopped hanging out." At this point, Qiu Tu raised his eyebrows. "Why? Do you want to be my first love?" Shunling Shuang's eyes glazed over, and her head began to emit the white steam of cognitive overload. She could understand every sentence spoken by Qiu Tu, but when strung together, she seemed a bit confused. Love mentor? Good friend to play with? What in the world was all this? Thus, she didn't even answer Qiu Tu's question, just covered her face and ran back to her room to continue with alchemy. Watching the girl beat a hasty retreat, Qiu Tu chuckled. He found it truly amusing to tease such an innocent girl. Then he crossed his hands behind his head, continuing to wait patiently for the situation at the Qin family to change. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Along with the swinging of the wall clock, time ticked away by the minute and second. While Shunling Shuang was in the middle of alchemy, an urgent ringing of the communicator finally broke the silence in the room. Ring, ring, ring. Qiu Tu took the communicator out of his pocket, glanced at it, and then smiled. As expected, his wait had paid off. With that thought, he answered the call. Before even a greeting could be exchanged, Master Qin Si's furious tirade burst forth from the other end. "Qiu Tu, you mother of asterisk hashtag percent at. You son of a hashtag asterisk percent hashtag at. You at and hashtag." Gang bosses tend to have bad tempers, so Qiu Tu didn't mind and just quietly listened. After letting Master Qin Si rant for a minute, Qiu Tu spoke up during his gasping interval. "Have you finished, Fourth Master? Would you like to yell for a few more minutes? You could cuss daily, cuss monthly, but can you cuss me to death?" Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qin Si's recently calmed rage flared up again. "I'll F asterisk hashtag percent you at and hashtag." But this time, Qiu Tu didn't indulge his tantrum and directly hung up the communicator. After hanging up, Qiu Tu didn't put down the communicator. Instead, he held it, counting down with a smile. 3, 2. As the countdown ended, the ringing inevitably resumed. Qiu Tu answered the call once more and began to speak with a laugh. "Calm down, Fourth Master. I know you're really angry, but don't be angry just yet. Let's have a good talk. This matter, perhaps it's not as bad as you think." Perhaps Qiu Tu hanging up the call finally made Master Qin Si face reality. Or perhaps the venting for over a minute had finally made him less irritable. So he fell silent for 2 seconds and finally stopped cursing Qiu Tu. He slowly regained the composure of a big shot, then said in a heavy voice, "Qiu Tu, you've really played a good hand. Taking my money, taking my clues, then turning around and betraying me. Your heart is really dark. Aren't you afraid of going down with me?" Hearing Master Qin Si's words, Qiu Tu laughed twice, then replied, "Fourth Master is joking. The clues are ones I picked up off the ground and investigated myself. The money is your bribe to me, asking me not to investigate you. I'm an agent. You're the head of a faction. We were never the same kind of people. There's no such thing as betrayal. All the details of our contact I have long reported to the bureau chief. So, you can't threaten me with these." At this point, Qiu Tu paused, then said mockingly, "Besides, do you dare to make these matters public? You're already in a tight spot as it is. If the Qin family finds out that you are the insider who betrayed the family, do you still have a way to live? Coming from the other end of the communicator was Master Qin C's heavy breathing. He took a few deep breaths, then laughed angrily. Good, good, good. Worthy of being Agent Chiou? No, Chief Chiou. Your methods are truly exquisite. After speaking, he roared. Since you've already betrayed me, why did you send me a text message? Qiu Tu spoke with gravity. Fourth Master, you misunderstand. Actually, I never betrayed you, nor have I ever forgotten about our deal. It's just, I thought your previous idea was too fanciful. So, I switched to a different plan, that's all. He said, if I'm not mistaken, you're probably not planning and advancing the entire scheme alone, right? Your accomplice should be Third Master, right? Master Qin C's breathing on the other end clearly hitched. Qiu Tu laughed and said, there's no need to be surprised. No one betrayed you. It's a simple deduction. Commissioner Qin's health is poor, and he has no sons to carry on the Qin legacy. That's why old Master Qin, before his death, paved the path for Director Qin Jingguang and built connections with Bureau Chief Yan. This way, the Qin family would have two fallback options. If Commissioner Qin could recuperate, he would continue to lead the Qin family, with Director Qin Jingguang supporting him. If Commissioner Qin's health did not improve, they would boost Director Qin Jingguang to inherit the family business. Old Master Qin's plan was considered from the perspective of the entire Qin family, but he forgot that people have their own desires. You and Third Master are both old Qin's sons. Why should only the main and second branches be potential successors while you can only play supporting roles, mere branches? So you don't accept this, and you're not content. You want to be the one in control of the Qin family. So you wanted to pull Director Qin Jingguang down. Luckily, he also gave you this chance. At this point, Qiu Tu paused, then analyzed. Before the old master passed away, he must have warned you not to get involved with the United Front again. But the benefits of that connection with the United Front were just too significant. Director Qin Jingguang could not bear to cut off this connection. Thus, you took advantage of the situation, continuing to work with the United Front while secretly gathering evidence. You knew, as long as you could bring down Director Qin Jingguang, the commissioner would inevitably have to choose another successor for the sake of the Qin family's future. And the only direct relatives of Commissioner Qin are you and Third Master. So no matter who takes over, you both could achieve your goal. However, this plan has a critical node, which is that it must be implemented during the early stages of Xinjia City's establishment. In the early days of Xinjia City, the power hierarchy was not stable, and many positions were still vacant. The Qin family, as an established local force, still had strong influence at this time. Both City Hall and the Investigation Bureau had to give face to the Qin family. Even if a successor were to be changed, the Qin family could comfortably make arrangements. Once these 2 years passed, the rule of City Hall and the Investigation Bureau would be solidified and most positions occupied by different families. Even if you pulled down Director Qin Jingguang, you would have a hard time securing the corresponding positions, and you might even cause the Qin family's decline. So, you are always looking for the right opportunity and a scapegoat to bear Commissioner Qin's wrath. And then, I came into your sights. Having said that, Qiu Tu laughed and asked, am I right or wrong, Fourth Master? Even in this situation, Master Qin Si on the other end of the communicator did not admit to the conspiracy. He snorted coldly and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I called you simply because of the text you sent me. At this point, Master Qin Si also appropriately steered the conversation back to the matter at hand, asking, you said in the message that you can save me? Upon hearing Master Qin Si's words, Qiu Tu knew that Master Qin Si had been persuaded by him and was preparing to test him. With this thought, he began to execute the last step of his plan. Yes, I can save you. He said slowly, Fourth Master, your original plan was to use the political department's authority for internal supervision to pull down Qin Jingguang. But you obviously forgot the most important point. Qin Jingguang is also a man of the Investigation Bureau. At this sensitive time, How could Director Yin possibly allow a director of the Investigation Bureau to have issues? Isn't that just giving the municipal committee and the military a reason to criticize him? So, even if I hadn't betrayed you and had become your pawn to go against Qin Jingguang, it wouldn't have been possible to succeed. Director Yin would just suppress everything. I believe you must have heard this analysis from your two brothers tonight. So, the reason I betrayed you is truly because I was forced to. Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qin Si fell silent. Indeed, as Qiu Tu had said, when he had refused to take the fall for the Qin family, furiously asking why Qin Jingguang couldn't step forward to take the blame himself, Qin Heng had given him a lesson on the spot. He had learned that Yin Shun and Qin Jingguang were on the same boat, and Yin Shun would not allow Qin Jingguang to take the blame at this critical juncture. The Investigation Bureau could not afford to make mistakes. Sensing Master Qin Si's silence, Qiu Tu's lips curled into a smile, and then he whispered, "So, fourth master, do you want to switch camps?" In that instant, Master Qin Si was taken aback. His voice, full of disbelief, came through the receiver. "Aren't you Yin Chen's confidant? You?" Qiu Tu laughed, his eyes wide open as he told a bald-faced lie. "I am indeed Director Yin's confidant, but I'm certainly not Qin Jingguang's confidant. You don't know, but this time after I targeted the Qin family, Qin Jingguang was actually very grateful to me, and he even took the initiative to give me a car along with many gifts. To be honest, I'm really scared." Qiu Tu expressed, "Fourth master, to be frank, if he had cursed me out or threatened me, I wouldn't worry. After all, that would indicate Director Qin is nothing but a brave sand strategic fool. But his sycophantic approach, even giving me gifts, I'm very worried he's harboring ill will and planning to settle scores with me in the future. Furthermore, the Qin family is about to lean towards the bureau chief and be accepted as a confidant. In the bureau chief's eyes, do you think I'm more important? Or is such a large Qin family more important? So, I don't want the Qin family to lean towards the bureau chief. Or to be more precise, even if they do, there must be someone I can control. For example, you." The contempt and threats from Qiu Tu did not anger Master Qin Si. On the contrary, it brought quite a bit of peace to his heart. Qiu Tu continued, "Fourth master, I hold your damning evidence, the proof of you betraying the Qin family. In the future, when you take charge of the Qin family, you wouldn't dare harm me. Even if you can't swallow this humiliation and truly plan to make a move against me, we have a basis for cooperation." After hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qin Si's expression changed continuously over the other side of the communicator. After a long moment, he asked, "Which other camp are you suggesting?" The smile on Qiu Tu's face grew broader as he softly uttered two words, "the military." Master Qin Si's pupils contracted slightly, his heart shocked. The military, the most inconspicuous of the three major powers. Even General Yi of the military kept an extremely low profile in Xinjia City. But no one could disregard the presence of this department and this powerful figure. After all, 2 years ago, when he was still Colonel Yi, he led a division's troops to station in Xinjia City under the pretense of passing through. Then, after having thoroughly investigated the distribution of power in the entire Xinjia City, he directly cleansed all the underground forces and dozens of families, big and small, in Xinjia City. At that time, rivers of blood flowed through Xinjia City, and all those who opposed the rule of the sanctuary were genocidally destroyed. Afterwards, Colonel Yi was promoted to Major General Yi, and while retaining a core force of a regiment, he recruited and expanded to a division, continuing to station in Xinjia City. Therefore, although the City Hall is the supreme authority of Xinjia City, and the Investigation Bureau is a violent institution closely linked to most people in Xinjia City, there is no one who dares to overlook General Yi and the military. If I could really hold onto the military's coattails, then... At this thought, Master Qin Si shivered all over and suddenly realized he had almost been dazzled by the huge pie Qiu Tu was painting. Once he came to his senses, he couldn't help but question, the military? Why would the military want to protect me? Besides, the military has no authority to intervene in city governance. How can they protect me? You're not telling me that for my sake, a discard, they would publicly confront the investigation bureau, are you? Hearing Master Qiu's words, Qiu Tu smiled again and then said softly, Fourth Master, are you aware of the military security department? Master Qiu's body jolted sharply, his face showing a realization and excitement. In the next 15 minutes, Qiu Tu vividly laid out the benefits of siding with the security department to Master Qiu. For instance, the security department would protect Master Qiu to the military's safe house and destroy all traces, ensuring the investigation bureau couldn't find any. This was a lot more reliable than the Qin family's promise to send Master Qiu to prison. For example, the security department would arrest Qin Jingwang based on Master Qiu's report, clearing the way for Master Qiu and Third Master Qin to take over. For instance, the security department would grant a special amnesty to Master Qiu for surrendering and reporting others. He wouldn't be punished, and after everything was over, Master Qiu would regain his freedom, and so on. After hearing the prospects Qiu Tu depicted, although Master Qiu still hesitated, he was clearly tempted. Seeing this, Qiu Tu didn't pressure or rush him. Being deeply knowledgeable about human nature, he knew that in order to make someone take the bait, it was essential to balance giving slack and pulling tight. Patience was crucial. Therefore, they set a final deadline. Neither early nor late, it was precisely 1 hour before Qin Heng was to meet Yin Shun, 7 o'clock. After that time, their deal would be void. Before then, Master Qiu would have ample time to think it over and make his final decision. After hanging up the phone, Qiu Tu looked at the sky outside and felt the sunset was unexpectedly beautiful. Although it wasn't yet time, he was already more than 90% sure that this fire would ignite. During the days he had been in contact with Master Qiu, Qiu Tu had already figured out his character through various pieces of intelligence. Perhaps because he was the last son of the first wife, Master Qiu had been willful and defiant from a young age, not only cold-hearted but also a tremendous gambler. Qiu Tu remembered a saying that Master Qiu often had on his lips. To the victor belong the spoils, he who gambles must accept loss. Therefore, if the same conditions were given to Qin Jingwang, he would most likely give up due to familial affection or the risks involved. But Master Qiu, as long as there was a sliver of possibility, he wouldn't resign himself to fate. So, having given him such great hope, all he had to do now was quietly wait for him to bite. With this thought, Qiu Tu no longer focused on Master Qiu, but went to his bedroom to check on his cataclysmic potion. Pushing open the bedroom door, he was first hit with a briny scent, like that of the sea. Following that, Qiu Tu felt as if he had been transported into the midst of a vast ocean. At this moment, the whole room had turned azure blue, and the rippling surface of the water reflected on the ceiling as if it were the ocean floor. The sounds of the sea breeze and the lapping waves surrounded him. He reached out, and the sea water flowed over his body, soaking his clothes through and sticking them tight against him. Hey, Qiu Tu! Qiu Tu! While Qiu Tu was engrossed in this indoor ocean spectacle, suddenly, he heard Shun Lingshuang's voice calling out to him. Groggily coming back to his senses, Qiu Tu realized he was standing in his bedroom. But there was no ocean, no sea breeze, no waves in sight, only a room full of alchemy equipment and ingredients. Was everything just now a hallucination? Qiu Tu was startled, but then he noticed something was off because he truly seemed as though he had just been pulled out of the sea, drenched from head to toe. Drip! Drip! Qiu Tu looked down. His shirt, pants, and shoes were all soaked, dripping water. He touched a drop of water and tasted it. It was salty. Qiu Tu looked up at Shun Lingshuang, who appeared concerned, and asked, "What happened to me?" Shun Lingshuang was hesitant. She carefully said, "I'm not sure either. I've encountered something similar before. But my father told me it involves the truth of the cataclysm and the nature of the world. He said unless one embarks on the path of the cataclysm, there's no need to know. So, I don't understand what's going on either. All I can say is, this isn't the first occurrence." Hearing this, Qiu Tu's gaze turned to the bubbling blue magic potion within the device. Could it be that all that just happened was caused by this bottle of cataclysmic potion in front of him? Just a potion, and it could create such a vivid hallucination? Moreover, could this hallucination turn from fiction to fact? Then, how wondrous must the world of the supernaturally gifted be? With these thoughts, Qiu Tu looked at Shunling Shuang and inquired, "How much longer until the potion is ready?" Shunling Shuang paused for a moment, 10 minutes. Qiu Tu nodded, "I'm going to change my clothes." Having said that, he took a towel from the restroom to dry off his body, and then found a couple of clean clothes in the living room to change into. Just like that, 10 minutes passed in a flash. By the time Qiu Tu had changed, Shunling Shuang walked slowly out of the bedroom, holding 2 bottles of azure potion. With just a glance, Qiu Tu felt his gaze irresistibly drawn to the 2 bottles of potion, as blue as the deep ocean. It was as if some invisible force was tugging at his spirit, pulling him deeply into the gem-like liquid, leaving him unable to extricate himself for the moment. It seemed that the unique salty scent of the ocean once again lingered in his nostrils. The low chanting of waves hitting the shore echoed in his ears as the vast expanse of the sea emerged before his eyes. Fortunately, with the experience he just had, he didn't sink into the sea, but, with a jolt, managed to break free from the hallucination. Shunling Shuang was a bit surprised that he was able to break free from the hallucination for the second time so quickly and exclaimed, "Qiu Tu, you might actually have the talent to become a cataclysmic. I remember I went through a dozen similar hallucinations and had to be awakened by my father each time." Having said that, she glanced down at the 2 bottles of cataclysmic potion she had concocted, feeling a little sentimental. Also, although I'm not sure what exactly happened this time, but I always feel that the cataclysmic potion I concocted this time seems different from before. She tilted her head, her eyes swirling with the light of reminiscence, and said cutely, "I feel that the effects of this batch of potions are particularly strong. Even I fall involuntarily into hallucinations every time I look at them. This is a phenomenon I have never encountered before." After hearing this, Qiu Tu immediately had a guess in his heart. Perhaps, thanks to the right time, place, and people, the probability of cataclysm awakening for these 2 potions was indeed high enough, which is why there was such a special phenomenon. Thinking this, he took 1 bottle of potion from Shunling Shuang's hand, and then glanced over to the upper left corner of his field of vision. In the upper left corner, 2 small treasure chests were flashing, with no new crisis countdown emerging. It seems there's at least no danger to life. Thinking this, Qiu Tu made up his mind. He shook the bottle of potion. "Qiu Tu." As the potion swayed, the hallucination slowly began to appear again. But at that moment, Shunling Shuang's crisp voice sounded in Qiu Tu's ear. Qiu Tu stopped his action and looked at the young girl before him. Shunling Shuang gently placed her hand on Qiu Tu's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Are you really sure you want to drink this potion?" Sensing the girl's nervous mood, Qiu Tu made a light-hearted joke. "What? Did you spit in it?" Hearing Qiu Tu's ill-timed joke, Shunling Shuang's face turned red as she protested. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qiu Tu smiled and patted her head, then said softly, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. Besides, I've made proper arrangements for all of you." With that, his smile was warm and full of strength. "If I don't come back, Eagle will take you away from Xinjia City and send you home. I've prepared 2 little goldfish and 200 silver yuan for you, which should be enough for your fare back to the 3rd sanctuary." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Shunling Shuang turned pale, her grip tightening on Qiu Tu's hand as she clarified, "I'm not concerned for myself. I'm worried about you. I always feel that." But before she could finish, the hand Qiu Tu had on her head turned into a chop and deftly struck the back of her neck. The next second, the girl, with an incredulous expression on her face, slumped softly into Qiu Tu's arms. Carefully, Qiu Tu took the 2nd bottle of cataclysmic potion, placed the 2 potions temporarily on the table, then picked her up by the waist and walked towards the door. A moment later, with the sound of his home's door opening, the door to the room next door also opened from the inside. Eagle stepped out of the house. He nodded at Qiu Tu, then stepped aside to clear the doorway. Carrying Shun Ling Shuang, Qiu Tu entered the next room, where a woman in her 30s was already waiting. Upon seeing Qiu Tu, she hurriedly stepped aside, and Qiu Tu carefully placed Shun Ling Shuang onto the bed. Then he instructed the woman, Sister Xian, I'll have to trouble you to look after this girl. Sister Xian immediately responded, rubbing her hands together, Tu, don't worry. You've taken care of us for so many years. We're all grateful and will surely return the favor. Leave her with me, and I'll take good care of her. Even if she wakes up, I'll keep her calm. Qiu Tu nodded and then left the room. Approaching the door, he looked at Eagle standing by the entrance and softly instructed, stand guard on my doorstep. If something goes wrong, don't hesitate. Take Sister Xian and Shun Ling Shuang and leave immediately. Eagle replied with a his gaze steady. Qiu Tu then took out his communicator and handed it to him, ordering, if old Fourth Qin calls before I come out, you respond as I taught you this afternoon. I don't care about the rest, but most importantly, make sure he takes Qin Shuman away from the Qin family. At that time, there will be people from the military waiting to meet them at the designated location. Eagle grunted again in acknowledgement. Qiu Tu continued, over the past few days, I got my hands on thousands of silver yuan from the Investigation Bureau and the Qin family, all stashed in the black car that Qin Jingguang brought over today. If something happens to me, you guys take this money and drive to Eastern City in the south. The bureau chief there has issues with Yin Shun, so they won't go after you. You can settle there or use it as a transit point. The Eagle fell silent for a moment, seemingly uncomfortable with Qiu Tu's plans for the worst-case scenario, but eventually spoke up to persuade. Do we really have to take this gamble? Hearing this, Qiu Tu slapped his shoulder, his words carrying a mixture of resilience and openness. How can one rise above without taking risks? We're already fortunate to have this chance to gamble. Who knows how many people wish for a chance to gamble but never get one? Having said that, Qiu Tu turned and went back to his room, then closed the door. The reason he had arranged everything in such meticulous detail was because he also wasn't sure what would happen after drinking the cataclysmic potion. Although there might not be a risk to his life, the dangers of the cataclysmic potion didn't lie in taking lives, but mutation, degeneration, and alteration were all possibilities. That was why he put everything in order before setting off on this path, filled with unknowns. Like Shun Ling Shuang's journey home, Qin Shuman's freedom, like the livelihood of Atai and Eagle for the next few years. In the end, there was still a trace of kindness in his heart. With this thought, Qiu Tu lifted his head and took another deep look at the dark, tranquil sky outside the window. Then he picked up a bottle of cataclysmic potion, removed the cork, and drank it down with a decisive tilt of his head. After all, I have lived again and slept with a great beauty like Qin Shuman. It's worth it. As the cataclysmic potion slid down his throat, for a moment, Qiu Tu felt a coolness spreading swiftly from his throat to his chest and abdomen, then quickly to every corner of his body. In the next instant, he felt as if he were submerged in a clear, azure ocean once more. Only this time, it was different from the previous experiences. He dived straight into the depths of the sea, or rather, he became the sea itself. His thoughts began to disperse and drift away, like raindrops scattered by the wind, merging into rivers, lakes, and oceans. He seemed to become the water droplets, the morning dew, the storms of the cataclysmic world. He roamed with the storms over every inch of land controlled by the sanctuaries. It was an indescribably mystical feeling, yet it immersed him. However, the peaceful moment was short-lived. As he delved deeper, the mist around him turned increasingly viscous and filthy, as if the clear waters had transformed into foul, thick bitumen. His entire being felt encased, becoming rigid and slow. Even breathing became difficult. Darkness intensified along with the sense of danger, the shadow of fear, and the flames of anger mingling in his heart. At the very brink of collapse, that coolness within Qiu Tu finally burst forth. It served as his final bastion, guarding the last bit of his consciousness, and freed him from his constraints. Qiu Tu stirred the storms again, carrying clouds of mist as he escaped from the thick, foul abyss. After an indeterminate period, when Qiu Tu finally escaped the suffocating area, he looked back. His perception seemed to pierce through the layers of space, revealing a brand new world. What was once a vast and boundless ocean was merely a small pond, while most of the world was enveloped in darkness as dense as bitumen mud. In that instant, a boundless sorrow surged within him, as if he mourned for the entire world. A second later, he completely lost consciousness. Time passed, maybe 10 minutes, perhaps an hour, when Qiu Tu awoke from the darkness. He found his body had undergone many changes, and his mind also possessed much new information. These were the codes engraved on the cornerstone of the world, revealing the secrets of the universe's supernatural powers. Every supernatural being receives this mysterious gift upon their first awakening. Closing his eyes, he quietly sorted through the information in his mind. After a while, Qiu Tu slowly opened his eyes. The next second, his normally deep black pupils transformed into a clear azure blue. At the same time, his sight suddenly blurred, as if a layer of frosted glass had been laid over it. The material world around him began to fade, replaced by a dim, dreamlike fog that quietly spread. Looking around, the objects he saw were no longer tangible, but a collection of nearly transparent, almost vanishing lines. His gaze penetrated the illusory walls, clearly seeing the neighboring room where a cluster of lively fire lay quietly and another of dim fire sat beside. Looking outside the door, a cluster of fire paced restlessly. Beyond that cluster, a few kilometers away, a giant shadow stood tens of meters tall, silent, majestic, and solemn. Era of disaster, boundless hearts. With these thoughts, Qiu Tu slowly exited the state of spiritual vision, his expression complex. The information obtained from the origin of the world finally allowed him to complete the secrets of this world. According to the information etched into the cornerstone of the world, this world did indeed experience a catastrophic upheaval known as the apocalyptic cataclysm several decades ago. This great disaster plunged the whole world into a chaotic and shattered abyss, with all creatures undergoing a baptism and enlightenment by catastrophe power. What's more serious is that, because of this great disaster, above the material world, a spiritual realm named Boundless Heart Sea was born. That world is the collective manifestation of the consciousness of all things, mirroring the material world and affecting each other. Its landscape changes with the beliefs, emotions, and memories of the living, yet it, in turn, affects the real world. Order, chaos, life, immortality, destruction, and mystery are the 6 catastrophic powers that were born in the Boundless Heart Sea. Every creature who steps onto the path of transcendence will resonate with one of these 6 powers and then become a practitioner of these 6 powers in the material world. The power that Qiu Tu resonated with was order. Coming back to his senses, Qiu Tu's eyes revealed deep thought. He wasn't surprised that the path he resonated with was order. After all, for most of the more than 20 years before he crossed over, he had lived in a peaceful and stable era. Even during the years when he was locked up, he always longed to return to a life of orderly and peaceful order. What surprised him was the branch he was on the path of order. Order political. Politics refers to the actions of governing a nation by the government, political parties, etc., and it's the sum of all kinds of social activities and social relationships that revolve around state power, he thought. In the era of disaster, establishing a stable, healthy nation is undoubtedly the best way to guide humanity towards recovery. So, climbing to the top within the existing sanctuary system, or building a new nation from scratch, will be the best way for me to walk the path of order, he wondered. The higher my position and the greater my authority, the more people I can gather, call upon, and influence, and the stronger my power will be. Recalling the information in his mind, Qiu Tu wore a strange expression. So, to increase my strength, I must get promoted from staff to director, bureau chief, and then from ruling one city to dominating the planning area, and then reigning over the sanctuary, he pondered. Only by making everyone submit to my order can I reach the pinnacle of this transcendent path, he considered. To tell the truth, Qiu Tu felt that this goal was a bit too grand and exaggerated. He felt that although he had some ambition, at most he wanted to be a staff head or a director, take the state stipend, have a few beautiful subordinates to have heart-to-heart talks with, drink tea, and handle official business. Suddenly being asked to take such a high position and having the heavy responsibility of rebuilding the entire human order placed on him, he felt quite overwhelmed. But the supernatural power of this world was just so special. Once someone's path was determined, it couldn't be changed. So, Qiu Tu blinked. How about setting a smaller goal first? Taking Yin Chen's position from staff to bureau chief should be enough to give my supernatural power a dramatic transformation, right? Thinking this, Qiu Tu also firmly resolved. Then let's start by taking Yin Chen's position. After making up his mind, Qiu Tu's mentality also became much more peaceful. He temporarily set aside his thoughts and began to focus on his body's condition after the cataclysm awakening. He meticulously checked his body. After the examination, the most direct feeling was that his body seemed to have been remodeled. Not only had he become stronger, his skin had become finer, and even the scars on his body were gone. He clenched his fists and swung forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind caused papers to fly everywhere. So strong, Qiu Tu muttered in surprise. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he had the feeling that he could now kill a bull with a single punch. He put his fist down, then half squatted, gathering strength in his knees, and suddenly pushed off. The next second, his head collided solidly with the ceiling. There was a bang as Qiu Tu, holding his head, fell to the ground. Hey, it didn't hurt. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Qiu Tu was engaged in these experiments, all of a sudden, someone knocked on the door from outside. Along with the knocking, there was Eagle's inquiry. Brother Tu, is that you? Are you all right? Qiu Tu came back to his senses and looked towards the door. In the state of spiritual vision just now, he saw that although Eagle was outwardly calm, he was in fact always very worried about him, pacing outside. Eagle must have heard the unusual noises inside the room by now, but hadn't seen him come out, suspecting that his cataclysm awakening had failed, which is why he was anxious. With that thought, he said, "I'm fine," as he walked toward the door, ready to open it. He grabbed the doorknob and gave it a twist. Creak. The door didn't open. The doorknob had been twisted off. Qiu Tu. The Eagle outside clearly became more anxious, asking again, "Brother Tu, are you sure you're all right?" Seeing this, Qiu Tu didn't bother fixing the door. He simply punched the door lock. With a boom, the wood around the door lock shattered, creating a hole. The Eagle outside jumped in shock, instinctively wanting to step back, but at that moment, Qiu Tu had already reached through the hole to pull the door down. "Find someone to replace the door for me later. Get a metal one. The wooden one isn't sturdy enough," Qiu Tu casually said as he tossed the door aside, leaving Eagle with a dashing view of his back. Eagle was dumbstruck by this scene, taking a moment to come to his senses. After a short pause, he took a deep breath to calm down, then strode into the room. Entering the room, he cautiously examined Qiu Tu a few times before asking in a low voice, "Brother Tu, did you succeed?" After speaking, he licked his lips and asked, "Are cataclysmics this strong?" For the reticent Eagle, managing to utter these two sentences already demonstrated the shock and curiosity in his heart. Therefore, Qiu Tu simply had him act as a sparring partner to test his current strength. 5 minutes later, after Eagle had been knocked down for the nth time, he was rubbing his sore arm and his body was covered in bruises, with disbelief filling his eyes. Although Qiu Tu used to be everyone's big brother, it was mainly because of his smart brain, combined with the fact that he had nurtured everyone like a father and a brother. As for physical fitness and fighting, not to mention Tai, even Eagle would definitely be able to take on Qiu Tu. Yet now, Eagle found himself completely powerless under Qiu Tu's hands. No matter what move Eagle tried, Qiu Tu simply slapped him away, sending Eagle tumbling to the ground. After being hit several times, Eagle gradually became familiar with Qiu Tu's routine. He figured that with a few tricks up his sleeve, he could exchange a few moves with Qiu Tu. But as it turned out, none of that worked. Even if he could see clearly, his speed simply couldn't keep up, and his body couldn't react in time. So, after just 5 minutes of practice, Eagle was gasping for air and drenched in sweat. Strong, so strong. Is this what cataclysmics are like? Eagle felt that with the combat power Qiu Tu was now demonstrating, he could take on 20 or 30 young adults by himself. And that was with Qiu Tu not being adept at fighting. At that moment, after hearing Eagle's words, Qiu Tu just smiled and didn't say anything. The strength of the cataclysmics isn't limited to enhanced physicality. Those unique and bizarre abilities are what truly make them fearsome, and they mark the insurmountable gulf between cataclysmics and ordinary people. For instance, the cataclysmic ability Qiu Tu gained when he first awakened, Reshape Order. This ability allowed Qiu Tu to set one rule every day. The rule could only affect a fixed space no larger than 8 cubic meters, and it only lasted for one day. But as long as the beings or objects within this space were not of a higher rank than Qiu Tu, they would be affected by this rule. According to Qiu Tu's understanding, he could set any rule within a space. Even if the rule was water flows upwards or women don't wear pants or people can't die, it would work. The only problem is he could only set one rule, and he couldn't affect those of a rank higher than his. But for Qiu Tu, this was enough. Moreover, this was the ability effect of his deputy staff position. With future promotions, this ability would obviously strengthen further, suggesting immense potential. And as he grew, he would obtain a second ability, a third ability, a fourth ability. He would become more and more powerful. So to settle the score with the Qin family, to deal with Jia Shu, to conquer Yin Chun, and to climb to the peak of Xinjia city step by step. That is the path I will follow next. Qiu Tu's gaze became resolute and fervent, filled with the desire to burn everything. Having tested all his abilities, Qiu Tu arranged for Eagle to restore the room to its original condition, while he solemnly stowed the second bottle of the cataclysmic potion and went next door to carry Shen Lingshuang back. Perhaps because she had been constantly anxious since her arrest by the Investigation Bureau, or maybe because Qiu Tu's chopping blow had been a bit too heavy, Shen Lingshuang was still unconscious even after an hour had elapsed. So, Qiu Tu placed her on his bed, tucked her in, and let her continue to rest, while he sat on the living room sofa, patiently waiting for Master Qin Ci's call. With the worst possibilities averted, everything seemed to be back on its original track. Only Qiu Tu knew he had become a completely different person. Time stealthily slipped away. Soon, it was the time Qiu Tu and Master Qin Ci had agreed upon. 5 minutes before 7 p.m., Qiu Tu's communicator vibrated sharply. Feeling the vibration of the communicator, the resting Qiu Tu opened his eyes and looked down to pick it up. As expected, the call was from Master Qin Ci. A smile curled at the corner of Qiu Tu's mouth as he answered the call. From the other end of the communicator came Master Qin Ci's hoarse, angry voice. "I agree to your terms." Qiu Tu replied with a smile. "Fourth Master, you won't regret this." Clenching his teeth, Master Qin Ci growled lowly. "I just can't accept it. I can't bear it. Why must I be the sacrifice? I'm the biological son of my father too, his own brother. Why? Why?" Hearing this, Qiu Tu smoothly responded. "Fourth Master, I understand you. Isn't life all about seeking 6 words? Fairness. Fairness. Damn fairness. Why should you be the one to suffer all the hardships, while Commissioner Qin and Director Qin enjoy all the blessings? Just because you were born a few years later?" Qiu Tu's words hit right at the heart of Master Qin Ci. In these few hours, he must have gone through multiple mental struggles and faced a lot of pressure from the main and secondary branches of the Qin family. Thus, biting his teeth, Master Qin Ci said fiercely, "Exactly. I won't accept this." Then, in a lower voice, he asked, "So, tell me, what do you want me to do? How can I connect with the military?" Even in such a moment, Qiu Tu didn't take things lightly. He spoke deliberately. "Fourth Master, the plan is straightforward, but we must take it step by step. What you need to do tonight is just keep your communicator open and listen for my instructions. If Commissioner Qin pressures you again, or asks for your opinion, you can agree for the time being to appease him, then let him go and see Bureau Chief Yin." Qiu Tu glanced at the time and said, "It's now 7 o'clock sharp. It takes about 20 minutes to travel from the Qin residence to the villa in the city. Therefore, Commissioner Qiu should leave the Qiu residence around 7:30. At that time, I will give you new instructions. Master Qiu genuinely seemed eager to cooperate, so he replied in a deep tone, "Fine. Then I'll wait for your message." After hanging up the communicator, Qiu Tu stood up, a smile on his face. As he walked to the window and looked out at the evening sky growing dark, Qiu Tu's pupils contracted for an instant. Then his dark eyes suddenly turned a deep blue. A gray fog spread, materiality dissolved, and his spirit ascended to the boundless heart sea. Distance and walls were no longer obstacles, and his gaze penetrated countless spaces, focusing on the Qiu residence. The show is about to begin. I'll be challenging Sanjian tomorrow, so I'm asking everyone to catch up on the reading tomorrow and cast your votes for recommendations and monthly tickets. Thank you. Time ticked away, second by second. Soon, it was 7:25. Yinshin left the Qiu family's main residence under the escort of a motorcade, heading towards the city center garden villa where Yinshin lived, 5 minutes earlier than Qiu Tu had predicted. Through his spiritual vision, Qiu Tu watched from afar as Qiu Heng left and took out his communicator to call Master Qiu. The call connected, and Master Qiu's deliberately lowered voice came from the other side. "Hello? What's happened?" Qiu Tu said indifferently. "Commissioner Qiu is gone. We can act now." Upon hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qiu felt a surge in his heart. He reflexively looked at the wall clock, which showed it was 7:26. 4 minutes earlier than Qiu Tu's original plan. It might seem like a mere 4 minutes, but it signified a completely different meaning. Qiu Tu had actually been in control of Qiu Heng's movements all along. At that thought, Master Qiu first felt a bit annoyed. He had truly underestimated Qiu Tu before, not expecting Qiu Tu to be so capable. Then he felt somewhat pleased. After all, the more capable Qiu Tu's methods were, the more his own safety was guaranteed. With this in mind, he also adjusted his mood and then asked, "So, we start executing the plan now? Do you need me to do anything?" In response to his question, Qiu Tu said in the gentlest tone possible, "Fourth Master, the first thing you need to do now is call your wife and children to pack their valuables and be ready at a moment's notice. Oh, and remember to have them pack all the house deeds and wealth they can carry with them. Take whatever you can and hide what cannot be taken." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, a sudden shock went through Master Qiu. Having been a figure in this field for many years, he immediately sensed something amiss. Having his wife and children pack up house deeds and money? This, Master Qiu tentatively asked, "Qiu Tu, why are you making these arrangements? Wouldn't it be more convenient for them to stay at the Qiu residence?" Qiu Tu spoke with genuine earnestness. "Fourth Master, you're breaking away from the Qiu family to join the military side, which means confronting Director Qiu and the Investigation Bureau fiercely. This is a fight to the death, not some dinner invitation. If at this time, your wife and children are still at the Qiu residence, and they discover something is wrong and use it to threaten you, how will you deal with that?" Master Qiu instinctively opened his mouth, intending to make some arguments, but Qiu Tu, as if guessing his thoughts, directly said, "To take a step back, even if your elder and second brothers wouldn't use their brother's wife and nephews to blackmail you. But what about the Investigation Bureau? The political department? They have no kinship with you. Why should they consider your feelings?" Qiu Tu said indifferently, "Fourth Master, don't forget what I told you yesterday. There are never any miscarriages of justice within the political department. Are you really willing to gamble with your wife and children's lives?" At Qiu Tu's words, Master Qiu's expression changed rapidly. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "I understand. I'll arrange for them to start packing right away." After hanging up the phone, Qiu Tu stood quietly by the window, looking into the distance. He didn't care about Master Qiu's distrust and doubts. After all, he never had good intentions. To truly control a person, just offering incentives is not enough. Between life and death, the best approach is to grasp their vulnerabilities, their family. Hostages from enemy states, families of devoted soldiers. It has always been so throughout history. Therefore, the first step Qiu Tu had to take was to grasp Master Qin Si's vulnerability. Of course, with their current identities, Master Qin Si would certainly not willingly give up this leverage, so Qiu Tu had to make him see reality and then gradually guide him. Qiu Tu patiently waited half an hour. 8 o'clock. As patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Hung stepped into the city center garden and began his conversation with Yin Shun. Qiu Tu picked up the communicator and issued a second command to Master Qin Si. Next, please arrange for several of your confidants to escort your wife and children out of the Qin residence to a safe place to hide temporarily, waiting to rendezvous with you. Fishing could never solely rely on brute force. A mix of slack and tension is required to successfully reel in the fish that takes the bait. Just now, Qiu Tu had made Master Qin Si worried about his family situation, even suggesting that Qiu Tu was about to grasp his vulnerability. Now, Qiu Tu needed to dispel that suggestion, releasing the leverage. He let Master Qin Si send his own confidants to escort and chose the safe house himself, not interfering at all, just to tell Master Qin Si that he had no ulterior motives. This contrast would not only thrill Master Qin Si, making him too excited to think clearly in these critical moments about whether Qiu Tu might have other plans. Therefore, he agreed very readily, and in less than 10 minutes, everything was arranged. And Qiu Tu turned and left the room, called for Eagle, and gave his service weapons to Eagle. Eagle, holding the gun, went downstairs. Downstairs stood the group of temporary detectives who had originally come to Qiu Tu's aid, and Atai, who had since joined the Special Service Department, dressed in a formal detective uniform, equally armed with a service weapon, towering at a height of 115. The wife and children of Master Qin Si left the Qin residence quietly under the escort of 6 bodyguards, heading towards one of Master Qin Si's safe houses. Before entering the safe house, they were intercepted by Atai and his people. Faced with 2 handguns, a special service detective, and over a dozen temporary detectives wielding police weapons, the 6 bodyguards had almost no chance to resist, were disarmed, and not a single one managed to escape. Meanwhile, Qiu Tu's third order was issued to Master Qin Si. He instructed Master Qin Si to have the maids take Qin Shuman to the main residence's garden for a walk and to arrange a team of confidants for her protection. 8:35. As planned, Qin Shuman arrived at the main residence's garden and started walking near the pond where she and Qiu Tu had fished together. Master Qin Si's confidants quietly took their positions. 8:45. Just as patriarch of the Qin family Qin Hung and Yin Qin's conversation was heating up, Qiu Tu finally cast off his disguise and issued the 4th command to Master Qin Si. He directed Master Qin Si to arrange for a confidant to, within 20 minutes, gather as much kindling, gasoline, and fuel oil as possible to act as accelerants. This time, Master Qin Si distinctly felt something was wrong and asked with a cold face what Qiu Tu was really planning to do. But Qiu Tu simply said indifferently, "4th Master, just do it." After hanging up the phone, Master Qin Si's complexion rapidly changed. Kindling, gasoline, fuel oil, all inflammable materials. It was not hard to guess what Qiu Tu planned to do with these gathered together. It was to start a fire. But where this fire was to be set, where it burned to, bore completely different implications. Master Qin Si was intent on clarifying everything, but by this time, Qiu Tu had already hung up the phone. Coupled with the fact that so much had already been done and the constraint of a 20-minute deadline. In the end, Master Qin Si grit his teeth and still played his luck. He picked up the communicator and made several calls. Qiu Tu was not surprised by Master Qin Si's choice. The reason he didn't inform Master Qin Si of the entire plan for the evening beforehand was not only to prevent Master Qin Si from leaking information, but also to give him no chance to refuse. If he had laid out the entire plan, Master Qin Si might have refused or hesitated, either because the plan was too outrageous, or there was a part of it he didn't like. However, when Qiu Tu guided him step by step, because Master Qin Si was unaware of the full extent of the plan, by the time he realized something was amiss, he no longer had an escape route. Could he call back his confidants? Could he bring his wife and children back to the Qin family? Take back the money and deed to the house? He wouldn't. The enormous sunk cost would press on him to continue moving forward. So, 20 minutes later, when Qiu Tu called Master Qin Si, although the latter's tone was poor, he still had everything ready. And at this moment, Qiu Tu revealed his ultimate goal. He issued the final command to Master Qin Si to set the Qin family's main residence ablaze in the chaos, kill the rotational detectives and maids guarding Qin Shuman's side, and then flee the Qin family with Qin Shuman. Upon learning Qiu Tu's ultimate intent, Master Qin Si went mad. He thought he was crazy enough, but Qiu Tu was even crazier. So he roared on the other end of the communicator, "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Setting fire to one of Xinjia City's largest clans' main residence. Assassinating officers with official statuses. Are you trying to make me rebel? If I do this, who could protect me? You want to play? I'm not playing with you anymore." Hearing Master Qin Si's hysterical roar, Qiu Tu laughed. Then he simply said, "You might want to call your sister-in-law and your little nephew. They must really want to see you." Upon hearing this, Master Qin Si's mind went blank. He suddenly realized he had missed something. Qiu Tu had seemed too innocent before, making him forget that this was a schemer who delighted in manipulating others and betraying them for fun. Qiu Tu painted a grand vision for him, and step by step, he was led into Qiu Tu's rhythm, along with Qiu Tu's constant countdown that rushed him to execute the plan, leaving him no time to consider any underhanded moves by Qiu Tu. Now, as he calmed down, he realized he had been duped. If Qiu Tu could monitor Qin Hung, he could just as easily surveil him and his family. Even if he sent his trusted aides for protection, his aides were exposed while Qiu Tu lurked in the shadows, able to amass more people than his confidants to take his wife and children hostage. So, did he just hand over half of his fortune and his wife and children to Qiu Tu? Perhaps sensing the incredulity and rage emanating from Master Qin Si, Qiu Tu spoke slowly. "Please don't misunderstand, Fourth Master. The reason I sent someone to protect your sister-in-law and nephew is because only I am authorized to interact with the military, and they do not allow contact with anyone else. Thus, as long as you carry out the task well, once you reach the military safe house, you and your sister-in-law and your nephew will be reunited. As for burning the Qin residence and murdering the detectives, isn't it just a messy affair? As long as we win, we just need to find a few fall guys, have the military mediate, and what trouble can't be overcome." Hearing Qiu Tu's words, Master Qin Si was seething with fury. He didn't believe a word from Qiu Tu any longer, but he really had no other choice. Half of his wealth, his wife, his child, they were all in Qiu Tu's hands. His trusted aides had been dispatched, and the materials for the fire were ready. What would he do? Give up? Thinking thus, Master Qin Si ominously said, "You better keep your word. If you dare to trick me, I'll fight with my dying breath and not let you off." Qiu Tu chuckled. "Fourth Master, you jest. Aren't we dear friends, almost like brothers? How could I possibly trick you?" Master Qin Si snorted coldly and hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, at 9:20 p.m., flames ferociously erupted at the Qin family's main residence. The fire raged and roared like a furious beast, devouring one eve after another. At that moment, in a villa in City Center Garden, Qin Hung had finally reached an agreement with Yin Shan. The two stood up, shook hands, each with relieved smiles on their faces. They were completely unaware of the dramatic changes occurring at the Qin family's premises at that moment. This chapter is 3,500 words, and there will be another update of around 3,500 words at 12 p.m. That's a total of 7,000 words.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.